Donald Trump, join the guest requests. If you're voting for Kamala Harris, please do hit that like button, hit the share button, help us get to 10,000 likes. We are going to get started in just a moment. I hope that everybody is having an amazing Sunday. The election is the day after tomorrow, so we are going to make every moment of today's live stream count. Again, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest requests. If you are voting for Kamala Harris, hit that like button, hit the share button, help us get to 10,000 likes. We are going to get started in just a moment. And who's voted so far? Who's voted? Can I see a show of hands? Who has voted so far? Man, I love tea. Love tea. Okay, so we have a lot of folks who voted so far. That's awesome. Okay, cool. That's good. Okay, this is exciting then. Good. Folks, again, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest requests. Let's have a conversation about that. If you're voting for Kamala Harris, hit that like button, hit the share button. We are at 10,000 likes. If you could help us get it to 20,000, that would be phenomenal. We are going to get started with our first guest in just a moment. Again, folks, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. If you're voting for Kamala Harris, hit that like button, hit the share button. We are going to get started in just a moment. I see Powerhouse here. Hello, my friend. Let me make sure that you have the correct mod power because I did a reset. Here you go. Okay, you're set with mod power, so you're good, Powerhouse. Powerhouse, thank you for tuning in. Folks, we are going to get started with our first guest. Again, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Let's have a conversation. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
What's up, man? I'm a communist. I'm voting for Karl Marx. You should be.
All right, let's get up our next guest. If you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Let's have a conversation about it.
Hi, I've already been here. I'm voting for Harris.
Hey, thank you for coming up. I am just looking to talk to opposition right now. Folks, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Let's have a conversation. If you're voting for Kamala Harris, hit that like button. Please hit the share button. Help us get to 50,000 likes so that we can boost this live out, get more folks into the guest request. We are on the precipice of this election. The election is the day after tomorrow. So again, if you are voting for Kamala, do not join the guest request. Every second of what we are spending right now matters. So if you're voting for Trump, join the guest request. Let's have a discussion. Let's educate some voters. Let's make this a quality night. If you're voting for Kamala, keep sharing the live. Continue hitting the like button. Help us boost this out so that we could continue educating voters. I've received numerous messages this morning from people who are undecided. So we want to ensure tonight is educational and also entertaining. So we'll have some fun too. Sarah, hi. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I'm sorry. Last night you had me on and I ignored it. I was in the shower, so I'm so sorry, but I am voting for Kamala Harris.
Hey, thank you for coming in, Sarah. You're all good. Let's get up our next guest. Again, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest requests. There is no good way to drink this mug. Do you guys see this? Like when you drink the mug, it like pokes you in the eyes, but it's just so darn cute. Hi, Armani. How you doing?
What's up, man?
Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Of course.
All right, tell me more about that.
He's actually going to do something for the economy.
Well, now, okay. Listen, again, when you tell me that you're voting for Donald Trump, what I need you to do here is give me some ingredients in a recipe, right? This is like me asking you what kind of food do you like to eat, and you telling me that you like to eat the edible kinds. Like, I need to, give me a recipe here, man.
Man, Kamala Harris is a fucking klutz.
It's Kamala. And again, if you're not going to get her name right, don't insult her. You're
What's
just
her
insulting
race?
yourself with
What's
your
her
own
race?
ignorance.
What's her
Before
race?
you get into insulting,
What's
calm
her
down.
race?
Calm down.
I'm asking you, what's
Calm
her
down. Dude, come on. Why are you voting for Donald Trump? Okay, whatever. Next. If you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a conversation about that. If you're voting for Kamala Harris, hit that like button, hit the share button. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Gotcha. And why? So, Deepali, thank you so much for the love. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
He was president before.
Okay, but his presidency wasn't strong the first time around. So what are you referring to here?
I think he's going to be better this time around.
He'll be better this time around. Why didn't he do well the first time around? Right?
Yeah.
Dude, can you tell me one economic policy that Donald Trump passed? Oh, and we have a runner. Let's get the cowbell out. We're going to start using the cowbell again. No! Let's get some cow emojis in the chat. We have some runners today. We're off to a sad start. Let's get up our next guest and see if we could get a Trumper who's actually willing to conversate because this is getting insane. What's going on? Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
10-4.
Okay, why?
Because he's a lot better than that crazy.
Calm down. Calm down there, Tiger. Let's
Yes,
try to do this respectfully now, okay?
That's
You may
right.
not like the vice president, but it's the office of the vice presidency, and she's a heck of a lot smarter than you. So tell me again, why are you voting for Donald Trump? And this time, tell me why you're voting for Donald Trump. Don't bring up Kamala here, okay? Go ahead.
She's an idiot.
Should we give him the toy or just his bones?
Is that your wife there? You good? Why are you voting for Donald Trump?
Just his bones?
Yeah.
Okay. Apparently this guy's a
Okay,
pile of
then
bones.
you have to remember that on Saturday.
All right.
Don't forget that on Saturday now, okay?
That's good.
Yeah, that is
Yeah.
good. Yeah. Okay, so why are you voting for Donald Trump?
He's a lot smarter.
He's not. This is the
Yeah.
man who said, oh, Nikki Haley was the Speaker of the House, saying, my wife Mercedes Trump. My hands are too big for this. Hold on.
Hey,
Hold on.
what about
My wife Mercedes Trump, my wife Mercedes, the Speaker
What
of
is-
the House, Nikki Haley, sharks and batteries, sharks
Yeah,
and batteries. Tell me again, in what sense is Donald Trump smarter than Kamala Harris? Right?
well,
Go ahead.
he accomplished something when he was there.
Like
and
what?
This idiot woman.
What did
was
he
there
accomplish?
3.5 years and
What did he
still hasn't
accomplish?
done nothing.
What did he accomplish?
Everything that crazy woman hasn't done yet.
What did he accomplish? For example, he said he was going to give us an infrastructure package. He didn't. Kamala Harris did. He said he was going to build the wall. He didn't. He said Mexico was going to pay for it. They didn't. Oh, and we got another runner. Oh my gosh. What's going on? Let's get some cow emojis in the chat. Mo! We got a runner again. Let's get up our next guest. If you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Let's try to have a conversation here. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
You know, I feel like it's just the lesser of two evils.
So you're saying you are voting for Donald Trump?
Yeah, so far he has it.
Okay, and why so?
I feel like he's really good on tax cuts. You know, prices were lower. When the economy was bad because of the pandemic, I think he handled that really well by helping Americans out with money.
Okay, let's jump into that. So let's start off. You said taxes, and you spoke on
Tax
higher
deduction
costs
and
as of
whatnot,
today.
tax cuts.
So starting with higher costs, can you tell me what the inflation rate is today?
I cannot tell you that, no.
Okay. Can you tell me what the inflation rate was under Donald Trump's term pre-pandemic?
The way I see it was.
Can you tell me what the inflation
was
rate?
an
Can you
office
tell me what the
for
inflation
4
rate
years.
was
The economy was higher,
pre-pandemic
prices
under
were
Donald
cheaper.
Trump's term? Can
Kamala
you tell
Harris
me
was
what
in
that
charge of
inflation
two
rate
things.
was
He was in charge of
pre-pandemic
Ukraine war,
under Donald
Russia
Trump's
war.
term?
He
Can
was
you
in charge
tell
of
me
that
what the
border.
pandemic?
And she was in charge of putting
Okay.
our soldiers on Iraq, which she did not.
Can you tell me what the inflation rate was pre-pandemic under Donald Trump? You told me that you believe costs are higher today than they were under Donald Trump. You didn't know what the inflation rate was today. Can you at least tell me what the inflation rate was under Donald Trump? I'll ask you again. Go ahead. Whenever you're ready. Whenever you're ready. If you can unmute yourself, click on your profile photo and click the microphone button. You can unmute whenever you are ready. I'll be waiting for that statistic. What is the numerical digit from 2018 pre-pandemic?
Sorry, I didn't know I needed my bad.
Okay, what is it?
I don't know.
Okay, that's fine. Listen, the thing is that instead of pivoting, just say you don't know, and then we can move on after we discuss it.
Yeah, no, it was on mute, my bad.
Part of this is just we want to get through the facts, right?
Yeah,
So we got to
yeah,
recognize that under Donald Trump, the inflation rate was 2.4%. That was pre-pandemic. During the pandemic, it went up to 9%. That is not his fault. That is not Joe Biden's fault. That is a global pandemic. It's what happens.
Yes.
Now, under Joe Biden, as of today, the inflation rate is 2.1%, which is a little less than 2.4, but for the point of anybody noticing, it's not going to make much of a difference. It's identical to what it was in 2018. So then we have to recognize here that if that inflation rate is identical to what it was in 2018, why might costs today be higher at the grocery store if the Biden-Harris administration did their part to get costs back down to pre-pandemic levels?
Gotcha.
So
No,
why
yeah,
might that be?
I've been talking a lot about it. with
Why
other
might
people.
those grocery costs be high?
Why is that?
Price gouging. So, for example, Kroger, everybody knows Kroger.
Yes.
Big company. The grocery store brand, they just 6 weeks ago had their CEO their CEO come forward and make clear that they were in fact price gouging on products across the board. This led to higher costs at the grocery store. We also see companies like PepsiCo. PepsiCo owns Gatorade. They increased the cost on Gatorade, shrunk down the size 2 to 4 ounces. That's price gouging. Apple's another company. Apple hiked up the cost on iPhones and then lowered productivity on the device.
Which
right?
has nothing to do with Biden, yes.
Right. So now we got to recognize that costs are higher because of price gouging. Kamala has a ban to ban price gouging. Donald Trump has no such plan to ban price gouging. And if inflation, because of Kamala, is less today than it was under Donald Trump, we got to recognize that Kamala's done her job and that at least she's going to take action to ensure costs are lower under her first term as president. Donald Trump has no such plan to accomplish that same goal.
Okay. I do not disagree with you on that. I agree.
All right. You also mentioned, and I appreciate you, coming forward on that. Thank you for having the courage to do that. So let's talk about taxes. Let's talk about taxes now. You kick it off. I'm going to turn off my air conditioner right over here. You kick it off. Go for it, man. Tell us about, your stance on taxes, what Donald Trump stands for. Go for it.
I feel like tax cuts. What do you think on that? You think that our taxes will be raised if Kamala is under presidency, or you think it will be raised if Trump's under presidency?
Well, it's tough because neither of them are going to increase our taxes on paper, right?
Yeah.
It's going to be in the effects of their tax policies. So, for example, Donald Trump, right? Donald Trump in 2017 put forth the Jobs and Tax Act. And this Jobs and Tax Act gave a 1 to 2% tax cut to the middle class. It gave a 14% tax cut to corporations. Now, in part, some people thought that this would lead to trickle-down economics, but that didn't happen. For example, Apple's CEO walked away with more money at the end of Donald Trump's term pre-pandemic than he walked in at the get-go of the new administration, thanks to that 14% corporate tax deduction. The money was meant to go down to the middle class. They didn't send it because, fun fact, if you give corporations more money, then they're not going to pass it down. They're going to pass it up. Yeah. So we got to recognize that didn't happen. We have PepsiCo, another good example. PepsiCo owns Gatorade, passed up the cost from the 14% corporate tax deduction up the chain, cut, the size of Gatorade, increased the cost.
Yeah.
So again, price gouging, you see that rising cost on middle class consumers. So we got to recognize that because of that 14% corporate tax deduction, middle class consumers lost out. And additionally, this led to an $8 trillion debt. And corporations don't pay that off. Middle-class Americans pay that off.
Gotcha.
And it's also important to recognize here that Donald Trump at the same time is that 1 to 2% tax cut for the middle class, which, great. I think he should have had it the other way around, give 14% to the middle class, 1 to 2% to corporations, for the point that corporations were already making record high profits, so it didn't really, they didn't need it. However, and this is why Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis ran against him, there were tariffs he put into place. And not all tariffs are bad. I like tariffs. There is a couple tariffs there that it was pretty bad. For example, the 15 to 25% tariff on agriculture, which had a direct impact on rising costs for produce. So the cost of produce went up because farmers had an export crisis, a surplus in supply and demand issue, passed off rising costs to small businesses. I used to operate a small business, so my business was impacted, and we raised costs on middle-class consumers. This led to about a $230 billion tax hike. So taxes went up, but you don't notice that because it's not on paper. So people who got that 1 to 2% tax cut for the middle class from Donald Trump, which again, that's cool, that's great, should have been more, but still, take what we get, lost more out of pocket than they got in their pocket, right? Kamala, on the other hand, I like her policy because she's saying that she's going to take the 14% corporate tax deduction that led to the $8 trillion debt. She's going to strip that away from corporations. Okay. Some people, not economists, just some people, like random people, argue that that's going to lead to an issue because then corporations won't make profits. They had record high profits before the 14% corporate tax deduction, so it don't really matter. She's saying that she's going to take that 14%, they'll keep making the record high profits. She's going to take that money and channel it into the middle class where it should have been from the get-go of the administration. That's where it should have been to begin with. She's going to take that, and that's going to lead into a $25,000 down payment for first-time home buyers, $50,000 for small business entrepreneurs, the small businesses that were suffering due to the tariffs that Donald Trump's administration had implemented. Again, not all of them, but some of them, like that agriculture tariff. And then she's also going to give a $6,000 permanent child tax credit from that 14% corporate tax deduction, and that is going to lead to first-time parents being able to have
I did not know that. So that's interesting.
But yeah, so that's something that I love about her policy. I like that she's going to take away that 14% corporate tax deduction. She's not going to like reallocate funds from she's not going to like tax people. You know what I'm saying? She's not going to like tax the middle class to give it back to the middle class. She's saying she's going to take away the corporate tax deduction and give it to the middle class, which is where it should have gone. Because right now we're paying for that corporate. We're paying for that corporate tax deduction that Donald Trump gave to corporations, and I don't like that. I don't like paying taxes for some corporation who's hiking up costs on me anyway so that they could get a tax cut. That ain't fair.
Yeah, no, I agree. Okay, well, that's interesting. I did not know that, so I definitely put that in a point of view. I think it's for sure a lot to think about, Johnny, so you for sure opened my mind up, so I appreciate it. I do got to run, but it was nice talking to you, man.
I appreciate you coming up, man. You have a good one, okay?
Thank you, brother. You too.
All right, folks. Again, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Let's have a conversation about it. If you're voting for Kamala Harris, hit that like button. Please do hit that share button. Help us get to 200,000 likes. Every second of tonight's live matters because the day after tomorrow is election day. So we are going to be going quick here. We are going to keep this educational. We are going to have some fun with some entertainment as well. Ash, thank you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate it. Thank you. Folks, if you do want to support me, speaking of what Ash just did, thank you, Ash. If you want to support me, my Venmo, PayPal, my Cash App are in my bio. Those funds go towards my travel as I meet voters these next few days across the swing state of Pennsylvania. Right now I'm in the Northeast, and it's been a pretty good day. I just met Robert De Niro, so we're having a good day. So again, if you are interested in supporting me, Venmo, PayPal, Cash App in my bio. Mike, hi, how you doing? All right, we're going to move on. I don't got time for this. Let's get up our next guest. If you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Let's have a conversation about that. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes, sir, I am. How you doing today, man?
Doing pretty good. Why are you voting for Trump?
There's a number of reasons, but I'll start off with one that most of your audience probably never heard of. Towards the end of his last year, he signed executive orders, was it 17979? This executive order went after, the point of it was to get rid of something called the Senior Executive Services. The Senior Executive Services was a body of bureaucrats, about 10,000 of them, that have been in power since the 70s. They were started by the Civil Reform Act. They are essentially the bureaucrats that are at the levers of power in D.C. They're the ones that have been undermining Democratic.
All right, listen, this sounds fine and dandy. I hear you. Man. I hear you. Listen, I hear you. Hey, nobody cares, right? I'm gonna be so real with you. Nobody cares about some bureaucrats and whatever you're talking about. People care about. Hey! I'm trying to talk. People care. People care about how you're gonna put money into their pocket. Hey! People care how you're going to put money in their pocket. People care how you're going to protect the right to choose. People care how you're going to protect union rights. People care how you're going to cut costs. People care how you're going to cut their taxes. You're not talking about that. So let's start off on the economy here. All right, I appreciate whatever executive order you're talking about, but redundant. So let's get into this. Can you tell me one economic policy that Donald Trump passed that benefited middle class Americans?
Undermining the entire.
Thank you. Can you tell me one economic policy that Donald Trump passed that benefited middle class Americans?
Look, you ask people questions and you don't let them answer.
I'm waiting for an answer to the question I just asked.
I'm giving you the answer. There is an entire body of bureaucrats in D.C. that are responsible.
I don't care about these bureaucrats you're talking about. I don't need that. I don't have my tinfoil hat, but if I did, I would put it on. Can you tell me again? I want to hear an economic policy that Donald Trump passed during his first term to benefit middle-class Americans. Whenever you're ready.
I'm ready. I'm trying to finish the thought, man.
Talk about that policy. Don't talk about this redundant executive order about bureaucrats who overrun the shadow government. I don't care.
Well, if you don't care, that means you don't understand who they are. You're just demonstrating.
I don't care about the shadow government. Yeah, I'm not interested in talking about some shadow government. I'm interested in talking about how we're going to put food on the table for Americans, right? I'm interested in how we're going to protect the rights and freedoms of Americans. So I'm waiting for
electoral process.
All right, listen, I'm not talking. Let's move on. I ain't talking about some sort of shadow government, Loki. I just don't care, right? If you think there's a shadow government, fine and dandy. I don't think there's a shadow government. I don't care, right? So again, if I'm asking you for a policy that benefited the middle class economically, please tell me what that is. If you're going to tell me, oh, well, the shadow government's going to be taken out, all right, you keep arguing and fighting that shadow government. I just don't care to join you in that fight. I don't care about some shadow government that you think exists. Hello, guest. Salem, are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
All right, and why so?
Because all my Muslim brothers are.
Wow.
Yeah, he's gonna end the war.
Gotcha.
Brother.
So when Donald Trump implemented that ban on Muslim Americans, forcing them out of the country, right? Not letting them back in to greet their families, head home to their communities, hug their loved ones. Did you support that Muslim travel ban? Yes or no?
What ban?
I asked you, did you support that Muslim travel ban? Yes or no?
Yes.
Oh, you did.
I mean, what's best? What's
oh
best
wow!
for America?
So
That's
you
not
like some Muslims, right? Just if you know them, but
No, I'm
forget all the
Muslim.
rest. Yeah.
No, I'm Muslim. I'm Muslim, brother.
I get it. You're saying you're Muslim and you support the Muslim travel ban.
Yes, Johnny.
You know that affects you, right?
Yes, Johnny,
you go
yes.
travel. You go
Yes,
travel.
Johnny. Yeah, I travel.
And then you don't come back.
Yes.
Oh, look at that. Are you leaving the live? What happened?
No,
come back
no,
in.
no. I do come back.
No, you don't come back. That's the whole point of the ban. Let me better understand this. So Donald Trump's Muslim travel ban, which led to Muslim Americans, for example, not being allowed or permitted back into the United States, even when they had the proper documentation and passports proving that they were American citizens. That Muslim ban that was found unconstitutional, that Muslim ban that wouldn't let people back into the country to visit their loved ones and hug their children. This was Donald Trump's first action as president.
I traveled in 2016.
That's fine and dandy. 2016, Donald Trump was not president in 2016.
In 2017,
Barack Obama was president in 2016. I'm glad you had a good time in 2016. Let's say thanks, Obama, in the chat. Here's what we're going to do. Here's what we're going to do. Do you actually know what the Muslim travel ban is or when it was signed?
Johnny, what are we going to do?
Do you know when it was signed?
What are we going to do, Johnny?
Do you know when it was signed?
Johnny, hey, you want me to take you to Panera? And we'll talk about this.
I don't have time for this, man. But you could feel free to drop a $20 in my PayPal and I'll get myself some Panera. Let's get up our next guest. If you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. We got, guys, the day after tomorrow's election day. We're going to keep this going. Folks, if you want to support me, my Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, those are in my bio. That fund is used as I travel the swing state of Pennsylvania, meeting voters over these last few days. Or if you want, hit that follow button in the top left corner and join our family. Let's get up our next guest here. Again, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest requests.
Hey, Johnny, much respect that you follow politics too. A lot of people
I wasn't talking to you yet. Was I talking to you?
Oh, no, I just wanted to come in and say, wanted to say
hold on.
first.
Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes. So,
all right. So let's start there.
Okay.
Thank you. Can you tell me? Pardon me. Excuse me. Can you tell me why you're voting for the criminal, sexual abuser, and civil fraudster?
See, the way that's formulated is
not formulated. If Donald Trump was a construction union member, I would say, why are you voting for the construction union member? He's not. So I'm going to say, why are you voting for the sexual abuser, civil fraudster, and felon? Because that's what he is. So why are you voting for the sexual abuser, civil fraudster, and felon? Don't care about big corporations. What I want to know is why you're voting for the criminal. Start with that. Start with the criminal part, right? Go ahead.
I don't want to. I'm talking about big. You came in here to debate. I came in here to debate with you. I wanted to talk.
Fine and dandy. So let's start off with the fact that you're voting for a criminal, sexual abuser, and civil fraudster. Let's start with that. And don't start stuttering on me. I hear your voice shaking. Don't do that. Come on, pull yourself up by the bootstraps. Take a deep breath if you need it. I don't really care. I don't want to hear about these big corporations yet. We'll talk about big corporations for about 20 minutes when we get to the economy. No, we're going to talk about the fact that you're voting for a criminal right now. That's what we're going to do. You want to run away? Should I get my cowbell?
No, I'm not running away. I wanted to talk to you.
So tell me again, why are you voting for a criminal, sexual abuser, and civil fraudster? Let's go.
Well, for one, at least he doesn't think there's more than two genders. So, it's pretty delusional to think a biological male is a female.
Donald Trump doesn't know gender. What are you talking about?
No, you just...
Hey, chat, help me out here. Who is the rapper that Donald Trump had join him on stage and he kept referring to him as a woman? Hold on a second, Matthew. Hold on. Chat, help me out here. Who was the rapper that Donald Trump had on stage and ended a Nikki Jams. He kept calling Nikki Jams a woman. Nikki Jams is a man. Nikki Jams looks like a man. Nikki Jams identifies as a man. And yet he kept saying Nikki Jams is a woman. He referred to her as her on stage in front of millions of people, and then said she's a great woman. Okay. Don't talk about gender. Your own candidate doesn't know gender, all right? Matthew, where were you born? What state are you from, man?
I'm actually from Canada.
Yeah, so Matthew, here's what we're going to do, right? Next time somebody from out of country comes up here, whether you're from Canada, Europe, I don't care. If you think you're going to tell me or any American in this chat, right or left, what candidate they're going to vote for, we're all going to go take a big bucket of tea and dump it in the Boston Harbor, because apparently you need to learn who's boss again. Let's get up our next guest. Man, I am sick of Europeans trying, or like people from other countries trying to get all involved in countries. It's weird.
I don't give a fuck how much you get taxed. You gotta build.
What's good, bro?
Hold on one sec. It's breaking up. Let me fix that, man. Do you hear me all right?
Yes, I can hear you wonderfully.
All right, cool. Vetus Deletus! Poof! And he's gone. Let's get up our next guest. I'm glad that you could hear that. If you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Let's have a conversation about it. If you're voting for Kamala Harris, please hit that like button. Hit the share button. We are almost at 200,000 likes. If you want to support me, I greatly appreciate it. If you like what you're hearing today, my Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, they're in my bio. I want to say first off a massive thank you to Jeffrey. Jeffrey, thank you so much for the $20 and the kind message. I appreciate it. Thank you, Jeffrey. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Hi, consider voting against genocide and for Jill Stein.
Yeah, all right, so let me get this right. Why do you want to dehome and obliterate the Palestinian people?
I just said consider voting against
but let me get this right. So
Jill
you're coming
Stein.
up here, and you're gaslighting America into thinking you stand for the Palestinian people. I have two issues with your candidate. First issue, and this is among many other issues, we could talk about Russia. We could talk about the fact she doesn't know how many representatives are in Congress. Speaking of, how many representatives are in the U.S. House? Do you know? Damn. All right, so then let's better understand this. Here's what I want you to understand, okay? You're going to come up here, and you're going to tell me that people should vote for Jill Stein when your candidate, one, has a blatant transphobic and homophobic running mate. Yeah? Who has spewed that rhetoric, I ain't done, who has spewed that rhetoric in tweets and never chose to delete them. That's your candidate, yeah? You picked that as your vice president? All right. You're not as progressive as you think you are. Second issue with your candidate. You come up here and you want to say that you stand for the Palestinian people, but your candidate, but your candidate doesn't stand for what Kamala Harris stands for. Kamala Harris is saying ceasefire, two-state solution, and bring the hostages home. But you're going to gaslight America into thinking that what? Kamala's not going to serve to exactly what you hope and wish for? Let's get this right. You are quite literally advocating for a third-party candidate that will never be president. And thank God for that. So you have Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, and one of them are going to be your president. Jill Stein ain't going to do shit because she can't do shit, right? So let's better understand this one more time. You are throwing the Palestinian people under the bus because if Donald Trump becomes your president, they will be dehomed. They will be finished off as exactly as Donald Trump said he would. So one more time, you're going to stop gaslighting America. You're going to either vote for Kamala Harris and fight for the Palestinian people, or you can vote against the ceasefire, the two-state solution, and the hostage deal, and vote for Donald Trump, who is going to overthrow the Palestinian people and dehome them. Don't come on my live and tell me that you're going to waste your vote on some third-party illiterate who doesn't even know how many people are in the U.S. House. Get your ass out of here. Good riddance. Crazy ass. I think that she's gonna pop into my live stream and start talking shit. I don't think so. All right, the one.
Yo, what's up, Johnny?
Justin, how you doing?
Pretty good, man. You?
Doing good.
That's good. Nah, man. I just.
How old are you, man?
I'm 18.
All right, you're a first-time voter. What year were you born?
2006.
Gotcha. You voting for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
All right, and why so?
Why so?
Yep.
Honestly, I like his policy about the no tax on overtime. It's probably my favorite
Break that
one.
down. No tax on overtime, though. There's an issue here, right?
What's the issue?
Can you tell me what the issue is? I mean, it sounds like you know his economic policy, so I'm sure you know what the issue is.
I mean, you want to explain the issue?
Dude, this is your candidate. Do you want to explain the issue, or do I really need to do it?
You're the debater. I don't do this for a living. What's the issue?
All right, but you're coming up to debate on behalf of your candidate, right? I ask you to come up here.
But I'm asking
you asked
what's
to
the
come
issue?
up here, and I let you. So let's better understand this. Donald Trump in 2017 initiated his Jobs and Tax Act. This gave a 1 to 2% tax deduction to the middle class. 1 to 2%. 2% if you were a good boy and good little girl that year. Most people got 1%. If you were in the 25% tax bracket, for example, you were pushed into a 24% tax bracket. That's 1%. Right? He gave corporations 14%. The issue here, first off, corporations were already making record high profits. We understand that? So they didn't need the 14% corporate tax deduction. The 1 to 2% middle class tax deduction, they could have used that 14% corporate tax deduction because we could always get, even though costs were good. Costs were good under Obama. Costs can always still be lower. I ain't done.
Good.
So we recognize that this 14% corporate tax deduction led to an $8 trillion debt. Donald Trump, $8 trillion. That's an $8 trillion tax hike on the middle class because we pay that off, not corporations. Donald Trump additionally, and while like this, for example, gave you a 1 to 2% tax deduction, which is the equivalent of that no tax on overtime policy, he increased tariffs. And not all tariffs are bad, but the 15 to 25% tariff on agriculture that led to farmers having a surplus in supply and demand issue alongside an export crisis led to a $230 billion tax hike on the middle class via produce at the grocery store. Wherever you go, ShopRite, Giant, Kroger, I don't care. Your costs went up at a higher rate than the money you got back into your pocket from the 1 to 2% tax cut. Donald Trump's doing it again, right? Same deal. Copy and pasted the same exact plan, but replaced the name. And I'll make this quick because I know I'm rambling. The no tax on tips, no tax on overtime policy, that's going to be nothing. That's going to be pennies in comparison to the $2,500 to $4,000 and the additional $3 trillion tax hike he's going to take out, take out of the pockets of middle-class Americans every year from his tariff policy. He wants to put a 60% tariff on China, 20% across the board, and re-implement those tariffs like the 15 to 25% tariff on agriculture. That is going to hike up costs on middle-class Americans. He has already accepted this, came forward, and said, yes, I am going to hike up your costs, but hey, maybe eventually it'll trickle down from the top 1%. Maybe eventually it'll trickle down from corporations. Trickle-down economics does not work. It didn't work in the 80s. It gave George H.W. Bush a recession. It didn't work in the 2000s. It gave George Bush a market crash and a borderline Great Depression. So let's stop playing here. You're saying you're voting for him based off of his economic stance, but his economic stance is to rip you off, rip me off, so that he could give money to mass corporations and billionaires. They don't need more money.
I can talk now? Alright, I have another question. Why are we so worried about the middle class?
Dude. Yeah, I know.
The middle class is comfortable living, is it not?
Oh, I still got the sticker on that too.
Is it not middle class comfortable living?
Bro, I know for a fact you didn't.
Isn't
just
that
say,
above average?
Let me better understand this. No, the middle class is average. That is what the middle class is. Middle means average.
So that means they're
hold on.
right?
You asked a question and I'm answering. You're welcome.
Yeah.
I'm going to provide an answer. First off, you didn't respond to what I said regarding Donald Trump's tax policy. I assume that means you concede and he in fact is going to increase costs and you recognize that. I'm glad. Now, let's get past that and now recognize you're saying, oh, the middle class, it's comfortable living. Why are we concerned with them? One, the middle class is the backbone of the economy. They are the most people, Darksided, thank you for the galaxy, man. They are the most people, the workers uplifting union jobs, union workers, union relations that keep our economy afloat. Okay? The middle class is everything. For example, you can live without Microsoft. You cannot live without the middle class. If we have no middle class, we have no economy. Which is why Kamala's running on an economy that's going to start from the center, the middle class, work its way out. Donald Trump is saying we're going to go right to the top and hope it trickles down. That does not work. It's never worked in our history. If it did, you tell me when. You tell me when. When did trickle-down economics work?
Yeah, man, I'm completely lost. You just kept on talking.
I ain't keep talking, man.
Lost it.
Don't act like that. Don't listen. Don't gaslight people. You don't know how to respond because you are uneducated. Don't come around and say that I'm speaking too fast or that I'm mumbling or blah blah blah. Everybody in the chat understood what I said. You didn't. So that's either a processing issue for you or you're ignorant. Recognize that. Do more research. Then cast your vote. Right? All right. You have a good one now. I need to keep on this. Bye bye. Let's get up our next guest. Folks, again, if you like what you're hearing today and you want to support me, my Venmo and PayPal, Cash App, those are in my bio. Let's get up the next guest. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump? Do we have any mods on, by the way?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, hold on. Although I wish I didn't hear you. Do we have any mods on?
Says the guy that just put on some...
All right, hold on. Can you keep crying? It's called lip balm. Maybe if your lips weren't so chapped, people would consider kissing you.
Faggot? Faggot.
All right, I'm not going to get hate crimed up here for free. Somebody drop a 20. Yeah, all right, eat me. Let's get up our next guest. Where I'm just getting hate crimed up here for free. I will end this live. I don't even care. I'll go canvas instead. I don't even care. This is like, I'm just getting hate crimed up here because some MAGA Republicans are too sensitive and they recognize that their candidate's about to lose the election. Let's get this right, MAGA Republicans. You are on the precipice of the election. The election is the day after tomorrow. You do not have the opportunity to come up here spewing the F slur. Do you understand? Mind you, that if your candidate loses, for example, the LGBTQ plus vote, you lose the election. If your candidate loses the Black American vote, you lose the election. If your candidate loses the Puerto Rican vote, you lose the election. So you ought to start spewing some unifying rhetoric instead of this hate-filled ignoramus rhetoric you've been spewing for the past 4 years, because it does not work. It does not work. This is why you're behind in the polls. This is why Kamala Harris raised $1 billion in fundraising and you did not. This is exactly why Kamala Harris is going to be holding another concert tomorrow among the previous rally she just held with 75,000 people at it, and your candidate can't get 12 people at his vice president's press conference. I don't know. It sounded more like they were all there just to pity JD Vance. But anyway, besides that, get off your high horse, get in the field, maybe try, spewing some sort of unifying rhetoric instead of the nonsense you've been saying, okay? All right, let's get up our guest here. Tori, hi, unmute.
Hello.
Tori, why are you voting for Donald Trump? I want to say a massive thank you first off to Heather and Michaela. Thank you so much for the $10 on Cash App. I appreciate the love. Thank you so much. Michaela wanted me to tell you, Tori, that she hates you. I don't know why. Anyway, so why are you voting for Donald Trump?
I already voted for him.
Now I get why she hates you. Also, I want to say a massive thank you to Jalise and also James. Thank you so much for the $25 for reparations. Thank you so much for the love. Thank you. Thank you, James. All right, so why'd you vote for a criminal? Can you tell me one economic policy that Donald Trump passed that benefited middle-class Americans? Go ahead.
I can't tell you a policy, but I know that when I was...
Let's get this right. You can't tell me a single policy he's passed that economically benefited the middle class. That speaks volumes to how ineffective your candidate was during his first term as president. You're telling me that he was in office for 4 years and he didn't pass a single policy that economically benefited middle class Americans, yeah? That's what you're saying? That's what you just said.
So do you think the economy's doing good right now?
Statistically? You don't gotta ask me. Go ask the economists, right? Right? We know it's doing good. We know it's doing good. We know it's doing good. What is the inflation rate today?
So why does
What is the inflation rate today?
Why does Kamala
What is the inflation rate today?
lowering prices of groceries?
What is the inflation? What is the inflation rate today?
2.5.
Okay, no, that's wrong. What is it today?
Is it 2.4? Oh,
no, that's wrong. What is it today?
It went up, huh?
Nope. Try again. Darlene, thank you so much for the $50. Darlene said $50 for I hate this guest, Tori. Darlene, thank you so much for the love. And Tori, thank you for being so easily hateable. No, yeah, thank you, Tori. Tori, I can't wait because I'm going to use those funds to travel around the suburbs of Philadelphia and meet voters. And then we're going to win this election for Kamala. I mean, you're a Trump supporter and yet you're doing more for Kamala than, I mean, a lot of people have done. So thank you, Tori. Yeah. Let's get some W Tories in the chat and some W Kamalas. All right, so tell me again. You don't know what the inflation rate is today, but you want to talk about rising costs? It's 2.1%. In 2018, pre-pandemic, before the, and because we're not going to blame Donald Trump for the 9% inflation rate. That ain't fair. That's not his fault. That's a global pandemic. You understand that?
Right.
Okay. So what was the inflation rate under Donald Trump in 2018? This is after you would have felt the effects. That's not true. This is after the effects. Excuse me. This is after you felt the effects of Barack Obama's economy, after Donald Trump had the chance to include some financial footing for his own economy. Because if you say 1.9, that's Barack Obama. Donald Trump never implemented a policy by this time.
Well, what year was 1.9%?
Excuse me. 2018, it was 2.4. You're talking about 2017. That was Barack Obama. Donald Trump didn't implement some sort of financial footing by that point. You wouldn't have felt the effects of anything he accomplished. And then I'm saying 2018, because once you move into 2019, you start feeling trickle-down economics, and that decreased, and it led to a higher inflation rate. So I'm not because the pandemic was a flow. We're not gonna get into that. We're approaching 2020. I'm not going to blame him for the 9% inflation rate. I don't think that's fair. That's not him. So we go with 2018. And that is why. That is why Fox News goes with 2018. Kim, thank you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate it. So let's get this right. Our inflation rate in America was 2.4% just about 2 weeks ago. Since then, it's been on the decrease. It's now 2.1%. It's slated by January to get to 1.3%, 1.4%. Okay? You tell me, why is the inflation rate today 2.1%, but under Donald Trump, his average in 2018 was 2.4%? Can you break that down for me?
I thought it was 2.4
Cool.
just a
I don't
few weeks
actually
ago.
need you. I just said that it was 2.4% a couple weeks ago.
A couple weeks ago.
Decreasing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Now it's 2.1.
It's decreasing.
It's correct.
Okay, now it's
decreasing.
2.1. So that's awesome that Biden and Harris are finally doing their fucking job. That's
It's
great.
not that they're just doing the job. It's that they have spent their entire administration healing the economy in a pandemic response from what from what Donald Trump threw.
Because it's Trump's fault.
Pardon me. I didn't say it's Trump's fault. I said I wasn't going to blame Donald Trump for the 9% inflation rate. Did I not? I did say that.
You did say that. You're right.
Great. So now let's recognize you're saying that Kamala and Joe are only getting the inflation rate down to what, lower than Donald Trump's average in 2018 because they're doing their job now? Dude, they've been doing their job for 4 years. A pandemic is a global catastrophe that happens once every century. Let's not act like they were going to solve that overnight, yeah? There's a reason why Donald Trump didn't solve it overnight. It's not how it works. So can you tell me if it's 2.1% today, if that's the inflation rate, and the inflation rate under Donald Trump's average in 2018 was 2.4, the 0.3% is not going to make a big difference. So it's pretty much identical. Let's just recognize that. You tell me, why would costs at the grocery store be higher today than they were 8 years ago, for example?
8 years ago. That was Obama, right?
Just about. Yeah, you're on the precipice of both those two terms. So can you tell me?
Tell you why they're more expensive now
Why
than they were
would-
8 years ago because of
You could also
inflation?
pick 4 years ago, and that's fine. You could say 4 years ago. Listen, again, why are groceries more expensive today than they were years ago, just any years ago, if the inflation rate is lower today than it was under Donald Trump? The inflation rate is lower today than it was under Trump, but grocery costs are higher today than they were at the get-go of Donald Trump's term, at the end of Obama's term. Can you tell me why that might be?
No.
It's just 2 words, man.
I have no idea.
Bro, you got to rely on the chat for this stuff, right? The chat's helping you, man.
Oh, corporate greed? That's what someone said.
Yeah, no, that's right. So, corporate greed, right? You have companies like Kroger, for example, which just about 6-7 weeks ago, their CEO came forward and admitted to price gouging. I mean, we knew that they were doing it, right? Because if a thing of fucking toilet paper is like $4, that's obviously not normal. It's not on par with the 2.1, 2.4 inflation rates that we've seen in the administrations. That means that they are price gouging and they got caught doing it. They're getting held legally liable of it. They will be held accountable for it. And that's the matter of the fact. Okay. So if you shop at Kroger, maybe don't do that, everybody. Just a recommendation. But then again, we do see this across the board. Look at PepsiCo. PepsiCo, they increased cost on Gatorade, shrunk down the size about 2 to 4 ounces. That is price gouging. Apple's iPhones, same exact thing. There's no difference in the iPhone. Zero difference, right? They talk about, the processing chip and the blah, blah, blah. They hiked up the cost of the iPhone $300. There's nothing in the iPhone between a year ago and a year later that changed the iPhone that significantly to hike it up $300, all right? That's price gouging on technology. So you see this price gouging across the board, and Kamala Harris has a plan to ban that practice outright. She's saying, we're going to pass a bill in Congress where you have to stay on par with inflation. If inflation is 2.4%, you can increase your cost 2.4%. You're not going to increase your cost 24% because that's not reasonable. Donald Trump has no such plan to do such a thing. So can you tell me why he wouldn't want to ban that practice of price gouging if it's leading to middle-class Americans getting scammed effectively?
I think his idea is to, like he talks about, making manufacturing in America is going to help America more by having, and for one, because if you have manufacturing more in America than overseas, that's more money in America, right? We're doing it ourselves, right? So we make more money by manufacturing here in America, and that should lower the price of everything else. Am I wrong?
But this isn't what we saw during his first term, right? I mean, for example, Donald Trump created on a monthly average, again, I don't blame him for the pandemic. If I'm counting pandemic jobs lost, it would be 178,000 jobs. I mean, I apologize.
Yeah.
It would be negative 30,000 jobs. He'd be in the fucking negatives, right? So I'm not going to blame him for that. That's not fair. He ain't caused the pandemic. So on a monthly average, not counting pandemic jobs lost, he was at 178,000 jobs per month, right? Biden Harris, okay? They never played with tariffs. They played with policy. They gave us the CHIPS and Science Act, the infrastructure package. And because of those legislative deals, they gave us about an average of 400,000 jobs per month. If I was counting pandemic jobs created, it would be like double that. But I'm not going to credit them for pandemic jobs created because that's not fair either.
Yeah.
Yet that's still double the amount of jobs that Donald Trump created. And then they brought chip manufacturing back to America. They didn't have to play with price gouging. They didn't have to play with tariffs. They just legislated. They went to Congress and they gave them policy. Congress passed it and it created jobs. So they did it the right way, right? And this is something we see with Donald Trump and his administration, right? Donald Trump got so used to doing things on his own instead of working as a team. And that's not a good thing, right? I think he thought of himself as a CEO instead of a president, and that's a problem. For example, he said that he was going to pass a bill to replace the ACA, but he didn't want to negotiate with Congress, so he didn't. He said he was going to give us an infrastructure package. He didn't want to work with Congress, so we didn't get it. Kamala and Joe worked with Congress. We got a bipartisan infrastructure package. Donald Trump said he was going to build the wall. He didn't want to negotiate with Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer. Nancy and Chuck said that they wanted 1,500 to 2,000 border agents to monitor his wall. Trump said, I don't want the border agents, give me the wall, or we're not doing this. End of discussion. They said, then you're not doing it. So he didn't get the wall. He didn't get the wall. And the last one, right? Donald Trump got so used to signing by executive order because he didn't want to negotiate with Congress and get legislation on the ground. He, for example, signed into executive order a bump stock ban, right? In 2017, 2018. This bump stock ban was overturned in June of this year by his own Supreme Court because it was in direct violation of the Constitution. If instead of signing an executive order, Donald Trump went to Congress and said, hey, we need to tackle Second Amendment related violence. I'm choosing my words wisely so TikTok doesn't get mad, man. But Second Amendment related violence, maybe they could have got a bill on the ground and told him right from the get-go, hey, man, what you're looking to do with your bump stock ban is not constitutional. You're going to get in trouble for this. Because now, since he signed by executive order instead of working with Congress, he is the first modern day president to have violated the Constitution according to his own Supreme Court as of June of this year. And more ironically, it wasn't just a random amendment or something in the Constitution. It wasn't, it was the Second Amendment, which is what he's been running on and now refuses to talk about because he recognizes he effed up. And we see this in his rhetoric now, right? Donald Trump says he wants to be a dictator on day one. He talks about like having this sort of authoritarian power. That no, dude, that's not how a president works, right? Listen, if you want to be a CEO, go be a CEO. But actually, I guess he can't really be a CEO because he went bankrupt 6 times, and I don't know anybody's going to take him. But that's not how a president acts. Kamala Harris acts like a president. She gave us the infrastructure package that was bipartisan. She gave us a border bill that was bipartisan. She has a record on this.
Right. Yeah, I agree with you on Trump having the CEO mentality for sure, and all about the dollars and all that shit. And I don't hate Kamala and Biden or anything like that. Biden is kind of out of his mind, though, of course now. But
I don't like Biden.
Yeah,
I like Kamala.
He's not running, right? Yeah, Kamala is, and I don't know. I've seen a lot of interviews with Kamala, and when she gets answered questions, Kamala, when she gets answered questions, she fucking kind of doesn't answer them. She kind of
I disagree, man. Dude, I got a problem with that.
I've just seen short clips, but
nah, man, I got a problem with that. Listen, watch the interviews in their entirety, right? Kamala answers she answers the question. I spend a lot of time looking at. I've written speeches for like statewide candidates and statewide elected leaders and stuff in the past, and I understand how Kamala. She's a prosecutor. Like, man, the straight up language and rhetoric she uses. It is that of a prosecutor. It's beautifully done. It sounds like she's still an attorney general. Beautifully done. I want to recognize, though, that when Kamala Harris speaks in her interviews, right, you look at the first presidential debate, okay? She was asked a question right from the start, and she decided to speak about her family life and her upbringing, and then she answered the question. But before she even answered the question, simply because you have a middle-class black woman on stage talking about her upbringing, some people took to Twitter and was like, she's not answering the question, blah, 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 blah. Like, give her a minute, man. You go to the first vice presidential debate. J.D. Vance does the same exact thing. Talks about his upbringing. talks about his family life, and then doesn't answer the question, but jumps right into what he wants to talk about instead of, criticizing him. Those same people who criticized Kamala go to Twitter again and are like, JD Vance, his upbringing, it's so beautiful, and a gorgeous wife. And yeah, listen, man, if you want to support their upbringing and you want to talk like that, that's fine, but then treat him equally, right? If JD Vance wants to talk about his upbringing, cool, like he should, 100%. I want to hear about his upbringing. Then if Kamala's going to do that, don't criticize her for it, right?
Yeah, I hear you.
And so we got to recognize, like, she answers the questions. People just don't give her a chance to listen to the entire thing. But then they listen to JD Vance. We got to stop doing that. We got to treat our candidates as equals if we're going to do that, At least when it comes to rhetoric. And I'm saying for JD Vance. I'm not saying for Donald Trump. Donald Trump ain't on the same playing field as Kamala. Because you have Kamala Harris, right, who is the prosecutor. Then you got Donald Trump, who is a criminal. I don't care what he has to say.
Yeah, kind of opposite of worlds there, huh? So he's an actual convicted felon, right?
34 counts, that's right.
34 counts. It's just crazy how people still want to vote for him, against Kamala, sorry.
Well, you said yourself that you were going to vote for him, aren't you?
Oh, I already did.
See that right there. But so you still wanted to vote for him. I think what's important to recognize, man, is this isn't, listen, if this was Joe Biden and Nikki Haley, right? And I voted for Democrats, I voted for Republicans. I wasn't a big fan of Joe Biden. Still not really a big fan of Joe Biden. He's done some good work, but let's recognize that Joe Biden was always meant to be the transition president. So when Joe Biden originally said he was going to run for a second term, I had a massive issue with that. He was never supposed to do that. He was supposed to get his 4 years in so that we could get out of the pandemic and then get up a younger president. We got to recognize that Joe Biden in 2020, I wasn't going to vote for him. I wasn't going to vote until he picked Kamala as his vice president. When he picked Kamala as his vice president, I wanted a prosecutor in the vice presidency. I wanted an attorney general who led the largest Department of Justice, second only to the U.S. Department of Justice. I wanted that district attorney in there. So I voted for Joe Biden. Now, hell yeah, I'm going to be voting for Kamala Harris because she is the candidate. You MAGA Republicans had your chance to make Nikki Haley your candidate. If this was Nikki Haley against Joe Biden, Nikki Haley would have won. And yet, you picked the felon, you picked the sexual abuser, you picked the civil fraudster who was found guilty on 34 felony accounts by a unanimous jury that his own lawyers appointed. Can we all think about the gravity of that? He paid Republican lawyers to appoint a jury, and they still found him guilty because he was guilty, obviously. There's no reason to vote for a felon. I think that what you got to do here, you vote for Kamala, or at least keep a little bit of integrity. If you can't get yourself to vote for Kamala, then just listen. If you really can't get yourself to vote for Kamala, the prosecutor, and you just have something really against her, then keep a little bit of integrity and don't vote, and then try again in 4 years and pick a candidate who's more reasonable. Robert F. Kennedy, dude, what are you talking about now?
No. So about
dude, I don't even think that guy knows where he is.
Yeah, I know he's kind of. But the rape allegations, I was watching what was the lady? There's a few of them, right? There's more than just one woman, right? On the rape allegations against Trump.
Oh, there are numerous allegations, but we would want to stay on the one in relation to E. Jean Carroll because that's what was prosecuted
that
here.
One.
I want to say first off, a massive thank you to Darlene and a massive thank you to Carrie. Thank you for the love on Cash App. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Carrie. Continue, Sermon.
No worries. When did that take place?
I got one more. Jen, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate the love, Jen. Thank you so much. Listen, man. The charges were filed before he announced his candidacy. So let's not step into this territory of saying he was politically persecuted in any sense, right?
Right.
Do we understand he was not politically persecuted?
I just want to. I want to know what year it was.
Do you understand that Donald Trump was not politically persecuted?
I don't understand if he was or wasn't. Was he?
I mean, it should be easy to recognize this because, again, for example, Donald Trump has committed numerous crimes in various fields. This isn't him getting charged for the same thing over and over again, right? He committed sexual abuse. He was found guilty by a unanimous jury appointed by his own lawyers. He was also found guilty on 34 felony counts for falsifying business records, checks, and statements. Unanimous jury appointed by his lawyers. He has bad lawyers, and he is a bad man, and bad don't create good, so he was not going to be found innocent. Donald Trump committed the crime. He has to be held accountable for that. We can't just start this new standard of saying, well, you know what, if he's a presidential candidate or if he announces that he's running for president after he's charged, then we got to let him go or else it's political persecution. Man, in that logic, why wouldn't everybody just turn around and say, oh, yeah, I know that I just robbed that bank, so now I'm running for president?
Yeah, no, you have a point.
And also, by this logic, Hunter Biden's a convicted felon. Yeah? Like, he committed the crime.
Yes.
For all I care, Hunter Biden could go tossed into a prison cell. I really don't care, right? But we got to recognize if you're going to commit a crime, you ought to be held accountable for it. He is being held accountable for it. Would it not be political persecution then, by this logic, for Hunter Biden as well, if it were for Donald Trump? I mean, Hunter Biden's more politically relevant. His father was running for president at the time of his charges. Would Hunter Biden not, too, be the victim of political persecution?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. But he wasn't. And that's a Democrat saying Hunter Biden's he was not politically persecuted. I can see why some people say he was. I disagree. He was held accountable for his crimes. Same with Donald Trump. It's not political persecution.
Right. Yeah, the whole thing with the laptop and everything. And so I don't mean to grind your gears by bringing this name up, but I was watching Charlie Kirk, and he was talking about
the weird guy who smells like this.
Yeah, but dude, I think he's cool. I don't think he lies about shit. I think he speaks straight facts.
Hey, I'm gonna listen. Some people disagree with some people. We don't see eye to eye. All I'm saying is dentists can't be that expensive. Melanie, thank you so much for the $50. That is beyond kind, Melanie. Thank you so much. I promise you. Those funds are going to be used as we travel to swing state these next few days, meet and voters. So thank you so much, Melanie, for the love. And also, Melanie said that she voted blue in Georgia. Can we get some W's for Georgia in the chat? Georgia's really pulling through. I mean, Georgia, legit. Dude, have you seen Georgia's numbers, man?
No.
Dude, they're exceeding the vote by mail ballot numbers from like 2020. That's insane. Like, that's insane. I can't wait to see what that turnout's going to be like. I feel like they got to be well over 2020 by now. Anyway. Oh, he ran away. He ran away. Can we get some cow emojis in the chat, please? We got a runner. We got a runner. Let's get some cow emojis in the chat. Let's get some cow emojis in the chat. Let's get up our next guest. Again, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a conversation about that. If you're voting for Kamala Harris, please do hit that like button, hit the share button. Help us get to 500,000 likes. I want to say a massive thank you to JJ. I just received your message and your Venmo. That is beyond kind. Thank you so much for the love. Hello, Leanne. Are you voting for Donald Trump? I'm going to do something that makes the MAGA Republicans so mad. I'm going to use a lip balm. And it's like they see lip balm or they hear what a lip balm is and they immediately go berserk. It's like when you give a gremlin food after midnight. They see a lip balm and they're like, ah! So, Leanne, are you voting for Donald Trump? All right, let's get up our next guest. Folks, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a conversation. Don't be shy. Coming up. I don't bite. Well. Depends. If you're nice. All right, this one's not coming up. Let's get up our next guest. Just a bit. Anthony, hello. Are you voting for Donald Trump? All right, we're going to move on. If you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest requests. All right, this one's not coming up. Doug, hi. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I am.
Gotcha. And why do you hate America? I mean, I'm sorry. Why are you voting for Donald Trump? Same thing. What am I talking about?
It's the only smart thing to do.
That's the smart thing to do. Okay. Why is that the smart thing to do? Can you break that down?
Mainly because, you know, he's not a warmonger.
You're listening to football in the background right now?
Yeah, I know. That's a little mask for you, I know, but I turned it off.
Who are you rooting for?
Yeah, I really wasn't rooting for anybody, but it's actually the Rams and the Seahawks were playing.
Oh, okay. I was keeping a close eye on the Eagles game, but then I kind of just walked away because it was getting really competitive. Man, if you don't mind, if you can turn down the TV a little bit, I would greatly appreciate it.
I turned it off.
All right, cool. All right, so tell me more. So why is that the smart thing to do to vote for Donald Trump?
Oh, wow. Just so many border, economy. He's not a warmonger. He doesn't support the warmongers. I mean, that right there alone is 4 major big reasons. I mean, she's a freaking warmonger.
Well, hold on. That's not right now. That's not right now, man. That's not right. Hold on. First off, that statistically isn't right. Right? So we got to recognize that you have Kamala Harris on one side saying, for example, in Israel and Gaza, that she wants a ceasefire and 2-state solution and to bring home the hostages. Donald Trump saying no such thing. He's not for the ceasefire. He says finish them. Okay. You can't just dehome the Palestinian people. That leads to a regional war, right? We got to be realistic in the solution here. When Kamala says that she chooses diplomacy and Donald Trump says that he wants to choose a regional war, that would factually and categorically make him the warmonger. Look at Ukraine and Russia, for example. What is Donald Trump's solution to Ukraine and Russia? You tell me.
Well, it probably would have never happened if he was in office, for one thing. And he probably wouldn't have been giving them all the billions of dollars that we've given them.
To be clear, hold on. The billions of dollars. Excuse me.
He leaves office.
The money coming. The money coming. The money for Ukraine.
Yeah,
the money for Ukraine. Hold on. Don't get too excited now. You know, the money for Ukraine is coming from Mike Johnson, not Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. That's a Republican Speaker of the House. The Congress allocates funding through weaponry for Ukraine. All right?
True that.
That's Mike Johnson. Now, that would
he's the one
that that wouldn't be Joe Biden, and it wouldn't be Kamala Harris.
Put that smoke and mirrors on.
I want to understand as well, when you talk about the conflict not happening under Donald Trump, let's recognize Russia invaded Ukraine because Ukraine was on the doorstep of NATO and Russia didn't want them involved with NATO. This also in part has to do with 2019 when Vladimir Putin said he wanted to rebuild the Soviet Union, which is exactly why Poland, excuse me, maybe I stuttered, I don't know. I get it coughed, but you don't got to jump in, man. You got to recognize here that Donald.
You got to shut up.
You got to recognize that Vladimir Putin.
Out your ass.
Excuse me.
You're talking out your ass.
All right. Vladimir Putin said he wanted to rebuild the Soviet Union, which is why Poland is building up their arsenal, weaponry, and walls to keep Vladimir Putin out should Ukraine crumble. Now you're saying that Donald Trump doesn't have a conflict? That Donald Trump doesn't have a solution? That Donald Trump's going to what exactly when it comes to Ukraine and Russia? Can you please tell us? Because you haven't given me anything to work with here, bud. Where do I go from here? What is Donald Trump's solution to end the conflict between Russia and Ukraine? Because again, Ukraine was invaded because they were looking to join NATO. Hold on. If they did that under Donald Trump's presidency, if they did that under Donald Trump's presidency, Ukraine would have been invaded then, right? Like Ukraine was invaded now, not because of Joe Biden or Kamala Harris. They were invaded because they were looking to join NATO. If they did that under Donald Trump, they would have been invaded then. It still wouldn't have been Donald Trump's fault either. All right? So now let's get back into this. What I need you to do is tell me, what is Donald Trump's solution to end the invasion of Ukraine? Please do tell me. All right, can you hurry up? Dude, I know the cell phones are hard to work sometimes when you reach a certain age, but at some point you gotta ask yourself when it's time to,
Well,
what's
if you want to talk Ukraine's really fucked up, and that's why most of them.
I'm telling you,
most of them actually live. Are you going to let me?
What is his solution? You didn't tell me the solution.
I'm getting to that. You're
about to that now. I don't got to do the whole song and dance, right?
You're about to see his solution.
I don't want to wait and see it. I want you to tell me what it is.
He'll probably give Putin a bunch of that fucking because it's a fucked up.
All right, so there you go. So you're suggesting that land from Ukraine, a sovereign nation, should be handed over to Russia. That teaches Russia that for everybody they invade, the United States will give him part of the country he chose to invade. So what happens now when Russia says, oh, we just made out we just won here, right? We just won land from Ukraine. Let's go to Poland. Well, now you are fucking with NATO. So now what?
Tell me why all the Ukrainians...
Doug, you just suggested...
why all the Ukrainians live in...
Doug, you just suggested that Donald Trump would commit a genocide in Ukraine, hand land over to Russia, and What? That would lead to another invasion, this time in Poland, and then you are invading NATO, which gets the whole globe involved in a worldwide conflict. Take a step back. Second issue, you're suggesting that Donald Trump would take funding away from Ukraine. The funding is through weaponry, and that's not going to be taken away. You will continue supporting them with that weaponry. You have no choice. You have no choice in the matter. Not a single option. Donald Trump, because he is this ignorant, can keep running around saying he's going to take weaponry and that funding away from Ukraine. He can't and he won't. He maybe doesn't know that because he's ignorant, but he will figure that out, as Mike Johnson explains to him that is impossible, as we signed the Budapest Memorandum with Ukraine in the 90s. I get you ran away, and we'll ring the cowbell in a moment, but I want to finish this topic. Donald Trump keeps saying he's going to defund Ukraine. You don't get to do that, right? Here's my message. Here's my message to Donald Trump. Donald Trump, I get you're a fucking idiot, but you don't get to take money from Ukraine because the Budapest Memorandum was signed in the 90s as an agreement between Ukraine and the United States. So we denuclearized Ukraine and gave them weaponry should the time come that they'd be invaded by Russia, and the time has come. So now we have to own up to our end of the bargain, or we can renuclearize Ukraine and give them nukes. Now, I don't want to see a nuclear war. I assume, chat, you don't want to see a nuclear war, because that's gonna, you know, that's pretty bad, yeah? You agree? You don't want to see a nuclear war. Okay. So then don't vote for Donald Trump, who doesn't know about the Budapest Memorandum. Like, you want to be our president, but you don't know about a simple agreement you had with Ukraine in the 90s? Come on, man. What is that? Let's get up our next guest. First, let's ring the cowbell and get some cow emojis in the chat. We got a runner. Doug's a runner. No. Doug's a runner. Let's get up our next guest. Again, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest requests. If you're voting for Kamala Harris, folks, please hit that like button. Categorically, I think. By 5:45, we should be able to hit 500,000 likes if everybody's tapping on their screen right now. So please tap on your screen. Help us get to 500,000 likes. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Hi. I'm sorry. I joined by accident, but
you're good.
I'm also
Thank you for coming up. Let's get up our next guest. I want to say a massive thank you to Stormbringer. I just received your message on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, and Brandy as well. Thank you so much for the love. I appreciate it, Brandy. Hello, guest. Are you voting for? Are you voting for Donald Trump? Where's my inhaler, man? Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump? All right, he can't hear. So let's get up our next one. Thank you for the money gun, Heather. I appreciate it. How you doing, Heather? You doing okay? Chantel Owen says, as an Aussie, why Camilla? And they spelled Kamala wrong. Well, Chantel, my question to you is, as an American, why illiterate? You say, as an Aussie, why Camilla? I say, as an American, why illiterate? Greg, hi, are you voting for Donald Trump?
No, I'm not, and I live in Oklahoma.
I appreciate you coming up, Greg. I am just looking to talk to opposition right now. Oh, we have a Tashika raid. Where's Tashika? Tashika. Oh, Tashika's coming over? Is Tashika coming over? Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Hello.
Yo, I heard the baby in the background. I'm like, ain't no way you're giving your baby your phone to come fight me. Dude, oh my gosh. All I heard was the baby. I'm like, hello, are you voting for Trump? And I just hear the kid go, ah, bah, bah. I'm like,
oh, no,
all right. You voting for Donald Trump? Got me off guard.
I'm going to, but the thing is...
All right, let's start that off. So why are you voting for a convicted felon, sexual abuser, and civil fraudster?
But the question is, did he get convicted? Is he convicted of those things?
Yeah, man. He was convicted on 34 felony counts by a unanimous bipartisan jury appointed by his own lawyers.
Candidate, you can't be like a felon charged with anything like that.
What? No. There's nothing in the Constitution that says a felon can't run for the presidency. I'm sure if the founding fathers, founding mothers, all those generations ago, had a little bit more foresight, more of a thought process, they probably would have thrown something in there about it, but they didn't have that information. So, they didn't really include something about, felons not being able to run for the presidency. Yeah, I'm sure if they thought that we were going to be dumb enough to put, or well, if your party more respectfully was going to put, was dumb enough to, let's restart.
I watched this stuff.
Let's get back into this. I feel as though, and you have to recognize that there's nothing in the Constitution that says a felon can't run for the presidency. I think that if our founding mothers and founding fathers knew that your party was going to be dumb enough to put a felon into the Republican nomination for the presidency, they probably would have put something in the Constitution about it. But, that's on you, right? I don't think that our founding mothers and founding fathers had the foresight to recognize that you guys would be that stupid.
Border crisis thing right now. You think that's all fun and games and shit? And
not a border crisis, man.
It is a border crisis.
No, it ain't. What state are you from?
I'm from Kentucky. So what about?
You're from Kentucky and you're talking about the border crisis, dude. You're closer to Canada. What are you talking about? All right, let's hold on. Give me a minute. Let me get this out. We're talking about Kentucky. You go, I'm from Kentucky. Let me tell you about the border crisis. Get off the high horse, man. Let me better understand this. You understand that there are fewer border crossings today than there were under Donald Trump. And you understand that if you're curious about solving the border issue, and I do agree there is an issue, not a crisis, then you ought to vote for Kamala Harris. Because Kamala Harris said that she was going to pass a bipartisan border deal, and she put one on the ground that would have accomplished everything you would look for in a deal to solve the border issue. Donald Trump blocked that very bill and refused to put it into law because Donald Trump would rather run on an issue instead of solve it. All right, do you know what was in that bipartisan border deal? And do you know what Donald Trump's border policy is? Hello to everybody from Tashika's Raid. It's awesome to see y'all. Love you folks so much. If you haven't already, to the folks who are just joining us, hit that follow button in the top left corner and join our family.
And just overtalk people. But I like.
Yeah, this isn't me over talking you. Let's recognize. If I wanted to over talk you, you would recognize it. Okay, I'm Italian, so I might just talk a little bit faster than you, and I'm more intelligent than you. So maybe that is, maybe that is a little worrisome and scary to you. But that's fine. Pick yourself up by the bootstraps and talk about what Kamala Harris and Donald Trump's border deals are respective to their candidacies. Hurry up. Go ahead.
No, we're going to dwindle back on this because you talked about Kentucky, the border crossing.
What is Donald Trump's border stance?
Think about this.
I'm not going to head back. I don't need you to harp on something. I don't care about Kentucky. So let's get back into the candidates at hand. Donald Trump. What is Donald Trump's border policy? What is Donald Trump's border policy? What is Donald Trump's border policy?
Show me the
What is Donald Trump's border policy? What is Donald Trump's border policy? What is Donald Trump's border policy?
You can't pull the number.
What is Donald Trump's border policy?
Number up on the screen.
What is Donald Trump's border policy? 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 This is my last time asking you.
Telling me. Okay, keep asking.
All right, cool. Let's move on then. You're not going to answer the question? Goodbye. Donald Trump has no border policy. That was the answer. Kamala Harris does. She's going to put... Well, actually, I'm not even going to say it, and you guys know exactly why.
Hey.
Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
No, I already voted for Kamala. I live in
W's in the chat, please. I am just looking to talk to opposition right now. We are going to be talking to Kamala's supporters a little bit later. Right now, it's just opposition. Okay. Randy. Randy ran away. Randy ran away. All right, folks, in the bottom right-hand corner here, you see the account that says Johnny Palmadesa. That's my backup account. Hit the follow button on that backup account and join our little family over there. All right, that's my backup account. So again, to the 3.9 thousand people here, except the Trump supporters. You Trump supporters don't got to follow it. I'd rather you not follow it because, no offense, but anywhere that you guys follow, the smell of garbage seems to be. So in the bottom right corner, though, follow that account. That's my backup account. Let's get up our next guest. Thank you so much, Cindy. Thank you for the love. Thank you, Mark, for the love as well. Trying to get up our next guest. Again, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest requests. Slowly but surely. Hello, Christine. Are you voting for Donald Trump? And Christine ran away. That was quick. That was quick. Good conversation, Christine. It was very productive. It was a good conversation. I liked it. Good conversation. Felt productive. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump? I want to say a massive thank you to Marie. I just received your message on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love. I appreciate it, Marie. Guest, hello. Are you voting for Donald Trump? Yes or no? You have okay, and they ran away. Folks, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join my guest request. Let's go. I don't need some keyboard warriors in my comment section crying about MAGA, MAGA, MAGA. Don't do that nonsense. Don't be such a snowflake. If you're voting for Donald Trump, use your big boy and big girl voice and get into my guest requests. I want to have a conversation. I don't want to hear about your nonsense in my comment section, right? I should see Democrats and Kamala supporters in my comment section. I should see all the Trump supporters in my guest requests. All right, Leaf Eater, why are you voting for the criminal?
Hey, I'm sorry. I just was wondering, what did you say about your backup account?
So the backup account's in the bottom right corner, and I'm just telling folks that if they haven't already to give it a follow. Thank you for coming up. Let's get up our next guest. I want to say a massive thank you to Brandy and Kayla. I just received your message on PayPal. Thank you for the love. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump? Okay, sounds about right. Melania, you have a great day. I'm glad that you found a Marine that does it for you, because Donald Trump, we all know he doesn't. Let's get up our next guest. We all know that Donald Trump ain't doing it for you. I'm going to do something right now that's going to trigger so many MAGA Republicans. I got something called a lip balm. It's the reason, they don't use lip balm, which is the reason why they never get kissed. But hopefully that just triggered a lot of MAGA Republicans. I think it's funny. Next time I'm going to whip out an entire lipstick and just use that instead. It's so funny to trigger like MAGA Republicans like that. Patrick, how are you voting for Donald Trump?
I don't really know, man.
All right, I don't think you know where you are. So let's get up our next guest. Karina, hi, you voting for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I already voted
For Donald Trump?
for him. Yeah.
Gotcha. Why do you hate America? I mean, why did you vote for Donald Trump?
Because I cannot support any demonic acts. Absolutely not. With the whole aborting kids and all
Hold
that
on.
stuff.
What are you
All that
talking
women's
about?
rights,
What are
do
you
whatever
talking
want with your
about?
body.
What are you talking about? You're talking about what? Somebody committing a sin? All right. Donald Trump committed rape. Donald Trump was found liable of sexual abuse, right? You're saying that giving women the right to choose,
Maybe at
that is demonic? Man, get out of here. You're out of your mind. Next up, that's some crazy shit right there. Man, you're voting for somebody who committed rape. What are you talking about? You're saying that giving women the right to choose is demonic, but that voting for a sexual abuser, that's normal, and what, in the Holy Spirit of the Christian Bible? Huh? Okay, come on. Like, at least act like a human being, right? At least act like you're normal. Folks, if you haven't already, in the bottom right corner here, I got my backup account. Please follow that backup account. Join our little family. Would love to have you as part of the team there, just in case we ever need it. Thank you so much for the galaxy, folks. I appreciate the love. Let's get up our next guest. All right, no MAGA Republicans are coming up right now. What's up? MAGA Republicans, get into my guest request. Let's have a conversation about it. Don't be shy. Come on in. They got nothing to say. That's why. They know their candidate's about to lose and they don't want to own up to it. All right, so MAGA apparently recognizes that Donald Trump is about to lose the election, which is why they won't come up. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I am.
That's disgusting.
Yeah.
Yo, you got a lot of wind in the background.
Yeah, California is crazy today, man. Windy.
All right, so you want to get to a place where there's not wind?
Yeah, I'll give them a place without wind. So the reason why I'm voting for
I need to
Donald
hear
Trump-
your voice. Hold on. I need to hear your voice and the wind at the same time. It can only handle so much annoyance at once, if you know what I mean. So let's give it a second until the wind stops. Great. So why are you voting for the criminal?
He's going to avenge Peanut, the squirrel. Come on.
Okay. Hello, guests. Are you voting for Donald Trump? 3, 2, 1. Goodbye. Again, if you're voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Let's have a conversation about it. Hello, guests. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes, I am.
That's disgusting. When were you born?
I was born
hold on one second. Let me fix the mic. Do you hear me
I
all right?
love graping women.
Pardon
I
me.
love graping women.
Fetus deletus. Goodbye. Magic is real in America, folks. You gotta love the magic. The magic is real in America. The magic is real in America, everybody. You gotta love the magic. A little fetus deletus. Fetus deletus is a very nice spell, but it is banned in Alabama. You cannot use fetus deletus in Alabama. I've tried many times. Get you in a lot of trouble. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald J. Trump, the convicted felon of these United States?
My fault. My daughter must have clicked. I'm not voting
That's
for
okay.
him.
Hocus pocus. And they're gone. Let's get up our next guest. If you're voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Let's have a conversation. It's going to be very nice. It's going to be huge. It's going to be a huge conversation. Hello. I said hello. All right, you take too long. Okay, this one's not coming up. Folks, if you... oh my gosh, that one's hurting my lungs. Folks, if you're voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Join the guest request. It's going to be a great conversation. Johnny's a very nice guy. You go to China, you look at Russia, and everybody agrees. Johnny's very nice. A very nice guy.
It's just not making any sense.
Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
And questioned by a colleague.
Okay, we're going to get up the next guest. What's going on with these people today? Folks, again, if you're voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. We're going to do one more, and then we'll probably have to do a live stream restart. All right, here's what we're going to do. Hit the follow button in the top left corner. Top left corner of the live stream, right up here. Hit that follow button and join our little family. And then in the bottom right-hand corner, on that little account there, except the MAGA Republicans. Don't hit follow MAGA Republicans. Because where you guys follow, the smell of trash seems to join you, and I don't want that. I don't want the whole rank-ass trash spewing that radiant odor around my live stream. So again, if you're voting for Kamala, top left corner, hit that follow button. There's also an account in the bottom right-hand corner. That is my backup account. Please make sure that you're following that backup account as well. We are going to take about a 5-minute break. And then we are going to jump right back into it, but we're going to have to restart the live stream because the MAGA Republicans, they're not coming up, right? They're just not coming up. So they're running scared. So we're going to restart so that we could get some more guests in here. Again, if you haven't already, I'm going to count to 10. We're going to count to 10. Then we're going to end the live. So again, hit the top left corner, hit the follow button, bottom right-hand corner, follow that backup account. That way you can be part of our community. You'll get notified that we're live again. And then we could jump back in and have some more conversations. We're going to be back in about 5 minutes, but I want to restart the live so that we could get back into the algorithm. Mind you, heads up, folks. Earlier today, as of earlier today, 3 Republicans flipped. 3 Republicans flipped. They will be voting on Tuesday. 3 Republicans flipped. And I will also be helping them get to their polling location. So that's pretty exciting. And so we should definitely be proud of that work. I want to say again, a massive thank you to everybody who supported me in my bio, whether it be Venmo, PayPal, Cash App. Thank you for the love. Know that those funds are being used to support my travels over these next couple of days as we continue meeting voters in person and online, turning out the vote for Kamala Harris. So we're going to be back in about 5 minutes with more conversation. And if you have already voted, let me know in the comments below. I want to know how many of you already voted. And if you're voting on Tuesday, share that as well. Who's already voted now? Let's see. Oh, that's exciting. That's a lot of people. Whew. Wow. Wow. Whoa. All right, guys, if y'all are voting that fast, MAGA Republicans are going to start saying, stop the steal, stop the steal. Ugh. Folks, we're almost at 10,000 likes. You're liking too quickly, too. I mean, MAGA Republicans, they're going to see that like button going up. They're going to start saying, stop the count. Stop the count. It's too many likes. They're sending likes from Mexico. Let's give it a minute, and then we're going to get started, okay? Again, if you're voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Let's have a conversation about it. Again, folks, if you're voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Let's talk. If you're voting for Kamala Harris, hit the like button, hit the share button. I'm not looking to talk to Kamala Harris supporters right now. If you're like me and you are voting for Kamala Harris, we're going to conversate a little later today. We're going to have a lot of conversations later today. I am just looking for opposition right now. So again, if you're voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. All right. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Hi. Okay, so I am...
Kirsten, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate it. And
Hello?
I might need more mods. Do we have any mods on right now, by the way?
Hello?
Yeah, I hear you. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I have two questions for you.
Are you voting for Donald Trump? That was my question for you.
Well, I am not able to vote because
All right.
I am...
So I appreciate that, but I'm not looking to talk to people who are not able to vote. Let's get up our next guest. If you're voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Christy, I appreciate it. Let me make sure that you have mod power.
I'd cut your hair off, you big old fat nigger, you stupid old nigger. You big old fat gay nigger. You big...
Okay, I get that MAGA Republicans think by like, you know, spewing that nonsense on my live stream, it's going to get me, like, kicked off the live stream. I have too many TikTok connections for that to happen. So let me assure you, MAGA Republicans, the threat that you just sent me, that's going to be looked into, and that will be reported to law enforcement. Hi, my name's Johnny. I'm a digital strategist. This is what I do. That was the wrong move. Let's get up our next guest. And he sounded very stressed. Like, why did his voice was like shaking as he did it. Hi, are you voting for Donald Trump?
No, Johnny, I just want to come here first.
I appreciate the love. I really am just looking to talk to Trump supporters right now. The issue is, folks, that we are so short on time with the election being just a day away, right? The election is the day after tomorrow. That when I'm telling you, I'm just looking to talk to like Trump supporters, folks, okay? I really just got to talk to Trump supporters. Will, hi, are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yeah, why are you only talking to Trump supporters, though?
Because I am just looking to talk to the opposition so that we could educate voters who are listening in. Again, we will talk to Kamala supporters later today, but I'm just looking to talk to Trump supporters right now, folks, okay? We really don't have the time right now. Hello, Emily. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes, I am.
Gotcha. And why so? Why are you voting for a criminal?
Well, mainly for economic reasons. And
oh, gotcha. Yeah. So just forget, just forget that he's a sexual abuser, civil fraudster, and felon. Let's vote for him because of economic reasons.
Are we here to debate or talk
sense.
over each other? His plan for tariffs is genius.
His plan to what?
Put more taxes on Chinese tariffs and replace our federal income tax through those taxes on tariffs.
No, that's a tax on the middle class. He wants to do a six. What are the tariffs he's going to put on China? What is the tariff? Excuse you. No. What is the tariff he's going to put on China? Go ahead.
What are you talking? We already have.
What is the tariff he's going to put on China?
We already have tariffs.
Nope. He's looking for different tariffs here, sweetheart. Do you know it or not? He's looking for different tariffs, sweetheart. Do you know what they are or not?
About different tariffs. A tariff is a code
so all tariffs are not the same. All tariffs are not the same. There are different percentages. There are different percentages. Ma'am, there are different percentages. Ma'am, there are different percentages. Ma'am, there are different percentages. What is the percentage? What is the tariff he's going to put on China?
10% tax.
Nope. That was wrong. I hear you clickety-clacketing at your keyboard. How do you not know this? And mind you, if I want to have a conversation with Google, I'm going to cut out you as the middleman because I don't need to hear your ignorant voice. I would just go straight to Google. So without Googling, do you or do you not know what the percentage is he's going to put on China?
First of all, I'm eating a Cheerio, not on my computer.
I hear the clickety-clacking. Let's not keep playing. Tell me again, what is the percentage?
10%.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Why?
This is blatant ignorance. It's 60%. 60% on China. 60% on China. I'm not asking you. I'm telling you now. It's 60% on China. I was asking you. Hold on. I was asking you. You didn't respond. Now I'm telling you. It's 60%. That's going to lead to a $3 trillion tax hike on the middle class. $3 trillion added to our national debt. You're talking about, he's going to eliminate the income tax. Let's say he does. Fan-fucking-tastic. That is pennies in comparison to the $3 trillion tax hike through the debt and the additional $2,500 to $3,900 coming out of the pockets of middle-class Americans every year. So actually, you're not looking to give middle-class Americans more money. You're looking to take more money away. Why do you want to rip off the middle class? Is it like a kink? Is it a kink?
Okay, so let's say you're paying...
Let's say you answer that question. Wouldn't that be great? Get back into it. So why are you looking to fraud and scam and take money away from the middle class?
Out of your minds.
You know what's out of your mind? Do you know what's out of your mind? When you vote for a sexual abuser, civil fraudster, and felon, and then you can't own up to doing so. You know what's out of your mind? When you run around saying you want to defraud and scam the middle class? And then justify that by saying you're going to vote for Donald Trump and that you're excited to strip that money out of their pockets, but you're going to continue gaslighting them into thinking that you support them. You know what's out of your mind? You're out of your mind, MAGA Republicans. You're out of your mind if you say that we should vote for Donald Trump, who wants to strip away the right to choose in its entirety, who has not a single policy to economically benefit a mother after she gives birth. You're out of your mind if you think women are going to vote for him. And they're not, which is why he's struggling in the polls among suburban women, black women, and women across the board. You're out of your mind if you think that LGBTQ plus Americans are going to vote for Donald Trump after Donald Trump stripped transgender Americans out of the military and told LGBTQ plus Americans that, hey, you know what? You can love, but just not in America. You think I'm out of your mind? No, buddy. You're out of your mind if you think that black Americans are going to vote for Donald Trump when Donald Trump says that they can vote, but that their vote may not count as much as that of a white American. That makes you out of your mind. So thank you. Now I'm going to get my cowbell, and we're going to get some cow emojis in the chat. We got a runner, everybody. We got a runner. We got a runner. Heard the cattle. She ran away. What a shock. She ran away. The moment the going gets tough, the tough runs away. So crazy. It turns out they're not that tough after all. Folks, if you're voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Let's have a conversation about it. If you're voting for Kamala Harris, hit that like button. Hit the share button. Help us get to 100,000 likes. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Absolutely.
And why? How old are you?
I am 25.
I don't believe it. Let's get up our next guest. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
How old are you?
18.
Nah, I'm not believing it. These are some fetuses here. Can we get some adults up here? If you're voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a conversation about it. Or at least wait until your voice drops. Megan, how are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yep.
And why?
Because I want to.
Wow, that's not ignorant at all. You must be so fun at parties. You're just so, wow, you're such a great conversationalist. I mean, I could just go on for hours. Wow, so energetic. So exciting. So fun. What a pick me. So why are you voting for a criminal sexual abuser and civil fraudster?
Why are you?
I'm not voting for Donald Trump. I just said I was voting for Kamala Harris. Is this a processing issue? What happened here? You dropped on your head? So tell me again, why are you voting for the criminal? Oh, damn, that's a laugh. Helena, I want to say a massive thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Helena, thank you so much for the love. Helena wants me to tell you that she doesn't like your laugh. I didn't say that. Helena said that, but anyhow, Helena, thank you so much for the love. So can you tell me again why are you voting for the criminal? All right, or keep snorting away. That's fine. Whenever you're done with your line, can you let me know? You know, and then we could jump in and have a conversation.
I'll wait.
Yeah, I've been waiting like 10 minutes. Oh, and she ran. Let's get some cow emojis in the chat. We got a runner. No! No! We got a runner. Let's herd the cattle, everybody. Let's herd the cattle. We got a runner. We got a runner. Let's get up our next guest. If you're voting for Donald Trump, jump on into them there guest requests. Let's have a conversation about that. If you're voting, oh, you got quite the echo right there, Monopoly. Hi there. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I sure the fuck I am.
Oh, dang, Uncle Daddy. So why are you voting for a convicted felon, sexual abuser, and civil fraudster, dadgummit?
Because I don't want to vote for no two-faced bitch.
Well, I didn't say you had to vote for Jill Stein. You could vote for Kamala Harris, prosecutor, district attorney. She led the largest Department of Justice, second only to that gum there, United States Department of Justice. Oversaw the largest law enforcement in the entire country, dadgummit. So let's stop bringing up Jill Stein now. Why are you voting for a convicted felon, sexual abuser, and civil fraudster, dadgummit? That's some heck of a knee slapper. Hold on, let me get that for you. Yeah! So why are you voting for a criminal, sexual abuser whenever you're ready, Uncle Daddy?
Well, I reckon you're about fucking damn near finished, and so I'm gonna go ahead and vote for Donald Trump because I don't want to vote for some two-faced bitch that didn't accomplish.
For the final time, you can't keep talking about Jill Stein like that. I guess she ain't the brightest tomato in the tomato patch, but you gotta recognize Jill Stein. You know what? She ain't ever gonna be president. The candidates here, we got Kamala Harris, a district attorney, attorney general, senator, vice president, and the best yet, she ain't a sexual abuser. But this one right here, and he's graping women like I don't think anybody's graped women as quickly as Donald Trump. So why are you voting for the rapist?
Yippee-ki-yay, Johnny, because I want to know what the fuck
you gotta work on that accent. That is not a good accent. Amanda, thank you so much for the $2. I appreciate the love. Thank you, Amanda. Dude, you gotta work on that accent, man. You had it going. It was pretty good at first. You lost it. You lost it. So why are you voting for the criminal?
Because he's going to make America great again.
Dude, come on, give me a real reason here, right? This is like me asking you, like, what kind of food do you like to eat? And you being like, I like the edible kind. Like, no, I need a list of ingredients, right? I need a recipe. You got to break it down. Like,
Oh, yeah.
We're speaking coherent now. You don't got to keep acting like you're dumb just because the accents are done, all right? Oh, no, you're just dumb, ain't you? Oh, dang, he's just dumb. All right. on the count of three, everybody, let's get some hocus pocus in here. 3, 2, 1. Hocus pocus, poof, and he's gone. The magic is real in America. The magic is real in America. Let's get up our next guest. Oh, gosh. Folks, if you like what you're hearing today and you want to support me, my Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, or my bio, I use that support as I travel across the swing state of Pennsylvania, meeting voters, so that we can continue turning out the vote for Kamala Harris over these next 2 days. Hello, guest. Are you voting for the convicted felon and rapist?
Yes.
How old are you? Oh, ran away. That was a fetus. Oh, my gosh. Where are the adults? All right, let me have a conversation with the MAGA Republicans in chat. MAGA Republicans, I understand that you want to be keyboard warriors in my comment section because you're scared to talk to me using your big boy and big girl voices. It's easier for you to hide behind the screen, isn't it? What I need you to do, though, is stop being a fucking snowflake. Get into my guest requests and have a conversation with me. Going forward, my moderators will be removing every single MAGA Republican who comments something in favor of MAGA but is not in my guest requests. You can comment what you want, so long as you're in my guest request. If you are voting for Donald Trump, get into my guest request or get out of my live stream. I don't need keyboard warriors. I need conversations. Hopefully we have an understanding now, and moderators, please, feel free. If they are commenting nonsense but they're not in my guest request, boot them out. Thank you, King T. I appreciate you coming up. Let's get up our next guest. Hopefully, that was crystal clear. Hello, guest.
Hi.
Do you know what's not crystal clear? Donald Trump's record. Let's understand this. Are you voting for a sexual abuser, civil fraudster, and convicted felon, Donald Trump? Is that who you're voting for?
Yeah.
That's disgusting. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So why are you voting for a sexual abuser?
Because I feel like he's America's last chance.
At what? Obliterating itself? Man, listen, if you want to obliterate America that bad, maybe you're in the wrong country. May I recommend that you move to North Korea?
It's not that
You probably have more
serious.
fun
You're
over there. You MAGA
exaggerating
Republicans seem interested in dictatorship, so you might as well just fly over there. Fly north.
How's it not a dictatorship under Democrats?
Excuse me. Why are you voting
guys
for the
are-
sexual abuser? Can you just coherently, deliver a remark that has anything to do with the conversation? Maybe something of relevance. Go ahead.
His policies are better.
Which one?
I would say how he's going to approach the global policies, global markets, global countries.
What?
Explain how Kamala's better.
What did you even just say? I don't even know how to... The fuck did that even mean? What did that actually mean? Like, low key, help me here. What did that even mean? What did that actually mean? Like, what the fuck were you just talking about?
Explain it to me.
I can't explain it to you. I think you're sundowning.
What does that mean?
Usually, the doctor doesn't tell you when you're sundowning. They tell your family, which is why you don't know what it means. I would recommend a little Google search while you're googling what sundowning means. While you're googling what sundowning means.
Tell you why you're
Excuse me,
voting for
maybe I
Kamala.
stuttered, but I don't think I did. While you're googling what sundowning means, take a moment and Google Kamala Harris and Donald Trump's policy. I'll tell you why I'm voting for Kamala, because you can't tell me why you're voting for Donald Trump. I'm voting for Kamala Harris off of numerous reasons. Growing up, my mom, my pa, they taught me real young. And you're going to run away halfway through this. I already know. That's fine. I get it. You're not here to listen, so this is for the chat now. That's fine. I have voted for Republicans. I have voted for Democrats. Donald Trump is not a Republican. He's a blatant walking rhino. If this was Joe Biden and Nikki Haley, we could have a different conversation. But this is Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. On this side of the aisle, you have a sexual abuser, civil fraudster, and felon. And you can't gaslight us into thinking that he was politically persecuted. At the same time, you show your own blatant hypocrisy by saying that Hunter Biden wasn't politically persecuted. I believe in law and order. I believe in the criminal justice system. I believe in holding people accountable for their crimes, no matter what office they have held or what office they're running for. Donald Trump, $488 million in fraud. Donald Trump raped a woman. Donald Trump, 34 felony counts, falsifying business records, checks, and statements.
Why are you muting?
Because I'm trying to get you to shut up. Take the hint. So now let's recognize Donald Trump committed those crimes, and yet you want to vote for a criminal instead of the prosecutor who would typically prosecute somebody like Donald Trump. Kamala Harris, who was a district attorney, an attorney general, leading the largest Department of Justice, second only to the U.S. Department of Justice in the country. Kamala Harris, who not only led the largest law enforcement department in the country, but had it in a state that had the fifth largest economy in the world. Talk about a massive budget for your law enforcement department. Obviously, California was doing something right. But you don't want us to look at that? You don't want us to look at the record? That's insane. Kamala Harris, who as senator and vice president, delivered policies like the Inflation Reduction Act, the CHIPS and Science Act, the infrastructure package, the American Rescue Plan, that created tens of thousands of good-paying jobs, double the amount of jobs that Donald Trump created. She had a monthly average of 400,000 jobs created. Donald Trump's was less than half of that. And that is not including pandemic jobs gained or lost. Let's also recognize Kamala Harris never forgot about her middle-class roots, right? Because in America, Kamala Harris was never supposed to become a district attorney, let alone the vice president, because every single card was socioeconomically stacked against her. And yet, as a middle-class black woman, she did become a district attorney. She then became an attorney general. She became a senator and then became a vice president, and now she's going to become your president. Because guess what? Americans want people who represent America, and Kamala Harris has policies that represent America, like the $25,000 down payment for first-time home buyers, $50,000 for small business entrepreneurs, the additional $6,000 child tax credit, that permanent child tax credit. And while we're on the topic of children, let's talk about the right to choose. Kamala Harris says that she's going to protect the right to choose, but if you choose to have a baby, she will financially support you. Donald Trump, he says no right to choose in its entirety. And he could run around saying he believes in the 3 exceptions now, but because he overturned Roe v. Wade, women like Kate Cox lost the right to choose. She had a non-viable pregnancy and yet was forced to flee her state to seek an abortion. Was never going to be a baby. She wanted a baby. What she got was a risk to her life. and you MAGA Republicans were going to take her life to spite your own face. Then, what do you see? You see Amber Thurman, and while Amber Thurman, let's get Amber Thurman up here. Oh wait, we can't, she's dead, because of Donald Trump's abortion ban. So Donald Trump says you're not going to give women the right to choose, and in fact, you're also not going to provide them with a single policy that economically benefits them after you force them to give birth. That is not pro-life. That is not pro-choice. That is pro-forced birth, and we do not live in the Handmaid's Tale. So let's stop treating our country like this is the Handmaid's Tale, right? This isn't Gilead. Now let's move on and recognize again that you have Donald Trump, who is far too familiar with stripping away the rights and freedoms of Americans. It's not just the right to choose. Donald Trump, Second Amendment. You look at Donald Trump, and he implemented by executive order a bump stock ban that was in direct violation of the Constitution, overturned in June of this year by his own Supreme Court. That's Amy Coney Barrett saying, Donald Trump, you just violated the Constitution. I'm going to overturn your bump stock ban. And where do we go from there? Donald Trump is now not only a sexual abuser, not only a predator, not only a rapist, not only a felon, not only a convicted felon, right? Not only a civil fraudster, not only by definition an insurrectionist, he is also twice impeached and a constitutional violator. Congrats! More for the resume, Donald Trump. And not only that, this isn't his first time violating the Constitution. He asked Mike Pence to violate the Constitution by overthrowing the will of the people and putting him back into office. That is not freedom. That is not America. That is anti-American, and you're voting for that. You know, the first tip should have been when his own vice president said he wouldn't run with Donald Trump, let alone endorse him, right? Like Mike Pence, where are you, right? He's on Team Kamala. That should have been enough for you. That should have been enough for you. But instead, you still said, you know what, we're going to move the goalpost a little bit further for Donald Trump. We're going to do that. We're going to move that goalpost a little bit further every single time that Donald Trump F's up. Donald Trump says, Jewish Americans ought to get their head checked if they want to vote for a Democrat. You guys say, move that goalpost. Donald Trump says Puerto Rico's trash. You guys said, we're just going to move that goalpost. Donald Trump said, you know what, I'm not going to negotiate a deal with Vladimir Putin to bring home U.S. Marine Paul Whelan. I think our veterans are suckers and losers. You MAGA Republicans say, goalpost, move it. Donald Trump buries his wife on a golf course. Move that goalpost. Donald Trump puts his name on the Bible. Move that goalpost. Donald Trump gives you the American flag, signs it, violates Title 4, Chapter 1 of Flag Code. You guys say, move that flag. Let's just move that flag in that goalpost. Let's put the flag on the goalpost, and you know what? Let's move it. That's your party. Yeah? That's your party. So why are you voting for that? Why are you voting for the sexual abuser, felon, fraudster? Go ahead.
I feel like you accomplished something by saying all that word
I did.
salad.
What I did... Here's the difference between you and I. What I just did was I answered your question. You said, why am I voting for Kamala? And I told you why. What you just did was prove that you have a processing issue because you're too ignorant. You said that I just spoke word salad. I spoke very clearly. The chat understood what I said. You didn't. So that speaks volumes to your own ignorance. Congratulations. So I'm going to ask you again, why are you voting for Donald Trump? You can respond or get out of my live. It's not that hard, right? I didn't ask you for a statistic yet. I didn't ask you for a percentage yet. If you can't tell me why you're voting for Donald Trump, how can I trust you're going to be able to talk policy or statistics when I get to that in a minute from now? Yeah? So you can leave the live or answer the question. It's not that hard. Why are you voting for a felon? I'm going to do something to make all the MAGA Republicans a little triggered. This is a lip balm.
The president right now, the Democrats are in power. Kamala's the vice president.
Nope. You have a Speaker of the House and he's a Republican.
Why hasn't
and the country's
she done
not in a
any of
mess.
her policies?
Excuse me. I just asked you a question. I said, why are you voting for Trump? You just went off into a tizzy of nonsense. You said the Democrats are in charge. Your Speaker of the House is a Republican who actually endorsed Kamala Harris's border bill, mind you. So before you get to your Republican leadership, who is also on Team Kamala, tell me, why are you voting for Donald Trump?
Why are you for Kamala's border policy?
Whew. All right, we're going to move on. This one's too ignorant. Let's move on. That was, I mean, there's no help in that one, right? That was dumb. Listen, I know that not everybody was created, you know. Not everybody was created with that same kind of intelligence, but Jesus Christ. Oh, that one just ran away. Let's get up our next guest. If you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a conversation about it. I want to talk to you. Come on up if you're voting for Trump. Come on up. Don't keep hiding in my comment section. Get on up here. Folks, if you like what you're hearing today and you want to support me, my Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, that's in my bio. I want to say a massive thank you to Pauline and Monique. Thank you so much for the $40. I'm sorry, can we please see like 1,000 W's from Monique in the chat? That is so nice. Monique, thank you so much for the love. I appreciate it. All right, trying to get up our next guest. Again, if you're voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. I want to talk to you. I want to talk about why you're voting for Donald Trump. Come on up. Let's go. You voting for Trump?
Absolutely.
How old are you?
No, I'm 29. I voted for Kamala.
Hey, W's in the chat. Your name's Dexter?
Nah, that's just my street name, but voted for the first time ever, Kamala in Texas. I love you. Have a good one.
Hey, in Texas too? Hey, thank you for voting, man. Thank you for coming up. Let's get some W's to Texas in the chat, please. To our folks from Texas, I want you to know something, okay? You, Texas, I'm talking to you right now. Texas, you folks have the analysts and the strategists in such a tizzy, they have no idea how to define this election or the polls. I wasn't talking to you yet. Or the polls, because you folks in Texas are split ticket voting and voting at such a high rate. Good job. Y'all are doing phenomenal. Keep at it, Texas. That's phenomenal. Penny, thank you so much for the love. I appreciate it. I'm going to read that message in just a moment, Penny. Thank you so much for the love. All right, guys, are you voting for Donald Trump?
So I grew up in the middle class family.
Are you voting for Donald Trump?
So I grew up in the
middle class. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I grew up in the middle class.
I'll ask 3 times. Let's move on. Third strike, you're out. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
No, I'm from Florida, and
I appreciate it, folks. We are just looking to talk to Donald Trump supporters right now. We will be talking to Kamala Harris supporters later, but just right now, we're looking to talk to Trump supporters, folks. Hello, Vanessa. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
We already voted for Kamala.
Hey, W's in the chat for Vanessa. Thank you for coming up, Vanessa. I appreciate you voting for Kamala. Let's get up our next guest. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Hey, what's up, man? Hey, yeah, I'm voting for Donald Trump. I would just like to chat. My phone's gonna die.
Dude, do you want to sit down and catch your breath? Are you good?
Yeah, I'm trying to run to a phone charger.
Are you running away from Donald Trump or something? Is he chasing you?
No,
Turn on the
never.
video and blink twice if you need help.
No, we're all good.
I get it. It wouldn't be the first time that Donald Trump pursued somebody against their will, right? We know that. Hashtag rapist.
This is true. There we go, man. How you doing?
So you say this is true. Why are you voting for the grapist if you know he's a grapist?
It was only found civilly liable.
Oh my God. Do you have kids?
Yeah, I do.
All right. What do you got? Like a boy or girl? What do you got?
Yeah, I got a toddler. He's a boy.
Okay. All right. So let's recognize if somebody was found liable of sexual abuse, would you let them babysit your kid?
Of course, but I won't anybody. I won't let anybody.
Whoa!
Of course not.
All right, Dad of the Year award, right? No.
No, I said of
Why
course
would
not.
you? Oh, you said of course not.
Yeah,
oh,
of
all
course
right.
not.
I thought you said of course. I'm like that kid ought to be taken away. I thought you said yeah. I'm like, oh no. All right, got me nervous there, man. All right, so let's get this right. You wouldn't let somebody who was found legally liable of sexual abuse babysit your kid, and yet you're going to let somebody who was found liable of sexual abuse be your kid's president?
Civilly liable.
That don't seem right.
I mean, how do you feel voting for a homewrecker?
I'm not voting for Melania Trump. And listen, what happened between Marla Maples and Melania Trump? I don't care. I'm focused on ensuring, that we are putting America first. And that's what we get with Kamala Harris. That's why I'm voting for Kamala Harris. Again, I'm not voting for Melania Trump. You folks confuse this up. It's just Melania and Marla. Listen, man, whatever homewrecking they got going on, I don't got any part in it. Just let them live, So tell me again, why are you voting for the convicted felon, sexual abuser, and civil fraudster?
Because Kamala Harris wants to take.
Yeah, hold on. Let me get this better right. You just said the Second Amendment. Is that what you just spoke on?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Tell me one instance over these past 4 years where Kamala violated the Second Amendment. Go ahead.
No, she didn't violate.
Oh, she didn't. She didn't. Whoa. Oh man! Whoa! You're saying she didn't violate it? Oh man, it's almost like I knew that. Do you know who did violate the Second Amendment during his presidency? His name is Donald Trump. Donald Trump implemented a bump stock ban, which is in direct violation of the Second Amendment, and that's not my opinion. That's not me saying that. You don't get to say no, it's not. The Supreme Court in June of this year, Amy Coney Barrett said it was in direct violation of the Second Amendment according to the Constitution, and they overturned it. Do you know more than the Supreme Court? Do you know more than the Supreme Court?
I mean,
that wasn't a rhetorical. Do you know more than the Supreme Court? Yes or no?
Like in what way?
The Supreme Court's sole purpose is to define and interpret the Constitution. They said Donald Trump's ban on bump stocks was in direct violation of the Second Amendment, making him the first modern-day president to violate the Constitution. More ironically, the Second Amendment, you just said it wasn't unconstitutional. The Supreme Court said it was. So are they right, or are we supposed to trust little old you?
I don't know.
Right. So we do know. We do know. We're going to trust the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
Because that's their job.
Then why does
Are you on the Supreme Court? I'm sorry. Do you play tennis with Clarence Thomas at that billionaire's house? Is that you? Do you know Clarence Thomas? No? Okay. So I'm not going to trust you when you say it's not unconstitutional. I'm going to trust the Supreme Court when they say that Donald Trump's bump stock ban was unconstitutional. So quit playing. Will you now concede? Excuse me, before you pivot, will you now concede and recognize that Donald Trump is the Second Amendment violator, not Kamala Harris? Do you recognize that?
I don't recognize. I mean, I do.
You need to recognize that.
Yeah, I do recognize.
There you go. Now let's get back into my question here, because I just responded to yours. Tell me one economic policy that Donald Trump passed that benefited middle-class Americans. Go ahead.
Project Warp Speed.
No.
How did not
Tell me one economic policy that Donald Trump passed that benefited the middle class. Pardon me. I want to say a massive thank you to Penny. Penny. Oh, no, Penny. Huh?
Thank you, Penny.
Excuse me. Penny, to our moderators, can you please go into the settings right now and unblock Penny? It sounds like somebody accidentally blocked a friendly. Please unblock Penny. And thank you, Penny, for the love. Terry, I want to say a massive thank you for the $50. Terry, if we could please get like 1,000 W Terrys in the chat. Terry, guest. Terry wanted me to tell you that she thinks you're ignorant, so she gave me $50 so that I could continue traveling around the swing state of Pennsylvania meeting voters to win this election. So W's Terry, and also G, thank you so much for being so ignorant. It's because of you Kamala Harris is going to win this election, so thank you. All right, tell me the economic policy that Donald Trump passed through Congress to benefit middle-class Americans. Go ahead.
I don't really like to argue past economic policies.
Oh, you don't want to talk about Donald Trump's term? Oh, you don't want to talk about Donald Trump's first term in the presidency because you don't know what policy he passed? That's too bad. Too bad. Tell me an economic policy he passed through Congress to economically benefit middle-class Americans. This might seem like a rhetorical... No.
No. Tax cuts.
Oh. Tell me about him.
Everybody got a tax cut.
Break it down. I need percentages. I need statistics.
Everybody from the poor to the rich.
Oh, well, first off, that ain't true. Secondly, do you want to tell me about the percentages? Go ahead.
Oh, I don't know the percentages exactly.
Why are you bringing something up if you don't know the percentages?
Because
now, that was a rhetorical. That was a rhetorical. So let me tell you the percentages. What percentage did Donald Trump give to the middle class?
Oh, I don't know. What's middle class?
For example, if you were in the 25% tax bracket, what'd you get?
Like, what's that making?
That's the middle class. That's the average. Pardon me. I'm asking you a question. You're not responding.
But what's it making?
You're not answering the question.
Like, what's the dollar factor?
The issue here is you think that by me providing you a dollar factor that's going to help you answer. You don't know how to answer because you brought up a tax policy without knowing any of the percentages, and that's what I'm proving. But you're trying to pivot away from answering the question because you don't know. Listen, it is not sundown o'clock. Okay, I don't even think it's 7 o'clock yet. So tell me again, what is the tax percent cut that Donald Trump gave to the middle class? Go ahead.
20%.
Wouldn't that have been nice? No.
I don't know. But
wow, if you thought it was 20%, you just wait. If you thought it was 20%, you just wait. Hold on. If you thought it was 20%, you just wait. It was like 20%, but it didn't have a zero.
It was like
20%. It was like it, but it didn't have a zero on the end. It was just 2%. He gave 1 to 2% to the middle class. If you were in the 25% tax bracket, the average tax bracket, he pushed you into a 24% tax bracket. 1 to 2%. Ain't that crazy? You said 20%? Almost like 20%, but there was no zero on the end. It was 2%. All right. Now you tell me, what was the tax cut that Donald Trump gave to corporations? Go ahead.
Sorry,
go ahead.
I had to unmute.
Go ahead. What was it? Go ahead. Come on. Guess.
I don't know.
Guess. Dance for me. Come on, guess. Let's go.
I'm dancing, baby. I'm dancing.
All right, go ahead. What was it?
I don't know.
It was 14%. 14%. So 14% is a tax cut to corporations who are already making record high profits, like Microsoft. 1 to 2% to the middle class. So first off, respectfully, when you go to speak over me, you can respectfully bite it because I'm speaking. So it was 1 to 2% to the middle class. It was 14% to corporations, and the 14% was a permanent tax cut, while the 1 to 2% tax cut was temporary. Can you justify why Donald Trump would give a double-digit permanent tax cut to Microsoft, who already made record high profits prior to the corporate tax deduction, and why he would give a 1 to 2% temporary tax cut to the middle class? And I get it. You're saying that your taxes are higher now or something. But let's recognize that you are under Donald Trump's tax policy today. So before you go into, well, you know what, my taxes are up now, let's recognize you're still under his tax policy. I understand you don't know that, so I'm telling you. So tell me again, what is the discrepancy between the policy? Why did he give a temporary low-digit tax cut to middle-class Americans and a double-digit tax cut that led to an $8 trillion deficit that middle-class Americans are paying off to corporations? Go ahead.
I believe because it wouldn't approve the permanent. It was only temporary because of Congress.
Nope. So again, the corporate tax cut was permanent. The middle class tax cut was temporary. So the corporate tax cut was approved for Congress, right? Approved through Congress, right? Donald Trump put that forth. Excuse me. The permanent tax cut was approved, presented by Donald Trump, approved through Congress, permanent for corporations. Why was it not permanent for the middle class? You tell me.
Because it's unconstitutional.
Because
income tax is unconstitutional.
Excuse me. Wrong. And if you're saying that income tax is unconstitutional, just wait until you find out about the decades and decades and decades of income tax being implemented. I mean, what are you talking about? You want to talk about unconstitutional? Look no further than your own candidate. He's unconstitutional. Violated the Second Amendment with the bump stock ban, but you said that wasn't unconstitutional. You seem to have an issue here with what is and isn't constitutional. You said that Donald Trump violating the Second Amendment, having been ruled by his own Supreme Court as having violated the Second Amendment, right? His bump stock ban violated the Second Amendment. That was unconstitutional according to the Supreme Court. But you said it wasn't unconstitutional. Now you're saying that income tax is unconstitutional? You don't know what is and isn't constitutional. But that's I mean, clearly, right? You MAGA Republicans never do. You never do, right? You thought that Donald Trump had a constitutional obligation to have his vice president overthrow the will of the people. But Mike Pence knew better than you MAGA Republicans, so he said we are going to certify this election and put Kamala Harris and Joe Biden into the presidency. So don't tell me what is and isn't constitutional. I don't trust you. You just from the 15 minutes in this live stream have said that an income tax is unconstitutional and that a violation of the Second Amendment, that being a bump stock ban, according to the Supreme Court, that they're wrong and it is constitutional. Don't play with me. So tell me again. Excuse me. Don't play with me. Don't play with me. I said don't play with me. So tell me again, why are you voting for the criminal? I bring up this economic package. You say the Tax and Jobs Act. Can you tell me, why would you pass this policy knowing it would lead to an $8 trillion debt? This led to an $8 trillion debt, and middle-class Americans are paying for that. Why do you want debt? Go ahead.
Because we could fix it because the U.S. Supreme Court
we can fix it? Oh, wait, we can fix it? Oh, gosh, fuck, you think this is handy-manny? Huh?
Can I finish?
I can fix it, Felix. Dude, the $8 trillion debt? Why fix something? What do you mean, fix it? Why'd he give us an $8 trillion debt? Fuck you mean, fix it? Fix it? Fix it! Hold on! Fix it! You say, well, we're giving you an $8 trillion debt because we're gonna fix it! Fix it? Huh? Wreck-It Ralph, sit down! Hold on!
The U.S. Supreme Court ruled.
Excuse you!
The federal income
Excuse you! Maybe I stuttered! I wasn't done! Let's better understand this, Wreck-It Ralph! I want to better understand this! You're gonna come into my live and tell me that you're gonna give us an $8 trillion debt and that you should do that because we can fix it? No! What does that even mean? What does that even mean? We can fix it. We can fix it. Okay, let's get back into this, man.
I was just wondering.
Excuse me.
Why the US
pardon me. Crime word. Teaching time with Johnny. Gee, I'm gonna put you on mute, and here's what I'm gonna need you to do. I understand that you have a listening issue, clearly, but when somebody puts you on mute, that's a hint that it's time for you to shut up. Okay? So let's understand this, Wreck-It Ralph. See, you just did it again. Bad boy. If you do it again, you're going to get kicked, and I'm sure you would love to be kicked. I'm sure you're going to unmute because you want me to kick you, because you're scared to conversate. There you go. Good boy. Good boy, G. Let me better understand this. Donald Trump gave a 14% corporate tax deduction to Microsoft, Amazon, Walmart. My name is not Rite Aid. Your name is not Nintendo. We didn't benefit from this. We didn't. Donald Trump gave us a 1 to 2% tax cut. And the 14% corporate tax cut led to an $8 trillion debt. $8 trillion debt. That is double the amount of debt that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden added, but their debt was through pandemic response. Donald Trump's debt was through tax cuts for corporations. That's not okay with me. Especially when you recognize that he said, well, the money will trickle down eventually to the middle class, and it never did. And it didn't under Reagan. It gave us George H.W. Bush's recession. It didn't trickle down under George W. Bush either. It gave us a market crash and a global, almost global economic crash and borderline Great Depression. So don't keep telling us trickle-down economics is going to work. It didn't work for me. Didn't work for my mom. Didn't work for my grandma, but you guys can keep telling us that it'll trickle down eventually, maybe someday when my kids are born. Right? Maybe then. But certainly not today, certainly not yesterday, and certainly not 40 years ago. So then let's get better back into this, okay? You're telling me that Donald Trump, who not only increased the debt by $8 trillion, that you're going to vote for him when you know damn well that his tariffs caused a $230 billion tax hike. For example, the 15 to 25% tariff he put on agriculture that increased costs on produce by giving them an export crisis as they lost China as a consumer, led to a surplus in supply and demand issue, and middle-class consumers lost out on the economic advantage. So we get a tax hike of $230 billion, right? We, me, you, the chat, while billionaires run away with their corporate tax deduction. And then we pick up the $8 trillion debt. But you want to tell us that that's a strong economy for us. Yeah, that's going to benefit the middle class real well. No, it didn't. You know what's crazy? Y'all also say, MAGA Republicans also say that that's going to create jobs. It didn't. Didn't create jobs. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Do you know who did create jobs? Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. And they need to play with tax cuts for corporations. They need to play with tariffs. Instead, they gave us, on average, 400,000 jobs every month, well over double what Donald Trump was giving us, through policies like the Inflation Reduction Act, the Infrastructure Package, the Chips and Science Act, the American Rescue Plan. They brought chip manufacturing back to America. They created good-paying union jobs, permanent jobs, full-time jobs, jobs where you won't have to work 2 or 3 jobs to earn a living, but you could earn a living off of one job working with the Department of Transportation. Those jobs. I'm not talking about Donald Trump's jobs he created for GameStop. I'm talking about jobs with the IBEW, jobs with the steelworkers, jobs with the Teamsters, jobs with the SEIU. Those jobs, that's what I'm talking about. So, G, here's my advice to you, okay? Here's my advice to you. I want you to consider that maybe you're voting for a candidate who wants to throw you under the bus economically to benefit corporations and his billionaire buddies. And just because you simp for billionaires does not make you a billionaire. Elon Musk does not care about you even a little bit more just because you are simping for him that much more. Understood? Great. Thank you, G, for coming up. Now, it is going to be my godsend pleasure to boot you out of this live on the count of 3. Everybody, hocus pocus.
I didn't even
3,
get a response.
2, 1. Poof. Goodbye. I don't need to hear the response from somebody who's simping for billionaires. Are you out of your mind? Because I didn't even get to respond. What are you going to do? Respond and say, that's not true. Elon Musk does love me. He loves me very much. No, we don't. Sorry to break it to you, sweetheart. Sorry to break it to you. Elon Musk don't even know how to pronounce his son's name. Hello, guys. Are you voting for Donald Trump? Dang, Melania, calm down. Oh my gosh, she's having a great night. Whew, oh my gosh. Hey, as long as Donald Trump don't know. Let's get up our next guest. I'm going to do something that really annoys MAGA Republicans. I got a lip balm here, and I'm going to use it. So many MAGA Republicans are getting triggered right now. Isn't that crazy? Use a lip balm and MAGA Republicans run away. It's like cologne. Use cologne and MAGA Republicans are like, oh my gosh, and they run away. Hello, guys. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yep, sure am.
Gotcha. And why do you hate America? I mean, why are you voting for Donald Trump?
Are you guys going to let me talk, or are you just going to talk over me like you did?
Do you want to cry more? Listen, if you're gonna cry, could you do me a favor and cry into this cup because we can save the tears and give it to Pennsylvania for their next drought.
Fine. See, you're just
go on.
Can
Can you do me a favor?
You got nothing.
Oh, I caught a tear. Oh, there's another tear. I caught one.
Right.
Nice. There's another one. Wow, you're just wow, look at that. Look at all those tears. Anyway, why are you voting for the criminal? I asked you a question. Respond.
Why? The economy was way better. We had secure
the county.
borders.
What county? You said the county was better.
The economy was better.
Oh, the economy. All right, it's not my fault you don't talk coherently. All right, so tell me again. How was the economy better? Go ahead.
Can you grab that cup for your tears now?
What?
That cup, that yellow cup you had?
Dude, come up with your own roast, man. Just like Donald Trump stealing Bernie Sanders' policies. Y'all just take from other people. Copy and paste. Copy and paste. Copy and paste. Tell me again, why are you voting for the criminal?
Well, a better economy, secure borders, no new wars. You know, it was a lot better.
What are you talking about? Let's talk about those borders. What is Donald Trump's border plan? Go ahead. If you don't know, you just tell me and I'll tell you.
Well, go ahead and tell us. Go ahead.
Do you want to build the wall?
Yeah.
Why do I know his policy and you don't?
I'm just waiting for you, man. Go ahead.
Why do I know his policy and you don't? And I'm going to finish his policy. I'm going to keep reading it to you.
Go ahead and say it already.
I'm going to continue. I want to know first, why don't you know his policy and I do?
Because you had to have someone pull it up for you. So go ahead and say it.
I'm going to have someone pull it up for me?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to build the wall?
Yeah.
Do you want to fund 2,000 border agents? Donald Trump says he needs 2,000 border agents to monitor the wall when he builds it. You want to pay those salaries?
Hell yeah, man. That's more money in our
pocket. You want to pay those salaries. That's not money in your pocket. What are you talking about?
It's money in
America's pockets. We'll get back to this. We'll get back to this. Do you want to block illegal... Now, actually, this one I agree with. I get this. I get this because it's illegal. Do you want to block illegal asylum seekers? Again, I'm talking about illegal migrants, not legal. This one I get.
Yeah. Illegal
I get this one.
Seekers and illegal crossers.
I get it. I like it doesn't cost me money. I like it. I get it. I'll give credit where it's due. Do you want to put... All right, this one was dumb as fucking shit. Donald Trump says, let's pretend this is a water bottle because I don't got one, okay?
Okay.
He says that if you have illegal immigration, you're going to put it all into the cup being the country. He wants to cap it at some point so that we don't overflow. Do you want to cap immigration?
You mean cap immigration like per day, per year, or?
You got to talk to him about that. It's like it's an annual cap, I guess, like a daily cap annual.
Illegal
whatever Congress passes it. This is legal and illegal. He's saying that if you have see what I'm talking about? He's saying that if you have illegal immigrants and you make them legal immigrants, nothing changes. That you're going to have an overflow of migrants. So, do you want to cap immigration? Yes or no? He's saying that we need to limit how many migrants come over a day.
Well, yeah, I mean, cap it with legal immigration, though. That way they can make sure that they're vetted and stuff like that. We could.
So you're saying, cap it?
Yeah.
Last one. Do you want to give millions of dollars to border states? I'm talking millions and millions and millions of dollars to border states. Donald Trump calls it states' rights. Donald Trump says it's states' rights, that states should be allowed to secure the border how they see fit in case they feel that the federal government missed a crack or crevice. You want to do that?
Yeah, that's actually a good idea. I think we should take less out of the federal government's hands.
Okay.
I don't believe in the federal government controlling everything.
All right, hold on. Dude, do you want to talk about Kamala Harris's policy now?
Yeah.
All right, that was Kamala Harris's policy. And here's what I'm going to do before you start crying. Hold on, before you start crying, before you start yelling, you just endorsed Kamala Harris's policy. That was not Donald Trump's policy. That was not Donald Trump's policy. That was Kamala Harris's policy. I told you it was Donald Trump's, and you were so ignorant that you endorsed it. You endorsed Kamala Harris on the border just now. So let's do a celebration. Let's get some L guests in the chat, please. Woo! We got an ignoramus. Yeah, doggy. Woo! Heck yeah, folks, if you like what you're listening to today, and you like watching me point out the hypocrisy of MAGA Republicans, feel free to support me, because I know it would make this guest that much more matter if you did. My Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App are in my bio. I use those funds as I travel around the swing state of Pennsylvania, meeting voters to turn out the vote, and we have about a day left until the election, so feel free to pitch into that fight. Excuse me. I wasn't done talking. And now guest here, you just endorsed Kamala Harris on the border. What I want the next words to come out of your mouth are to be relevant as to your endorsement of Kamala Harris. Will you now own up to the fact you just endorsed Kamala Harris's border policy? And in fact, you said yourself, yeah, that's common sense. You use the word common sense. You also use the word, yeah, no, that makes sense. Like, yeah, we need to do that. Like, who wouldn't want to do that? No, that makes absolute sense. Let's do that. Will you now endorse Kamala Harris on the border? Yes or no? Go ahead. Unmute. Come on. Let's reel it in. Let's go. I ain't got all night. Come on, Diddy, unmute. Let's go. We got to get this done.
All right, so
all right, let's go. You endorse Kamala?
I didn't endorse Kamala. Just because I agree with some of her policies doesn't mean I endorse.
It's not some of her policies. You just endorsed all of her border policies. It wasn't some of her policy. It was you endorsed all of her border policy. All of it. All of it. You saw that border policy and you were drooling. You were drooling. I want to say a massive thank you to Philip Austin. Thank you, Philip Austin. Philip just sent $10 to support me as I continue turning out the vote. Philip said, thank you for making this guy look stupid. Philip, I'm more than happy to. Matt Hobbs, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much. Excuse me, I'm speaking, so you're not. I also want to say a massive thank you to Pauline and Sandra for the love and support. Yeah, guys, I'm more than happy to make this guy look good. You have an echo. You need to scroll out of the app and come back in. You have an echo. And while, yes, I love hearing my own voice, I don't need to hear it through your Nokia 1999. You have an echo. You have an echo. Voice, I don't need to hear it. All right, we got to move on. He has an echo and he ain't willing to fix it. Let's get up our next guest and let's get some L guests in the chat. That was some blatant ignorance. I mean, he straight up just endorsed Kamala Harris on the border because he didn't know Kamala or Donald Trump's border policy, but he said he was voting for Donald Trump based off of the border. Ain't that wild? Robert, thank you so much for the $20. That is beyond kind. I'm sorry. Thank you so much, Robert. Dude, that was nice. Thank you so much. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Mala is so ugly.
All right, hold on. Fetus, deletus, poof, and they're gone. Sometimes I don't even need the wand. That spell is just that powerful. Really gets them out of here, don't it? Oh my gosh. If only fetus, deletus were that easy. Nicole, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate the love. Thank you so much, folks. Paul, how you doing? All right, and goodbye, Paul. Let's get up the next guest. Hello, guest. You voting for Donald Trump? And goodbye. Next step. Okay. Hello, guest. You voting for Donald Trump?
Hello. Yes. Yes.
How old are you?
How old am I?
Yep.
35.
Ew.
How old are you?
Depends. 52 if it's a day ending in Y.
How old are you?
52.
How old are you really?
52. Just ask your mom. She
Why
knows me.
won't you-
Jenny,
why
thank
won't
you
you
so much for the
actually
$60.
say how
Voted
old
blue
you
in
are?
Texas. Can we please get some W Texas? Jenny, thank you so much for the $60. That is beyond kind. Thank you so much. Anyway, I just said I'm 52. If you don't believe me, ask your mom. She knows me well. So anyway, why are you voting for the criminal?
Okay, buddy. Are you going to let somebody else speak?
Why are you voting for the criminal? I'm trying to let you speak, but you won't respond. Why are you voting for the criminal?
So I ask you, like, how old
Why are
buddy?
you voting
How old are
for
you?
the criminal?
How old are you?
I can say 52 1,000 times for you, and yet you still don't believe it. And while I feel good and I appreciate the compliment, I don't know what to tell you.
Like 22 years old, right?
All right, 22.
Just
I'll
in
take
college,
it. I would rather
you know
be
what I mean?
22.
You don't.
I'd be
You don't
more than
really
happy to
have
be 22.
out of life.
Listen,
life
I'm trying to better
experience, guy.
understand this.
You don't.
You're not. You want to talk about life experience. You're coming up here and spewing your nonsense rhetoric. Again, I asked you why you're voting for the felon, but apparently you're too old to process the question, so I'll ask again. Why are you voting for the convicted felon? If you could respond, that would be great. If you need to turn up whatever hearing aid is malfunctioning, then do so. But I need an answer to the question nonetheless. Can you respond? Joseph, thank you so much for the $20. I appreciate the love. Thank you so much, Joseph. Again, guess, I know you don't know how to work your cell phone. I get that. I need you to unmute yourself. There you go. Good boy. You did it. So why are you voting
I'm
for the criminal?
For the felon, dude, because life is 100%
you called him a
better
felon.
under Donald Trump's policies. And if you know
Called him a
anything about the world, my friend, that you will know that she is not going to change one thing She just works for the
Excuse me.
establishment.
You're
and
not
she's
telling me
just
what
a puppet
policies he's
under the
going to
whole
pass here.
establishment.
Can you tell me one economic policy that Donald Trump has ever passed that economically benefited middle-class Americans? Go ahead.
Hey, buddy, I'm not going to sit here
Buddy,
and
what I
talk
need you
all
to
that.
do is just
I
tell
just
me the
know
policy.
facts
Buddy, I
about
just need you
life.
to tell me the policy. If you can't tell me the policy, then just say so. I don't need to hear your life story, your Disney Channel upbringing. I don't care about your life. Oh, sorry, did you think I did? I don't. So tell me again about that policy. What's one economic policy that Donald Trump passed that benefited middle-class Americans? That's what I care about. Answer that question. Go ahead.
I guess it would have been tax cuts across the whole
Tax
board.
cuts?
Yeah.
And the
across
tax
whole
cuts are
board.
what exactly? What was the tax cut for the middle class?
Buddy, I don't know the specifics.
Oh, you don't know
about
the
every
specifics, but
single
you brought up the
tax cut,
tax
dude.
policy. You
All
bring
I
up the
do
tax
know-
policy and you don't know the percentage of a tax cut
why don't
you
you
gave to
calm
middle
down
class
and let
Americans?
somebody else
Let me
speak?
better
That's all you
understand
do
this.
is
I
put-
ask you for a policy that benefited middle class Americans economically, and you say the Tax Act. Okay. Cool,
Hey, bud.
cool.
Hey, bud.
First off, that's not the name of
somebody-
it, but that's
let
fine.
somebody
That's
else
fine. I'll
talk,
give you some
dude.
leverage. You say the tax cuts. First off, that's not the name of the act, but I'll give it to you. That's your free space. Then I say, what's the percentage? And now you're clueless. Damn. That was fast. You really walked up here and went from confident to clueless real quick, didn't you? All right. But I ain't giving you another free space, so you're going to respond. What was the tax cut percentage for the middle class? Go ahead. Unmute and respond. I ain't got all night. Let's go. The clock is ticking and your candidate's losing, so you might want to hurry up and respond. Come on. There you go. Good boy.
This is
What's the
ridiculous
percentage?
shit.
Percentage is what?
Percentage? I have no idea what percentage you're talking
Shocker.
about.
Wow, what a shocker. Oh, gosh. You don't know the percentage? I'm so shocked.
I'm sure
not
you
shocked.
do, dude, because you
I
sit
ain't
here and
shocked.
study it, dude.
I ain't shocked.
Real people go
I
to
ain't
work,
shocked.
dude. They don't live on
Excuse
TikTok,
me.
dude.
Excuse me.
You know? Excuse you, dude.
I have a full-time job as George Soros' mistress. Thank you very much. So 1
You're
to
real
2%
funny, dude. I'm
is the
sure you
tax
do.
cut. 1 to 2% is the tax cut for the middle class.
Okay, that's good.
14% was the tax cut for corporations. The corporate tax cut was permanent. The middle class tax cut was temporary, yet we recognize that Donald Trump claimed middle class Americans were struggling, and we know that corporations were already making record high profits before the 14% corporate tax deduction. We also know that the corporate tax deduction led to an $8 trillion debt. I'm not done. Led to an $8 trillion debt. Led to an $8 trillion debt, and middle class Americans are paying that off. So I want you to justify something for me here. Why did Donald Trump give a temporary, single, low-digit tax cut to the middle class when he said the middle class was struggling? And why did he give a 14% tax deduction to corporations, that being a permanent tax cut, when they were already making record high profits? And when this led to an $8 trillion debt that the middle class was paying off? So he gave pennies to the middle class and then threw an $8 trillion debt at them, but gave corporations who already had record high profits a 14% tax cut. Do you want to justify that? Can you break down the logic behind that? Because so far, not a single economist has been able to justify the logic, but you seem like a smart... you seem like you seem like a guy. Can you explain to me the justification behind it? Go ahead.
Listen, I didn't even hear one thing you just said.
Oh,
bro.
shocker.
But
Okay, so I'll repeat it. Donald Trump gave a 14% corporate permanent tax deduction to Microsoft, who already had record high profits. This led to an $8 trillion debt that the middle class had to pay off. Yet Donald Trump said the middle class was struggling when he assumed the presidency, but only gave them a 1 to 2% temporary tax cut, and then tossed an $8 trillion debt at them. So there you go, buddy. I repeated it for you. Can you justify that? Why did he do that? Again, you seem like a smart... you seem like an intelligent... you seem like a person with a... with a brain... Can you tell me why he did that? That really hurt. Can you hurry up and unmute and justify it? Do you know how to unmute your phone? You can unmute yourself whenever you're ready, Pookie. I'll just keep waiting here. Just like you were waiting for your daddy when he left to go get that milk. Keep waiting. I assume just like your daddy, you're not coming back. So I'll be here. Folks, while we're waiting, feel free to support me. My Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App are in my bio. I use those funds as I travel the swing state of Pennsylvania, meeting voters to turn out the vote for Kamala. The day after tomorrow's election day, so now's the time to support if you want to support. All right, I can't even call him smart. I'm really trying. I'm really trying. Oh gosh, it hurts. All right, he's clearly Googling something here. We all recognize that he's clearly Googling. Like, he's not unmuting because he's Googling. Oh my gosh. Let's get up. Oh, he ran away! He ran away! Let's get some cow emojis in the chat. We got a runner! Yeah! We got a runner! Woo! We got a runner! Moo! Let's get some cow emojis in the chat, please. Moo! They're running like chickens! They're running like chickens. Let's get up our next guest. That might have been a lot. But it was worth it, you know? It was worth the cowbell and the chicken, I think.
Hello? Hello?
I am not listening to that voice for the next 15 minutes. I would rather listen to nails on a chalkboard. No offense, but, you know. There are surgeries to get that voice changed, and I would be more than happy to recommend some sources. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Nope. Kamala 2024.
Hey, let's get some W Kamalas in the chat. That's awesome. Let's get up our next guest. All right, no way I'm listening to that voice for 15 minutes. I honestly, I'd rather be handcuffed to JD Vance and a couch. Joseph, thank you so much for the $20. That is beyond kind. Thank you so much, Joseph. Thank you. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump? Okay, let's get up our next guest. Again, if you're voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Let's have a conversation. Don't be shy. Well, or you probably should be shy, let's be honest. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Trump?
Before we get started...
No, I don't wait for something. Oh, before we get started, I'm just going to move on. I don't need to hear your life upbringing, right? No offense, I just really don't care. Sorry. Maybe I led you on to think I care about your upbringing. I don't need the whole Disney Channel franchise movie. I just don't need the 3-part series. I'd rather just talk about the candidates. Hello?
Hey. Hello?
The next person to come up with, like, you know, some sort of European accent to tell me that I should or shouldn't vote for a candidate, I'm going to personally go buy a bucket of tea off of Amazon and toss it into the Boston Harbor. I won't even hesitate. I'm already looking up tea on Amazon. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
You're darn right I am.
Oh, goodness gracious. And where's that accent from? Alabama?
No, in truth, I'm from Canada, and I'm trying to sound like a guy from Alabama. I will admit.
All right. I just purchased a bucket of tea off of Amazon, and it's going right into the ocean. I want to say a big thank you to Barbara for the love on Cash App. Thank you so much, Barbara. Let's get up our next guest. Again, if you're voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Let's have a conversation. Don't be shy. Coming up. Come on up. I don't need a bunch of keyboard warriors in my chat box. I need Donald Trump supporters in my guest requests. Hello, guest. Are you voting for the criminal? Okay, it's a little early to be sundowning. Oh, come on. You took way too long to answer that. That ain't my fault. That's your fault. Don't let anybody tell you that I just kicked you. I said, are you voting for Trump? I counted to 5. You did not answer. Then I kick you. And at the moment I kick you, you answered. That's on you, bud. That ain't on me. I tried. I really tried. I was like, let me get this guy up here. I'm going to conversate with him.
Yo.
Hello. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes, I am indeed.
Gotcha. And why do you hate America? I mean, why are you voting for Donald Trump? Yeah,
because
same thing. What are we even
doing? He's a way
doing?
better candidate than Kamala Harris is.
Okay, that doesn't make any sense. Next time I ask you, what's your favorite kind of food? Don't say, I like the edible kind. Give me a list of ingredients and a recipe.
Does make sense.
Why are you voting for Donald Trump?
You want to pick the better thing.
Why are you voting for Donald Trump?
Because he's a better candidate than Kamala Harris is. So I don't want to vote for Kamala Harris.
Okay,
I'd
so
rather
again,
vote for the
you have
better
on one side
candidate.
of the aisle a district attorney, an attorney general, senator, and vice president. Somebody who led the largest Department of Justice, second only to the U.S. Department of Justice, in a state that had the 5th largest economy in the world. Somebody who led the largest law enforcement department in the United States. Chuck, thank you so much for the $24. I appreciate it. 24 for 2024. Thank you so much, Chuck. That is so nice. And then you, on the other hand, have Donald Trump, who said that we should defund the police on April 5th, 2023, who said that we should defund the police, who violated the Constitution with his bump stock ban. Donald Trump, right, who is a felon, sexual abuser, and civil fraudster, somebody that Kamala Harris would typically prosecute. Are you saying he's not a felon?
Indeed.
Is that what you just said?
Indeed,
Heather, thank
sir.
you so much for the $20. Guest, Heather wants me to tell
Trump is
you.
not a felon.
Excuse me. Do you hear me? Do you hear me all right? Is my mic cutting out? Do you hear me, guest?
Yeah, I hear you.
Good. Cool. I want you to hear this. Heather just sent $20. She said that she hates you and she wants me to tell you that. So there you go. I did it. Thank you, Heather. And thank you, guest, for being so easily hateable. It's because of you that I just made $20, and I can't wait to use those funds to travel around the swing state of Pennsylvania and continue meeting voters. So you're single-handedly helping us elect Kamala, and that's a big W for our guests. Let's get some W Heathers and some W guests in the chat. So help me better understand this. Donald Trump is the felon. Are you saying he's the victim of political persecution, or are you saying he didn't commit the crime? What are you saying here?
I'm not sure if he did commit the crime, but
you're not sure if he committed the crime? That's okay. Then just ask the criminal justice system, the unanimous jury that ruled he's guilty of the crime. Right? Stacy, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate the love. Stacy, excuse me. Stacy wanted me to tell you that she does not like you. Do you hear me? Stacy wanted me to tell you that she does not like you. So there you go. Anyway, let's better understand this then. Why is Donald Trump not a felon in your eyes when Donald Trump, right, was found guilty by a unanimous jury appointed by his own lawyers? So he paid Republican lawyers to appoint a jury, and that jury found him guilty. Why are you saying that that jury was wrong, or that his lawyers are wrong?
Guilty of what?
34 felony counts of falsifying business records, checks, and statements, found liable of sexual abuse, and found liable of civil fraud. Yeah, I just did. It's falsifying business records, checks, and statements. Those are the 34 felony counts. I'm not reading it. I'm trying to read a message. Excuse me. Gabrielle just sent $10 to tell this guy that... Pardon me. Again, Gabrielle just sent $10 for me to tell you that she hates you. Thank you, Gabrielle, for the $10. And again, guest, thank you for being so easily hated. It's because of people like you that we're going to win this election. Okay. And guest, you should really consider reading, right? I mean, I feel like reading is a good thing. I know that you and literacy probably aren't in a relationship, but let's get back into it.
Hateful?
Oh, let's see. Why might I be hateful?
Yeah. I mean, aren't Democrats
let's think.
Like...
Nope. At one point, Democrats went high when you went low. That's no longer the case. Now, when you go low, we're going to drag you down further. The fact of the matter is, we became hateful in your eyes when you stripped away Roe v. Wade. You stripped away the law of the land. You stripped away a woman's right to choose without even providing her with a policy that economically benefited her after she gave birth. We became hateful in your eyes when you stripped transgender Americans out of the military for simply trying to serve and defend and protect their country. The country that apparently, in your eyes, hates them. That's disgusting. We became hateful in your eyes when you told a black American that their vote might not count as much as that of a white American. That's when we became hateful. We became hateful. We became hateful.
Yeah, actually
when you told LGBTQ plus Americans that they can love how they want to love, but just not in America. We became hateful when you blocked the bipartisan border deal, yet run around harping on border security as though you actually care. You don't care. Don't tell us we're hateful. You're just mad because we no longer go high when you go low. When you go low, and sorry to Michelle Obama, but when you go low, we drag you down further. And respectfully, you can bite us because we are going to defeat you on Tuesday. Let's get up our next guest. I'm not going to keep listening to somebody who doesn't even know where he is. If I wanted to listen to somebody's sundown, I would get my community service in and go into a retirement home. I don't need talking to some sort of MAGA Republican about it. Noah, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate the cash app. Thank you so much for the love, Noah. Noah, for that guest, tell him that he does not like... Yep, Noah, he's gone now. But to that guest who just left, Noah hates you. Thank you, Noah, for the $10. I appreciate the love. Folks, if you haven't already, in the bottom right-hand corner here, the account that says Johnny Palmadessa, that is my backup account. Please make sure that you follow that account, just in case we ever need it. Tiffany, hi, are you voting for Donald Trump?
It's me and my wife, but Tiffany's my wife's name. Anyway, yes, we're voting for Donald Trump.
Gotcha. So question, is Tiffany also your sister?
No, absolutely not.
Oh, I just assumed. I mean, I heard, you said you were voting for Trump, and, I know that MAGA Republicans like to keep it in the family. Cammy, thank you so much for the $20. That is beyond kind. Thank you so much, Cammy. I appreciate the love. Cammy wanted me to tell you that she thinks this relationship is a sin. Anyway, so why are you voting for Donald Trump?
That is a hateful speech.
Pardon me. Why are you voting for Donald Trump?
No, I asked you a simple question.
All right, let's move on. Apparently they think I'm playing. I'm not the one. Sorry, we don't have time for this, right? I don't have time to listen to a MAGA Republican complain about their sensitive feelings. I need to have a conversation here. If you're voting for Donald Trump, join my guest request. Let's have a conversation. Mitza, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. That is beyond kind. Thank you so much for the love. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
That's
Can you hear
disgusting.
me?
Oh, I wish I couldn't.
Well, before you go there.
Oh, gosh.
I want to
that voice.
explain me.
I want to explain that. It might be time to seek a
Democrat.
cough drop. Oh, my God.
All right. Keep going with that. I grew up a Democrat, so I see
listen,
both sides.
if I had a
see
nickel
your
for
side,
every
I see
time you
that
MAGA
side.
Republicans came up here and said you voted Democrat your whole life or that you grew up Democrat, I would be a fucking billionaire, right? You all say the same thing. It's just not true. So don't tell me about your upbringing, because respectfully, you could save the Disney Channel movie for Netflix. I don't care to hear it. Why are you voting for the sexual abuser, civil fraudster, and felon? If you could respond to that, that would be great.
Let's see.
Whoa! Hold on. I need you to for a second. Dang, Christopher, thank you so much for the $100. I'm sorry, can I see please, can I see like 1,000 W Christophers in the chat? Guess because of you. Oh my God, because of you, Christopher just dropped $100 to support me as I'm meeting voters across the swing state of Pennsylvania these next 2 days. That is beyond kind, Christopher. Thank you so much for the love.
That's
and
good.
yes,
That's your right to
thank
do
you
that.
for being so easily hated, because it's because of you that I just received $100 to go spend on gas so that I could continue traveling and
That's
meeting
your right to do
voters
that.
these
Go
next
ahead.
2 days. I appreciate it. Thank you, guest, for being so easily disliked. And thank you, Christopher, for the love. Christopher, that is beyond kind. Thank you so much, Christopher. Let's get back into it. So you're, did you talk about your sister wife? Where were we talking about? Your sister's
No,
wife
that
or
wasn't
something?
me. That was the previous guy.
Oh, right. You're the one whose voice sounds like that. Anyway, so why are you voting for the felon?
Well, let's see. When he was in office, if you wanted to buy a house, not sure if you have, you probably have by making all your hate comments.
By
and
making, oh wow, oh
But
gosh,
it
not
costs
only the voice, but you can't even get a
$75,000 and now
coherent
under the new
sentence out.
administration-
Pick your battle, man. Do you want to do the incoherent sentences, or do you want to do the voice? Really, pick your battle. You can't have it
Bro,
both ways now, right?
I would dominate you in any battle.
I really wish you wouldn't dominate me. That'd be disgusting.
I'm
But I
sure
don't know
you
why
wouldn't.
you're fantasizing about your fetishes. I'm asking
Yeah,
you
my
again, why are
fetishes.
you voting for the criminal?
Well, if
You're
you
talking
wouldn't-
about the
if you
housing
quit
market.
interrupting, I would actually say.
I'm gonna do everybody a public service and just stop that voice from speaking for a couple seconds. Let's do a quick little reset. Guest, you're talking about the housing market. That's fine and dandy. I hear you. I get it. I hear you. I want to say, Cammie, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate the love on behalf of Pennsylvania. Thank you to our Pennsylvanians out there. Thank you so much. Proud to be a Pennsylvanian myself. But guest, I want to better understand this, okay? You're saying that you're voting based off of the housing market. Housing market goes up. Housing market goes down. Housing market goes up. Housing market goes down. There was a global pandemic. Interest rates are going to go up. I don't blame Donald Trump for the high-end interest rates. I won't blame Joe Biden for that either. Right? Because you can either blame both of them or blame neither of them. I choose to blame neither of them because I don't think they caused the pandemic. But I get that you MAGA Republicans don't do that. You guys have your conspiracies. You think JFK Jr. is still alive. Blah, 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 blah. I believe in reality. They ain't caused the pandemic, so they didn't cause those housing costs to increase. But if you want to see lower costs on homes, vote for Kamala Harris, who will give you a $25,000 first-time homeowners credit so that you can purchase a home. Get your foot into the literal door. Oh my gosh, Mitza, what? Mitza just dropped $80. Mitza! Guys! Stop! Thank you so much, Mitza, for the love. That is beyond kind. Mitza wanted me to tell you that she deeply dislikes you, guest. So I hope you know that. Thank you so much, Mitza, for the love. I really appreciate it. Guess, so anyway, if you can unmute, tell me one economic policy that Donald Trump passed that benefited middle-class Americans during his first term. Go ahead.
The tax cut.
What was the tax cut he gave to the middle class?
He did it on big corporations, which means...
What was the tax cut Donald Trump gave to the middle class? Jessica, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
On a side note, though...
Can you just tell me the tax cut for the middle class?
You realize
tax cut for the middle class?
You realize
tax cut for the middle class? Tax cut for the middle class? Tax cut for the middle class?
And what you're doing right now is going to...
Tax cut for the middle class. Did I stutter?
It's
my
gonna make
gosh.
them build themselves.
Tax
You're
cut
the
for the
person that...
Oh my gosh. Get out of my live. My gosh. You're not going to answer my question and then spew your nonsense? Get out. Goodness gracious. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I'm 25. I'm voting for Donald Trump.
Okay, and why do you hate America? I mean, why are you voting for Donald Trump?
I don't know. I was going to actually debate you, but
Well, I'm trying to ask you a question, and you just dodged it right off the get-go of this conversation. So if you want to debate me, let's start by you answering my question. I said, why are you voting for Donald Trump? And you didn't answer. Why are you voting for Donald Trump? And maybe this time speak coherently.
Listen. Okay, I'm going to get it to you right now.
Okay.
All right, listen
I'm
here,
sure this
boy.
will absolutely, I'm sure that this will be very coherent
all right, listen
and have
here,
some sort
boy.
of substance
Catch
to it. It
my
certainly won't be
dick and
incoherent
get
at
it out
all.
your damn mouth.
Okay.
You heard me?
Are you good?
You heard me?
I have no idea what he's talking about. Okay. Anyway, folks, if you haven't already, in the bottom right-hand corner here, you see an account that says Johnny Palmadessa. Hit the follow button on that little account there. That's my backup account, just in case we ever need it. Just in case we ever need it. In that bottom left-hand corner there, hit the follow button on that account. I'm going to remove that account in just a moment, so now's the time again. In the bottom left-hand corner, hit the follow button on that account. That is my backup account, just in case we ever need it. Let's get up our next guest. Hello? Hello? Okay, Ogle, let's get up the next guest, Omegle. Folks, if you're voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request right now. Here's what we're going to do going forward. If you are voting for Donald Trump and you comment a single thing in my comment section and you are not in my guest request, you are going to be blocked. Because I don't need keyboard warriors in my chat. I need Trump supporters in my guest requests. Got it? Understood? Great. If you're voting for Donald Trump, get into my guest request. Do not comment if you're not in my guest request. Don't be a snowflake. Be a patriot. Join my guest requests. Hello, guest. Are you voting for the criminal?
I'm sorry. I'm just trying to get information on the.
Oh yeah, hold on.
Sorry,
one
I'm so
second.
sorry. I did not mean to.
No, you're good. You're good. Hold on one sec.
You're cool.
Fetus deletus. Folks, I really need you to. If you're a Trump supporter, come on up. Don't be shy. Come on. Don't be scared. You're just going to keep breathing into the microphone like that? I mean, may I recommend a machine to help you alleviate whatever is clogging up your nose? Are you voting for Donald Trump? Okay, let's get up our next guest. Can we get some W Kamalas in the chat, please? Let's get some W Kamalas in the chat, because at this rate, I mean, listen, these Trumpers ain't got anything on Kamala. They're just running in circles, and the election's the day after tomorrow, so I feel great about this. I mean, if this is the best that Trumpers have got, whew, they're not sending their best. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Hey, how you doing, bro?
Depends. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Well,
vote
then
for
I'm not
Donald
doing
Trump.
so well. Why ask? Why are you voting for a criminal, convicted felon, and sexual abuser?
So the reason I'm voting for Donald Trump is because he ran our country pretty well for 4 years, and
Let's start anew. This time, when you tell me why you're voting for Donald Trump, maybe talk about a policy or a stance. Maybe say something coherently. Are you driving right now? You are driving right now. Here's the thing. Stacy, thank you for the love. I appreciate the $10. Here's the thing. I get that you MAGA Republicans want to vote for Donald Trump because he's a felon, but you don't have to become a felon yourself, right? You don't have to become a felon yourself. Okay? Don't text and drive. Just a thought. All right, we might need to do a live stream restart if we can't get any Trumpers up here. Again, if you're voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request right now. There's a lot of MAGA Republicans commenting. Hey, if you're voting for Donald Trump, comment MAGA. If you're voting for Donald Trump, comment MAGA. Because I'm going to invite you up here. Brooklyn, thank you so much for the love. Thank you so much for the love on Venmo, Brooklyn. Thank you, thank you. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump? Oh, I see the profile photo. You ain't voting for Trump. That's a Kamala supporter right there. Good to see our fellow Kamala supporters. Slowly but surely, gonna get somebody up here. Probably not though, because all the Trumpers are running scared. Boo doo boo boo doo boo 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 boo. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump? I was gonna troll you right back. That's too funny. He straight up troll. Oh, it's just two trolls. I was literally about to do the chicken. I was just about to troll him right back, and then he does the toilet flush. You know what? Great minds think alike. That's phenomenal. That actually has me giggling. That was funny. We both trolled each other at the same time. That is funny. That is effing funny. Man. Hello, Joe. Are you voting for the criminal? Okay, bye, Joe. Stinks. I think that was JD Vance. Do they still got him locked in the closet? It's just JD Vance and Vivek Ramaswamy in the closet. Just two guys. Certainly nothing going on. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
It depends.
On?
Are you going to yell?
Probably.
Are you going to get irate?
Probably.
Are you going to speak over me?
Probably, yeah. Are you new here?
Then
dude, I'm
not.
Italian. That's called life. Get over it.
Yeah.
Speaking of, where's our Italians in the chat? Where are y'all at? Excuse me, shut up. I wasn't talking to you. Take a second. Quiet time. Where's our Italians at? Can we get some W's Italy in the chat? Where's our Italians? Where's our Italian Americans? Where are y'all at? Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, so guess you might be new here. You joined an Italian chat. That's on you, man. First mistake, right? So tell me again, and this time without all the crying and nagging and whining because I don't need to hear it. I'm not married to you, so I don't care. Why are you voting for a criminal? Unmute and hurry up.
I want to know what Kamala did.
I want to know why you're voting for Donald Trump, but apparently we're both not going to get what we want here. Can you answer the question? Why are you voting for Donald Trump? Why are you voting for Donald Trump?
That's it.
All right, one more time. I asked you, why are you voting for Donald Trump? You're almost on the third strike. 3 strikes and you're out. Understood? Great. Unmute. Tell me, why are you voting for Donald Trump? If you can't answer this question, how am I supposed to believe that you're going to be able to answer questions in relation to policy and statistics, which I'm planning on asking you in a few minutes from now? Like, if you can't answer why you're voting for Trump, you clearly ain't going to be able to answer anything of substance, right? Right? So why are you voting for Trump? This one shouldn't be that hard. This should be pretty easy. Go ahead. Come on, Pookie, hurry up. Let's go. Come on, Pookie! Pookie, answer the question. Let's go. Maybe I'll help you if you hear from somebody who looks a little familiar. It's oh, that wig is backwards. Hold on. Let me fix that for you. All right, Big Daddy, here you go. Come on, guess why you're voting for the convicted felon, Donald J. Trump, the 45th convicted felon of these United States. You look at China, you look at Russia, and everybody agrees. Johnny's very nice. He's asking you a simple question. Unmute. Tell me why you voted for Donald J. Trump.
One accomplishment. That's all I'm asking for.
Dude, The Inflation Reduction Act, American Rescue Plan, CHIPS and Science Act, Infrastructure Package. Now, before you pivot, I need you to tell me, why are you voting for Donald Trump?
He runs a country like a business.
That doesn't make any sense. He ran a country like the business the first time around. It gave us an $8 trillion debt. It gave us a $230 billion tax hike. That is true. That is true. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Get me a fact check. Go ahead.
Show me.
Fact check. Go get me one. Give me a fact check. Oh, wait. Prove me wrong. Hey, prove me wrong. You just said I was wrong? Give me a fact check. Let's go. Hurry up. Da 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 dum da dum da da dum 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 da dum 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 boom boom. Now let's also better understand this. You're going to say that Donald Trump was a good businessman in the sense of running the country, or a good businessman in the sense of his own operation. Donald Trump went bankrupt 6 times. Listen, 1 bankruptcy? Okay. I might even call you smart if you had 1 bankruptcy, because maybe you claim not to get some money back. 2 bankruptcies? All right, now you're getting a little... that's a little untrustworthy. 6 bankruptcies, including a casino? How do you bankrupt a casino? How does a good businessman bankrupt a fucking casino? The whole point of a casino is to take money. You take money from people. How you fuck that up? Huh? How do you mess that up? That's like saying, oh, my bank went bankrupt. Huh? What? And he owes $488 million to the state of New York. So Donald Trump won business-wise, not doing so well. He's in debt, hundreds of millions of dollars in debt, and went bankrupt 6 times. Now, let me also better understand this. You're saying he ran the country like a business. $230 billion tax hike on the middle class from his tariffs alone. And an additional $8 trillion debt. You tell me, is $8 trillion in debt a good business?
No, my friend.
Excuse me, is $8 trillion in debt a good business? I'm asking you a question. Answer, is $8 trillion in debt a good business? Because he put America $8 trillion in debt. You tell me, is that a good business? Come on, unmute Uncle Daddy. Let's go. Hurry up. I ain't got all night. Can you hurry up?
Are you going to be quiet?
Let me think. No. So answer the question. Thank you for the galaxy, by the way, Angela. I appreciate the love. Thank you so much. Can you answer the question? Is $8 trillion in debt a good business?
I'll wait till you shut the fuck up.
Is $8 trillion in debt a good business?
I'll
Answer.
wait till you shut the fuck up.
Hurry up, answer.
All you do
Hurry
is
up and
flap
answer.
your guns.
Hurry
I
up
see
and
your
answer.
guns moving
Answer.
up and down.
Hurry up and answer.
Shut the fuck up.
Hurry up. Let's go.
Someone shut the fuck up.
Answer.
Someone shut the fuck up.
All right, he's not engaging in the conversation. Let's move on.
shut
This one's just a crybaby. Folks, if you're voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Let's have a conversation about it. Don't be shy. If you can't hold your own, don't come up. Right? If you're just coming up here to cry about why your wife and husband left you, I don't know what to tell you. But you ain't going to find empathy out of me. Not when you're trying to strip away the right to choose from women across America. I ain't going to feel shit for you. All right. Christina, you there? Okay, guess not. Let's get up our next guest. Maybe we got to do a live stream restart. We might need to restart the live stream. Folks, if you haven't already, hit that follow button in the top left corner, right up there. It's a little follow button. It might look like a heart. It could be a plus sign. I don't really know. It's a little button in the top left corner. Hit that little button. Join our family. We'll love to. We'll treat you right, folks. Listen, you hit that follow button, you will be part of our family. We will love you forever. You'll be part of our team here. You know, you'll be part of our community. Guest, hi, are you voting for Donald Trump?
Oh, sorry. I was just I just thought that you were
Are you
just
voting
having
for Donald Trump?
No, of course not. Sorry.
You're good. You're good. We will be talking to Kamala supporters later, so I do hope that you come back. Just for now, that we are just looking to talk to some Trump supporters. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes, I am.
How old are you?
18.
All right, hold on one sec. Fetus deletus, poof, and goodbye. Let's get up our next guest. That was not an 18-year-old. Folks, if your voice hasn't dropped yet, may I recommend going somewhere else? Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Hi, Johnny. I love you. I just wanted to say that. Bye.
Stop it. I love you right back. Thank you so much for the love. Thank you. Thank you. Let's get up our next guest. Slowly but surely. All right, this one ain't coming up. Gonna try a couple more, and then we'll probably do a live stream restart.
Hi, good evening.
Girl, calm down. I didn't even say hello yet. My gosh. You jumped right in and said, let me get right into it. So I'm trying to ask you a question, and my question is, are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Why'd you hesitate?
I didn't hesitate. I said yes. My Wi-Fi is bad. I just heard you delay that question.
Okay, well, stop using MAGA Mobile. Like, why is that my fault? Ew. Stop projecting.
I never said it was your fault.
Okay, you don't need to harp on it. I don't need to hear the feelings. Okay, so why are you voting for the convicted felon, sexual abuser, and civil fraudster?
Because I want my taxes to be low again.
You want your taxes to be low again? Hunt, you're under Donald Trump's tax policy right now. You're under Donald Trump's tax policy right now. You understand that? Excuse me, pardon me. You just said that you want your tax low again. Your taxes low? You just said you want your taxes low again. Are you new here? Are you American? Because you know every voter from both sides. Okay, well, apparently then you're a very confused American, because most Americans, apparently not all, because you're the exception, I guess. So most Americans know that we're still under Donald Trump's tax policy. The tax policy,
well aware, yes.
Excuse me, you're not well aware. You just said you want your taxes lower once more, but you're under Donald Trump's tax policy. So make it make sense. Your taxes are the same today as they were then. You understand that?
What makes you think that?
Excuse me. You just said you want your taxes low. I'm asking you a question, and you just pivoted. You just said you want your taxes low again, and yet you just suggested that your taxes went up, but you're under Donald Trump's tax policy. His tax policy has not changed. Do you understand that? Do you understand that?
Are you going to like continue muting me or not?
Until you answer, yeah.
Yeah, I will answer if you like stop muting me.
Hurry up.
I will hurry up if I want to.
Can you
You're
move
just going
quicker
to sit there
here?
And listen to my answer.
This is okay.
So
this is giving
when
processing
Donald Trump was
issue.
in office and he wants to like.
Okay, so you didn't respond. So you get muted again. Isn't that fun? Oh look, poof, muted. So tell me again. You just said that you want your taxes lower, but you're still under Donald Trump's tax policy. So how are your taxes higher today than they were under Donald Trump when the tax code has not changed? You are still under his tax policy. It did not. Monique, thank you so much for the galaxy. Dude, the tax policy lasts 8 years. This is an easy fact check. If you're saying I'm wrong, go look it up and come back. I'll play some music. You go look it up.
Well, you can keep that music on waiting because I already answered.
Go look. Poof. Go look. Come on, Pookie. Go on. Do some research. We're gonna listen to this first verse. Look at him aggressively unmuting himself. He is so easily triggered. Look at how easily, look at how easy I was able to trigger this MAGA Republican. Look at this.
Are you okay?
Look at this aggression. Look at how easy it was for me to trigger this MAGA Republican. That was so easy.
Are you done?
Yeah, so can you hurry up and respond?
Oh my god, perfect. So as I was saying, you know how, Trump in, Okay.
Continue.
So as I was saying, you know how Trump,
I get it. You're mad. Keep crying.
Wait, so Kamala.
Whenever you're ready.
What issues you got?
So you're still under Donald Trump's tax policy. Pardon me. You're still under Donald Trump's tax policy. Do you understand that? You just said that your taxes are higher today than they were. Excuse me. You just said that your taxes were higher today than they were under Donald Trump, but you're still under Donald Trump's tax policy. Do you understand that?
Hello?
Okay, let's move on. This one is apparently broken. Let's throw it back into the water. Apparently not every fish is, intelligent. Let's get up a next one. Let's all go fishing. Oh, new prop. Somebody drop a 20. I'm going to get a new prop. It's going to be a fishing pole. From now on, we're going to go fishing. That's funny. Who's down for a fishing pole prop? We'll get some fish and throw them back. Woo! We're going to get some fish. Somebody drop a 50. We're getting a fishing pole. That's funny. I love that. I love that. Josh, hi. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I am.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, so I had a quick question.
So why are you voting for the criminal?
Well, that's what I was going to ask you. How come you're voting for Kamala?
Yeah, so you're voting for a criminal, and I'm voting for the prosecutor. I think that already speaks volumes on our character itself, but I'm more than happy to tell you why I'm voting for Kamala. May I put you on mute?
Yeah, that's fine.
Great. And I want to recognize that you pivoted immediately and didn't respond to my question as to why you were voting for Donald Trump. And that's because you can't. There's no reason to vote for Donald Trump, and you know that. I'm voting for Kamala Harris because this is a middle-class black woman who became a district attorney even though she had no right doing so in America because every card was socioeconomically stacked up against her. I mean, this woman persevered, though, becoming not only a district attorney, but an attorney general, leading the largest Department of Justice, second only to the United States Department of Justice, in a state that had the 5th largest economy in the world. The largest law enforcement department in the United States. This is the law and order candidate. This is the felon. I picked the prosecutor. You picked the criminal. I'm picking the senator and vice president who gave us the Inflation Reduction Act, the American Rescue Plan, the CHIPS and Science Act, and the infrastructure package. I'm voting for the candidate that created double the amount of jobs that Donald Trump created. 400,000 on a monthly average, 178,000 on a monthly average, not including pandemic jobs created or lost. I'm voting for the candidate Kamala Harris, who believes in freedom. Donald Trump doesn't know a word or thing or belief behind freedom. He looks at freedom and he thinks that freedom is something you can just violate for the hell of it. You look at Kamala Harris. This is somebody who believes in the right to choose. She says, hey, women, I'm going to fight for you. But if you choose to have a baby, then I'm going to financially support you with a $6,000 permanent child tax credit. Donald Trump says, women, I'm going to strip away your right in its entirety and then gaslight you into thinking that I will protect the 3 exceptions of rape, incest, life of the mother. Even though Donald Trump overturning Roe v. Wade led to women like Kate Cox being unable to seek an abortion for her non-viable pregnancy. Even though it led to women like Amber Thurman losing their lives. But Donald Trump will continue gaslighting women, and women are just not falling for it, right? They're just not falling for it. That's why you MAGA Republicans are so angry and working so hard to control them, because they're not falling for your bullshit anymore, right? Yeah, that's the thing here. You tried controlling women, and now you got one running for president, and she's going to kick the ass of your candidate. You look at Donald Trump, and again, you have a sexual abuser, a civil fraudster, a felon. You have somebody who violated the Constitution. Not just when he told Mike Pence to overthrow the government, overthrow the will of the people, and keep Donald Trump in office. Not only when he incited the textbook definition of an insurrection at our Capitol on January 6th of 2021. No. Donald Trump violated the Second Amendment. How ironic is that when Donald Trump implemented his bump stock ban via executive order, having been overturned in June of this year by his own Supreme Court. That's Amy Coney Barrett. That's Brett Kavanaugh. That's Neil whatever his name is. Gorsuch? Nobody cares. That's them saying that Donald Trump violated the Second Amendment. So he is the first modern day president to be a constitutional violator. He is the first modern day president to be an insurrectionist. He is the first modern day president to be twice impeached. He is the first modern day president to be a sexual abuser, civil fraudster, 34-time convicted felon who falsified business records, checks, and statements. He is the first time at that, but Kamala Harris, now she's going to be the first woman to be president. So I'm going to pick the first woman to be president who has a record of delivering on her promises. Donald Trump's never delivered on a promise. He said he was going to build the wall. He didn't. He said Mexico was going to pay for it. They didn't. He said that he was going to build an infrastructure package. He didn't. But Kamala did. And Kamala got it passed. Donald Trump said, hey, I'm going to replace the ACA with my healthcare plan. It's been 10 years. It has been a decade. Still no healthcare plan. Still no healthcare plan. So you want to ask me why I'm voting for Kamala Harris? Well, again, it's because Kamala Harris has middle-class policies that will support me, it will support you, it will support those in the chat. It'll be a $10,000 tax incentive on top of a $25,000 down payment for first-time home buyers, $50,000 for small business entrepreneurs, $6,000 permanent child tax credit. Again, Donald Trump doesn't have a single policy to support a mother after she is forced to give birth. Donald Trump doesn't care about small businesses either. I mean, we know that because Donald Trump during his first term implemented a 14% corporate tax deduction. The hiked up cost of middle class consumers by $8 trillion in his national debt, and he played with tariffs like a 15 to 25% tariff on agriculture that led to a $230 billion tax hike on produce. And middle class Americans and small businesses paid for that as farmers and small farms went out of business. They had an export crisis, surplus issue, supply on demand issue, and Donald Trump steamrolled them alongside union workers for the benefit of corporations who were already making a record high profit like Microsoft. And then those corporations kicked salt in our eyes by doing what? By doing what? Feeding into greedflation and shrinkflation. For example, when Gatorade hiked up the cost on their product and then shrunk down the size of 2 to 4 ounces? More expensive, smaller in size. That's the Gatorade slogan. Donald Trump's slogan as well. Then you have Kroger, who just 6 weeks ago admitted to price gouging across the board. And they're now getting held up in court for that. Kamala Harris is going to ban the practice of price gouging. Donald Trump, he's going to empower that practice. He wants more price gouging in America. I don't. I want lower costs. And Kamala Harris is delivering on that too. The inflation rate today is 2.1%. The inflation rate in 2018 under Donald Trump before the pandemic, 2.4%. Higher inflation under Donald Trump, lower inflation under Kamala Harris. Higher costs because of Donald Trump, lower costs because of Kamala Harris. Freedom for Kamala Harris, anti-freedom for Donald Trump. Second Amendment with Kamala Harris. Impeding on the Second Amendment, Donald Trump. Prosecutor Kamala Harris. Felon Donald Trump. Pro-choice, believing in the right to choose, and then supporting a woman if she chooses to give birth, Kamala Harris. Pro-forced birth, Donald Trump. Pro-democracy, Kamala Harris. Pro-authoritarianism, fascism, Donald Trump. And that's not me calling him a fascist. That is Donald Trump's own chief of staff, John Kelly, calling him a fascist. And that whole, and on top of this, top of everything I just said, we ought to recognize that Donald Trump's own vice president won't campaign or run with him on the fact that he asked Mike Pence to overthrow the Constitution, dissolve amendments within the Constitution to keep himself in power. That's a problem. But you move the goalpost. You MAGA Republicans move the goalpost every single time. Donald Trump incites an insurrection, you move that goalpost. You say that's fine. I ain't care for our democracy anyway. Donald Trump violates the Constitution. You move the goalpost and you say, that's fine. You know what? That Constitution, that was outdated. It's old. It's old news. Donald Trump violates the Second Amendment. You move that goalpost and you say, I didn't care about the Second Amendment that much. I didn't care. That's old news, right? Who cared about that thing? I think a bunch of old guys wrote that Constitution anyway. Throw it out. Donald Trump's own chief of staff, who oversees his entire administration, calls him a fascist. You move the goalpost. You say, fascism isn't that bad. I heard it's doing great in North Korea. It's not that bad. Donald Trump commits sexual abuse. You move the goalpost. You say, women were asking for it. Donald Trump overthrows the will of the people. Overthrows Roe v. Wade, a decades-fought fight. Law of the land for 50 years. You say, I don't think women are equal to men. Donald Trump says Puerto Rico's trash. Just last week, what do? You move the goalpost. You say, Puerto Ricans, it's all the same thing. Puerto Ricans, Mexicans, they're all the same. Who cares, right? Get out the Puerto Ricans. They're not American. That's what you say. You move that goalpost. And you start bashing the Puerto Rican people. Shame on you. Shame on you. So let's get this right. Your candidate is a felon, a sexual abuser, a civil fraudster, a constitutional violator, twice impeached, 34 counts of felonies, called a fascist by his own chief of staff. His own administration will not endorse him. They're endorsing Kamala Harris, alongside 700 national security advisors, but y'all want to talk about the border. And then his own vice president won't run with him, so he's left with the likes of J.D. Vance. Because only J.D. Vance will actually run with him at this point. That is how far of a loser Donald Trump has become. And then Kamala Harris is a prosecutor from a middle-class background who has a strong record in law enforcement, and you say that she has to prove to you why she is qualified for the role. She is overqualified. And Donald Trump, you don't blink a second blink. You don't ask a single question. You don't ask why he buried his wife on a golf course. You don't ask why he's $488 million in debt. You don't ask why he violated the Constitution. You just keep moving that goalpost. I hope you sit on that, and I hope that teaches you something. I hope that teaches you something. Let's get up our next guest. Folks, if you like what you're hearing today and you want to support me as I continue meeting voters across the swing state of Pennsylvania, sharing that message with folks across the country, my Venmo, PayPal, Cash App are in my bio. But feel no pressure to support me that way. If you haven't already, hit that follow button in the top left corner and join our little family. I'd love for you to be part of our team that we got going on here. We're going to try to get up one more guest. Let's see. The bar is just so low with MAGA Republicans at this point. It's insane. All right, this one's not coming up. Folks, we're going to do a live stream restart, okay? So if you haven't already, hit that follow button in the top left corner. Join our team, join our community. The election is the day after tomorrow. So I want you to be part of the family that we are building here, okay? Because we have a lot of work to do in less than 48 hours. I mean, guys, if you haven't already, now seriously is the time. Join our family, join the community we're building. Continue hitting that follow button. We're going to be back in about 5 minutes, 5-10 minutes. We're going to do a quick little live stream restart, and then we're going to jump back on in and have some conversations, okay? Till then, I do want every MAGA Republican in the chat, do yourself a favor. Go look up where Ivana Trump is married. Go look up where Ivana Trump is buried. Because that answer is going to shock you. And he did it all for a tax cut, for a little tax incentive. Buried his wife on a golf course for a tax cut. Go look it up. And then you tell me how that is good character. You tell me how that's good character. Yeah, a lot of folks didn't know that. It's pretty gross, ain't it? All right, folks, we'll be back in 5 minutes. We'll be right back with more conversations and debates. We'll be back after these messages. How's everybody doing? Y'all doing good? How y'all doing? How y'all doing, folks? Day after tomorrow is election day. Can we believe that it's already here? Like, do you believe it's already here? I feel like time flew. Time so flew. That's insane. So again, folks, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest requests and let's have a conversation about it. We are going to get started in just a moment. Gonna turn up my mic. There we go. That sounds good. Hi, everybody. Folks, again, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Let's have a conversation about it. If you're voting for Kamala Harris, please do hit that like button, hit the share button, help us get to 10,000 likes. We are already almost at 10,000 likes. We are going to get started in just a minute. Oh my gosh, I love tea. I love tea so much. Do you guys drink tea? Is that like... Blue, did I have dinner yet? I did, I just ate dinner. I did. I'm visiting family, and so my brother ended up making me like a chicken tomato thingy. I don't really know what he called it. Folks, again, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest requests and let's have a conversation. If you're voting for Kamala Harris, hit that like button, hit the share button. Please do help us get to 20,000 likes. Y'all are going too fast with the likes. We're already past 10,000 likes. Soon MAGA Republicans are going to be like, stop the count. Stop the count. They're liking the live stream too quick. It's too fast. Something Donald Trump has never heard. Because we all know he's very slow, very sad, very slow. Again, folks, if you're voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Let's have a conversation about it. You know, Donald Trump actually is very fast. The fastest man ever. That's why good old Melania calls him Mr. 7 Seconds, because he only lasts 7 seconds. It's very sad. In bed, out of bed, Mr. 7 Seconds. Folks, again, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Let's have a conversation. If you're voting for Kamala Harris, please do hit that like button, hit the share button. Help us get to 100,000 likes. We're going to get started in about 15 seconds, okay? 15 seconds. Donald Trump's nickname. Feels like that is generous, doesn't it? It's a little generous, I think. All right, folks, one more time. If you're voting for Donald Trump, you're going to want to join the guest requests. If you are in the comment section right now and you're voting for Donald Trump, I don't need you being a keyboard warrior, you little snowflake. Get into my guest requests and use your big boy and big girl voice to talk to me. Let's have a conversation. All right, let's get up our first guest. Again, if you're voting for Trump, join the guest requests. Are you going live on Tuesday? Yeah, I'll be live on Tuesday. I will, in fact, be live on Tuesday. It's going to be great. It's going to be a great live.
Hello? You probably know.
Oh, wait, hold on a second. Fetus deletus. Poof! And they're gone. Let's get up our next guest. Maybe this one won't be a fetus. Fetus deletus. It's a wonderful spell. A wonderful spell. It is banned in Alabama. But it's a wonderful spell. Was I on you yet? Was I talking to you yet? No, it's kind of doing a whole thing. So you want to take a minute? All right.
Fucker, I'll just hang up now. I was just wondering.
Oh, say no more. Goodbye. As though you're my priority. I'll just hang up now. Yeah, I just want to hear from you. I woke up today and I said, oh gosh, I hope this guy talks to me. Come on. Because I'll just hang up now. Oh, please. It would be the
I'll kill you, big old dumb nigga.
Bye. All right, so as always, we do need to get through some of the crazy ones before we get up a more coherent MAGA Republican, so we'll wait. If you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Let's have a conversation about it. Come on up. Come on up. Where's the coherent MAGA Republicans? All I'm hearing right now is a bunch of sissies and snowflakes. Hello, Viper. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Hi, I was tapping the screen.
Oh, you're all good. Thank you for coming up. I appreciate the love. Thank you for tapping the screen. Again, folks, if you're voting for Trump, get on up here. Let's conversate. Come on.
Hey, Johnny.
Hi.
So, my name's Trashy McDonald, and I make the best fries. You said guess the nickname, so I just wanted to come up.
You know what? I love it. Thank you for coming up. Folks, again, I am just looking to talk to opposition right now. If you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Let's have a conversation about it. That was iconic. That was iconic. Again, if you're voting for Trump, join the guest request. They're all running away. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Gotcha. And why do you hate America?
Well, I don't hate America. I love it.
Well, sure you hate America. That's why you're voting for a convicted felon who says he wants to defund the police. Ain't that right? I know that's right. Show me again. He did say that on April 5th of 2023. On April 5th of 2023, Donald Trump said he would like to defund the police. He wrote that on his Truth Social page. You take a minute and you go look it up. I'll wait. You go look it up.
I'm not gonna search it up, but do you look?
Excuse me. You're gonna go look it up.
Take this to your local.
Look it up.
Yo, nigga, I'll cut your head off, you.
What's going on? What's going on? That was a grown-ass adult. First off, let's make 2 points clear. First, hi, I'm Johnny. I'm a digital strategist. I understand that MAGA Republicans think they're going to get my live taken down by saying the N-word and the F-slur on here. That's not going to work. I have far too many contacts at TikTok for that to happen. Might work for somebody else. Not going to work for me. Not going to work for me. Sorry. For those of you who don't know me, my work in the digital strategy department goes from state house to administrations, both campaign and official wise. I'm also the guy who programmed the website, for example, that tracks Donald Trump's debt as it increases with interest down to the cent. He uses that website that I created to track his own debt. Featured in HuffPost. Again, if you don't know this and you're new here and you think that I'm just some live streamer, please look me up. My name is Johnny Palmadessa. This is a simple Google search. Okay? Second point, if you come up here and you're spewing the N-word and the F-slur, it doesn't make you funny. It doesn't make you a troll. It just hurts your own cause. Do you think that any MAGA Republican who comes up here spewing that is helping Donald Trump win the votes of Black Americans or LGBTQ plus Americans? No. And that's hurting you because you need that vote to win the election. For example, if you don't win the LGBTQ plus vote, and I've gone through the stats, you will not win the election. If you don't win the vote of Black women, you will lose the election. Do you understand? Great. So going forward, to the adult MAGA Republicans in my comment section spewing their rhetoric like snowflakes, get your butt into my guest request and let's have a conversation. This isn't hard. I'm not asking for a lot. I'm just asking for you to come talk to me, but instead I'm getting the same old MAGA Republican loser who doesn't know where he is and doesn't know what to do but to spew the nonsense and hate-filled rhetoric that you taught him. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I am, yes, sir.
Wow, you must really hate this country. So why are you voting for Donald Trump, a convicted felon?
Because I'm an American and I have a choice too. That's enough.
Okay, yeah. You also have the choice to go run around Times Square naked, but that means that you probably
somebody
shouldn't.
Off on a girlfriend.
Excuse me. You also have the choice to go run around Times Square naked while chanting Jingle Bells like some sort of Christmas tune. But just because you have that option doesn't mean you should exercise it.
Gay.
All right, let's get up the next guest. The MAGA Republicans are sundowning. Let's get up the next one. If you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Folks, we have less than 2 days. The day after tomorrow is election day. By this point in time, exactly 48 hours from now, the election will be over. Every vote will be counted. Every vote will be tallied. Every vote will be captured. There will not be a single ballot cast as of 8:12 p.m. in 2 days. Is this really, MAGA Republicans, you're behind in the polls, is this really how you want to be spending your time? Crying on a live stream instead of trying to educate voters on this live stream? Do better. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes.
That's disgusting. But what else is new? So why are you voting for a criminal, felon, sexual abuser?
I'm not.
You just said you were voting for Trump, right?
Yeah, Trump.
Okay, there you go. So why are you voting for the criminal, sexual abuser, and felon?
Can you name who he did that to?
Sure, 34 felony counts. Found guilty by a unanimous jury that his own lawyers appointed. Found liable of sexual abuse and civil fraud. Are you new here?
From his lawyers?
By new here, I meant, are you new to America?
Was he sexually abusing his lawyers?
Are you new to America? That wasn't rhetorical.
Well, you already know the answer, so you...
Not really, because you're speaking incoherently and you don't seem to have a grasp on modern American politics. Like, for example, what reasonable person says that Donald Trump isn't a felon? Do you understand that it's the criminal justice system, the American criminal justice system, that found him guilty on 34 felony counts? I mean, he paid lawyers, and those lawyers appointed a jury, and that jury found him guilty. So why are you saying he's not a felon? Are you a lawyer? Were you on the case?
No.
Were you in the jury? Okay, exactly. So why are you voting for the felon?
Because he helped out our country a lot, and I just want to see him win this year.
Yeah, he really did help us tank our economy. So I don't know if that was as helpful as you seem to think it was, but again, I guess it depends. I mean, if you're from North Korea, you probably thought that was really helpful. That's why I asked where you're from. So anyway, why are you voting for the criminal? Can you just break it down and this time be coherent? Thank you.
So he did not break us down. We had COVID.
He literally did. I'm not talking about COVID.
That's the only thing that hurt us. Without COVID,
I'm not talking about COVID. For example, can you tell me one economic policy that Donald Trump passed that benefited middle-class Americans? Go ahead.
Jobs Act.
Okay, it's called the Tax and Jobs Act. Can you tell me what it accomplished? Go ahead.
That's all we needed. Every worker made at least 6,000 more.
What are you talking about?
Every middle class worker.
What was the tax cut that Donald Trump gave to middle class Americans? What's the percentage?
It was the Jobs Act that helped workers make more. I need you to repeat the
name of the act. What was the tax percentage that Donald Trump gave to middle class Americans when he cut their taxes?
I have no clue, but every middle class was able to make us.
You're saying you don't know the policy you brought up? Oh gosh, what a shock! I couldn't have guessed that was going to be the case.
I just told
you said
you
Jobs Act, and you can't tell me the tax cut he gave to the middle class. Listen, I'm just as shocked
it wasn't
as
a
you
tax
are.
code. It was called the Jobs Act. That's it.
So it was called the Tax and Jobs Act of 2017, and in that tax,
and everyone,
hold on, hear it?
Yeah.
Tax and Jobs Act. Tax is the first word. So what is the tax cut Donald Trump gave to the middle class? If you don't know, just say so.
If you don't know, just say so.
If you don't know, just say so.
I just told you. Everyone was making 6,000.
No, that's not a tax cut. What was the tax cut percentage that Donald Trump gave to the middle class? I'm going to keep asking until you tell me 3%. If you do or do not know.
3%.
Could you just say 3%? No. Try again. And this time don't ChatGPT, because ChatGPT isn't getting it right for you.
Don't judge the what?
What are you talking about? Are you sundowning? Are you good? It's like 8 o'clock. Isn't it a little early to be sundowning? It's not even 5 o'clock on the west.
I don't even know what you're talking about, sundowning.
Okay, so
I don't even know what that is.
What is the tax cut he gave to the middle class? You said 3%. That's not right.
2%.
There you go. So it was 1 to 2%. 2% if you were a good boy and good girl that year. Let's better recognize now. We need to notice the discrepancy between Donald Trump's tax cut for the middle class and corporations. So you tell me, what was the tax cut for corporations? Go ahead.
4%.
No. Oh my God.
3%.
Okay. Nope. You got colder. How'd you even manage to do that?
5%, 6%.
Wow. No. Can I do a quick little prayer for you? All right, give me a second. Dear God, I know that you're not sending us your best, but oh my Lord, I understand you can't make us all equal, but this seems like a crime. I mean, this one here.
That's
Dear
not
Lord,
how it works.
excuse me, pardon me. Dear Lord, I know that they say that you create us all equal, but clearly that ain't it, right? Clearly that ain't it.
That is not what they say.
So,
that is not what the
excuse me,
Bible
pardon
says.
me, pardon me. I'm speaking to God. This is between us. I'm not looking for a threesome right now. Dear God, toss this one back in the ocean. This one, like, you need to fix this. Zap him with a little Zeus lightning bolt. Is Zeus up there? Zap him with a little blah, blah, blah. A little pew, 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 like a little lightning bolt action. You know what I'm talking about? Get those brain cells clickety clacking, because right now they seem to be in a bad relationship. He's got 2 brain cells and they're like not talking. I want to say, oh yeah, sorry, I got to finish the prayer. Amen. Lauren, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate the love. Thank you so much, Lauren. Lauren wanted me to tell you, guest, that she hates you. And so she just gave me $5. I'm not even kidding. And I quote, she said, tell this guest I hate him. Here's $5. So thank you so much, Lauren. And Heather, thank you so much, $10 for the prayer. I appreciate it, Heather. Anyway, so guests, let's get back into this. You're voting for the criminal because
he did good.
You spoke about the economic tax cuts, but you didn't know what the tax percentage was. So that speaks volumes to your own ignorance, and congrats on that.
You understand, I don't need to know how much the tax cut was as long as I was making more money.
If you bring up the tax cut,
I don't.
You need to know what it is. Are you saying that your taxes went up?
I said if I'm making more money, it doesn't matter.
Are you suggesting that your taxes went up?
No, I said I was making more.
Okay, then why did you even bring up the tax cut to begin with?
Wait, yeah. If you make more, you get more taxes taken out. That's the way the world works. That's the way the world works.
Let's talk. Let's talk. Are you ready? Donald Trump gave a 14% corporate tax deduction to those at Microsoft, Amazon, Walmart, Target. My name is not Nintendo, and your name is not Rite Aid. Thus, we didn't benefit from this, so we received a 1 to 2% tax cut. This tax cut was pennies in comparison to Donald Trump's tariffs, and that is just another word for his trade war with China, the exact reason why Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis ran against him. And this, to be clear, is not a Democrat saying it. This is now out of the wise words of Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis, 2 very respected Republicans. So let's understand that they claim, and they are right when they say, that Donald Trump's tariffs, like the 15 to 25% tariff on agriculture, which caused a surplus in supply and demand issue, leading to an export crisis for farmers, forcing them to close their doors in states like Pennsylvania and counties like Lancaster, led to a $230 billion tax hike on produce, okay? This increased costs of middle-class consumers like me, you, and the chat. This also led to small businesses closing their doors, and it emptied our main streets in states and counties like Indiana. Now, I also want to better recognize even further in detail here that led Donald Trump's 14 corporate percentage tax to an $8 trillion debt. So Donald Trump and his Tax and Jobs Act of 2017 gave middle-class Americans an $8 trillion debt and a $230 billion tax hike on produce. But you want to tell me that benefited the middle class? It didn't. It benefited corporations. It was a corporate policy, not a middle class policy. When I ask people for a middle class policy that economically benefited Donald, when I ask you for a policy that Donald Trump passed that economically benefited the middle class, know that I'm not asking you because you can name one. Know that I'm asking you because you will always be unable to name one, as they do not exist. Thank you.
Okay, so who pays the middle class? Who
pays the middle class? They pay themselves.
No, corporate gives you. No,
you're wrong.
You make the money.
You're wrong.
Make the money for
you are
corporate.
immensely wrong. Excuse me. You are wrong.
Money for corporate.
You are wrong.
That's a lie.
You are wrong.
You're
and
telling
you
me
are spitting. You are spitting on middle class Americans. Excuse you. You are spitting on middle class Americans, and you are criticizing the middle class when you should be celebrating the middle class. Pardon me. Excuse me. Excuse me.
By saying we get paid by corporations, that's bad.
Recognize this. Middle-class Americans, your economy will not survive without them, but your economy will survive without billionaires and corporations, just as it did before those corporations existed. Microsoft hasn't always been here. I'm not done speaking. If you listen, you'll learn. You need to stop unmuting yourself. You're acting like a fucking child. Calm down. You're not going to cut me off. It's not going to work. The middle class has always been here. The middle class will always be here. The middle class is the backbone of the economy, and he ran away. Let's get some cow emojis in the chat. We got a runner. No! We got a runner. Yeehaw! We got a runner. We got to herd the cattle. Moo! I'm going to keep talking, though, because just because he ran away doesn't mean I'm going to stop making this point. You just heard that MAGA Trumper, and we've heard this from Donald Trump, say time and again that the middle class does not matter. They don't think we matter. We were here long before corporations. We will be here long after corporations. The middle class has always been here. They are the tailors. They are the artists. They are the creators. They are the seamstresses. They are the construction workers. They are the electrical workers. They're the ones who built the corporations. They built the very buildings and foundations that corporations sit on. Nurses, teachers, doctors. Middle-class Americans keep not only the economy running, but keep every single industry within our economy running. From electrical workers to steel workers to renewable energy and oil industry workers. The middle class wasn't built by corporations. Corporations survive thanks to the middle class. Middle class Americans pay their taxes, which pays the government. And the government should be returning the favor to middle class Americans, which is why I'll be voting for Kamala. The government should not be giving our money that we pay in taxes to a corporate tax cut of 14% to corporations like Donald Trump did with my tax dollars and your tax dollars. They should be giving that money back to the people, not to corporations. They gave us, under Donald Trump, an $8 trillion debt after taking our taxes, and then they gave corporations a 14% tax cut. That's not going to work. We're not doing that again. Nope. And it speaks volumes to how ignorant MAGA Republicans are if, when I start pointing this out, that very MAGA Republican runs away. Do you all notice he ran away the moment I start calling him out for this? Hello? Okay. Let's move on.
Okay, I didn't know.
No, not anymore. You're not. Hello, are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, as long as you know. So why are you voting for a criminal?
Well, no, the one thing that I just heard you...
I said, why are you voting for a criminal? I don't need you to harp on my record. If you care about what I have to say, then great. First respond to my question and we can conversate.
Okay, why am I voting for the criminal?
Yeah.
Well, my belief was that I believe that when he first got elected the first time, that I believe that me and my family was in a lot better situation than when
Thanks, Obama.
Biden and...
Can we get some thanks Obamas in the chat, please? Thanks, Obama. Thanks, Biden. Thanks, Obama, Biden administration.
Can I ask you a question now?
No, if you could break down in more detail. And I get you want to ask me a question. Let me make this so blatantly crystal clear for you so we don't come into a misunderstanding once more.
Yes, sir.
I'm trying to get a grasp as to why you're voting for Donald Trump, and you provided me with an answer that lacked all substance. And I get you're trying to give me a half-ass answer so you could ask me your question. Know that I will not be responding to any question you have until I better understand why you're voting for a convicted felon, sexual abuser, and civil fraudster. I hope that was crystal clear. So again, this time when I ask you, why are you voting for Donald Trump? Provide something of substance. Because this is like me asking you, why are you voting? Or or this is like me asking you, what kind of food do you like to eat? And you saying, I like the edible kind.
Well, no,
I need some facts, some policy, some statistics. Go ahead.
Okay, well, the reason why is when, everything happened.
What's everything? Are you talking about the whole Donald Trump? Oh, I thought you meant when he buried his wife on a golf course. Okay, continue.
Well, when he got elected the first time, everything seemed to be going pretty decent.
Yeah, because he sat on Barack Obama's economy. Again, that's a thanks, Obama.
Okay, well, thanks, Obama. Well, then the next thing you know, freaking we were, 3 years in and stuff like that. And then the last, election when him and Joe Biden went against each other, Biden won. Well, me and my family, because we ended up becoming a pretty big family.
You had kids?
Yeah, I have 7 actually.
Great.
And long story short, at the time, it was through.
Hey, to each their own. Kamala Harris will help you pay for those children with a permanent tax credit of $6,000 for your children. Can you tell me why you would vote against the child tax credit of $6,000 when MAGA Republicans just 2 months ago blocked a bill that would have expanded the child tax credit? You're going to tell me that you have 7 kids, and I get where this is going. You're going to talk about how you're struggling in the economy and blah, blah, blah. First off, you have 7 kids. Dude, you didn't even stop at 4. You said, let's keep it going. We're going to make a baseball team. Whoa. I get it. You have 7. That's awesome. Let's better understand this, though. Kamala has a policy that will economically benefit you by giving you a permanent child tax credit of $6,000. MAGA Republicans just 2 months ago, they blocked a bill that would have expanded the child tax credit.
Yes.
Okay, so you're voting for Trump because what? You like losing money?
Well, no, I don't have kids to have money. I have kids because I want to.
Are they not your children? Whose children?
Well, no.
Hold on. Whoa. When you said you have 7 kids, just to be clear, these are your children, correct?
Yeah, they're in my custody. Okay. Yes.
All right. Just wanted to make sure. You never know with you MAGA Republicans, right?
So long story short, I have 2 biological. I'm married into 3, and then me and my wife ended up getting 2 others that were siblings to my 2 biological children.
Okay.
Okay, so there you go. There's the 7. So long story short, we were pretty good. We were, getting, government assistance, whatnot. Anyhow, I really do care about that, really, because I make.
Well, you should, because you're going to lose the government assistance if you're voting for Donald Trump, right? It's the same reason why Greg Abbott's not allowing women access to programs like WIC, but Democrats are.
Okay, well,
so you ought to care about that.
Well, I make a decent amount of money already, so I'm really not worried about that.
Okay, so congrats. Thanks, Joe Biden. Why are you complaining if you're making money? Well, thanks, Joe Biden and his economy.
Was after Joe Biden became the president, the only thing I was really worried about.
You just said you're making money now, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so why are you complaining?
Well, the only thing that I was complaining about, though, was when he became president. It was literally a month after he became president. I was literally taking away. The only thing that I was worried about was medical coverage. Medical coverage was completely taken from me, and I had
private insurance.
I ended up getting it finally after about 6 to 7 months, but I needed medical quick because I have medical problems with me.
What are you going through? Obamacare?
No, I actually go through. It's through my job now, and it's what is it called? Ambetter. My bad. But I've been doing that for the last 2-3 years. It's okay insurance, but I mean it does suck.
Okay, how is that Joe Biden's fault?
Well, it's not, but like I said, it made me feel like when Trump was president, I was able to get that type of help, and then when he left.
Let me be so real with you. Get the fuck over it. What is this whining, man? I'm gonna be so real with you, dude. Man up. Pull yourself up by the bootstraps. You got 7 kids who look up to you.
I am.
You're up here complaining about some sort of nonsense that has nothing to do with your president, but you're pointing your finger at the president. Let's be so real about that. Nah,
that's one.
Oh, that is not the flex you think it is when you're voting for the guy who's trying to strip away the right to choose. But let's get back into this. Again, pull yourself up by the bootstraps. If you're not happy with your health insurance, do something about it. That's in your hands to do. You do something about that. You do something about that. Don't complain. Don't point your finger at Donald Trump. Don't point your finger at Joe Biden. Pull yourself up by the bootstraps. That's what my dad taught me. And apparently you're not teaching your kids the same. Pull yourself up by the bootstraps and do something about it to get better health insurance. Get a better job. If you don't have the education to acquire better health insurance through your job, go get the education. Do whatever you need to do. Don't just point your finger at Joe Biden for something that's not his fault. That's insane, man. That's insane. I thought you were about to talk about Obamacare, and then you said it wasn't even Obamacare. I mean, come on, man. That's like me saying I stubbed my toe. Thanks, Obama. Come on.
Well, the one thing that I want to say, though, is I have been listening to you for a minute, and you have kind of, I don't know, you've given some pretty good, things. And so I might actually look into it a little deeper.
And I hope you do.
And, but is there any way can I ask you a question by chance?
No.
I mean, okay. Well, thank you for having me on.
I think you were expecting me to say yes, but it's funnier if I say no. I think what we got to recognize here is this. You said you have daughters, okay? And your daughters and your children, they're looking up to you. There's two issues here, and I'm saying this man to man. My dad taught me at a very young age, when you don't like something, you change it, you don't point your finger, you pull your bootstraps up and you get to fucking work. So if I don't like my health insurance, I'm not going to point my finger at Joe Biden because that's not him. I'm going to pull my bootstraps up. I'm going to get either an education if I need it. I'm going to get a different job if I need it. I'm going to do whatever I have to do to make my kids proud and get better health insurance. I'm saying that to you, man to man. Then on the second note, I want to say here, when you have daughters and you're voting for the guy who has left them with less rights than their mother has had, that right there, that's not acceptable, man.
Okay.
Put your kids first. Put their freedoms first.
Like I said, I'll look at the Kamala website and look at everything that she's offering.
And I hope you do.
Yeah.
And then when you do, come back. Let's discuss. I hope you'll vote for her on Tuesday. And I'd be more than happy to answer that question. But I want you to take the time and look into Kamala on this because I think that's your candidate, man. I appreciate it. You have a good one.
You too.
Let's get up our next guest. I want to say a massive thank you to Jackie for the $10 on Cash App. On Cash App, by the way. Thank you so much, Jackie. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump? All right, let's move on. Oh, this is a troll. 0 followers, 0 following. Like, come on. I'm sure this one's probably a troll too. Hi, are you voting for Trump?
I am yet to decide.
What do you mean? How are you undecided, dude? The day after tomorrow is election day. You have less than 48 hours. You've had months of Kamala's campaign, and Donald Trump has been campaigning for a decade. You even experienced 4 years of Donald Trump's god-awful presidency, and you're telling me you're undecided? That's not the flex you think it is. That doesn't make people find you intriguing. That doesn't make people think of you as intellectual or thought-provoking or somebody who's thoughtful. That makes people think of you as the ignoramus you are. How are you undecided? And I mean this sincerely.
No, I understand. I have not done the research that I should have done.
But you are 2 days out.
I am aware.
Okay. Who are you leaning towards right now?
So I'm slightly leaning towards the criminal.
Okay. That's not normal.
I understand. I think one of the main things that is making me consider him versus her is I like the idea. I would like to see more tariffs.
Okay, Donald Trump implemented tariffs in the get-go of his first term. We recognize that this is why Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis ran against him. They call it the trade war with China, which that is an accurate argument to make because he played a trade war with China and he lost said trade war. For example, Donald Trump put a 15 to 25% tariff on agriculture. This was slapped back into our face, okay? Farmers lost out. They closed their doors, especially like those worst hit in Lancaster County of Pennsylvania. The farmers who didn't close their doors had a newly found surplus and supply and demand issue as they lost China as a main export market, okay? They passed off rising costs to small businesses that relied on produce, and then this was passed off to middle-class consumers. $230 billion in tax hikes on the middle class. He now wants to put a 60% tariff on China, 20% across the board, and re-implement the original tariffs like that 15 to 25% tariff on agriculture. That is going to lead, according to Penn Wharton economists from Donald Trump's own alma mater, to a $3 trillion debt and $2,500 to $3,900 coming out of the pockets of middle-class Americans every single year. Why would you advocate for more tariffs when tariffs are a tax on the middle class?
Well, I do know that when tariffs are implemented, it is the middle class and even, a lot of the lower class and the middle class they pay the brunt of that. They pay pretty much all of that. China is actually not even the least of my concern. I do not think that the trajectory that we've been on of economic free trade is good.
Okay, well, the Republican Party cares to disagree. That's why they primaried Donald Trump, because he was doing worse than whatever you think Joe Biden's doing today. So again, you're saying that Donald Trump will do better. Nikki Haley, Ron DeSantis, Mike Pence, Vivek Ramaswamy, they would all care to disagree. They say that Donald Trump did worse. And if you're saying that Joe Biden's doing bad, just know that your own party says Donald Trump did worse. I disagree. I think Joe Biden's doing just dandy. But if you disagree, just know that Donald Trump, apparently according to your party, did worse.
On free trade, you're saying?
Across the board, that's why they primaried him.
Oh, yes, I understand. I'm saying that
Trump lost the trade war. You're talking about tariffs, but Donald Trump implemented tariffs that were improper practice and led to tax hikes on the middle class. $230 billion approximately on the middle class. Why are you playing? Joe Biden didn't do that. Joe Biden didn't hike up taxes on the middle class through tariffs. Only Donald Trump did that.
Right, but I'm saying that that's a secondary or even
and I'm saying that you're wrong.
The tax hikes?
You are suggesting that Donald Trump would be better for free trade. Is that what you said?
No, I said I am not a fan of free trade. That's why I like the tariffs.
Dude, so you're willing to give away free trade and overthrow the middle class by hiking up their taxes, all for what? Is it like a fucking kink? Dude, what is this, man? What if you were in my shoes right now, how would you, as me, respond to you and what you just said? That you want to give up free trade in a capitalist society, I might add, and that you want to raise taxes on the middle class through tariffs. What would you say?
I would probably, I guess if I was in your shoes, start listing what I felt were the benefits of economic globalization.
Really? Because I'm in my shoes, and what I would do is start name calling you for the ignoramus you are. That was nonsense. You are 2 days out from the election, and your reason to vote for a sexual abuser, civil fraudster, and goddamn felon is because you disagree with free trade in a capitalist society, and that you would like to raise taxes on the middle class through tariffs for shits and giggles.
I mean, I don't want to, but I understand that that is a consequence of it, yes.
No. No. Not Democrat nor Republican agree with what you just said. You have effectively turned both sides of the aisle against what you just said. That you would like to overthrow the middle class, toss them under the bus, and hike up their taxes so that you could throw away a capitalist system. Democrats and Republicans neither agree with you.
I believe
you have effectively done something. Excuse me. You have effectively done something that nobody has been able to do in quite some time. You have united everybody in this live stream against you. Congratulations.
I think we should run a trade surplus. Sorry.
Tell me one economic policy that Donald Trump passed that benefited middle-class Americans.
One economic policy that benefited middle-class Americans?
Did I stutter?
I can't name one off the top of my head.
Because you can't name one. Not that you can't name one off the top of your head, it's because one does not exist.
Okay.
Do you think this is cute?
No.
Do you think that this is quirky?
No.
What do you think?
Well, you asked me why.
Here's my suggestion. Take some time, go read up on the candidates, get as far away from Twitter as you possibly can, And before you cast your ballot in exactly 2 days, decide which candidate is actually going to benefit you. Because what you're suggesting about overthrowing a capitalist system, defunding the middle class by hiking up their taxes, what you're suggesting is out of touch with both parties. Both sides of the aisle. Do better. Do so much better.
Well, okay.
No. Just do better. Dear God, what the fuck is this shit? Do not think Good. Folks, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a conversation about it. If you're voting for Kamala Harris, hit that like button, hit the share button, help us get to 300,000 likes. We are going to get started with our next guest. Christopher, hi, are you voting for Donald Trump?
No, I'm not.
Let's get some W's to Christopher in the chat. Thank you, Christopher. I appreciate it. Folks, again, if you're voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Let's have a conversation. My gosh. I'm not doing that. Hi.
Hello.
I know for a fact you did not use your girl's account to come talk to me.
You know that's what you said the other day, and
and you really using your girl's account to come talk to somebody else? Yeah, that ain't creepy at all. Hold on, let me better understand this. You went on your girl's account to come talk to me. Dude, listen, you don't gotta go behind your girl's back like if you want to talk to other boys, right? Listen, the closet's class, man. We don't got to do all this. If you're interested, feel free to slide into my DMs. Own that shit. Allison, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. I appreciate the love. Thank you so much, Allison. Let's get up our next guest. Thinking he got to go behind his girl's back. He's like, let me use her account so that I know that she won't catch me on mine. Some creepy stuff right there. Oh, freaky deaky. Hi, Jenna. How you doing? Arbor, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love. From Michigan, thank you so much for the love from Michigan. Can we get some W Michigans? W Michigans in the chat. Hello, Jenna. Are you on?
Hi, yeah, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to request.
Oh, you're good. You're good. Have a good one. Folks, again, if you're voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Let's have a conversation. Archie, hi. Are you voting for Donald Trump? Okay, Archie ran away. That's shocker. I'm so shocked. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, and he just ran away too. Let's try to get up our next. Goodness gracious, what's going on? Why are they so scared? There's MAGA Republicans in my comment sections. Why are you guys not in my guest requests? Like, to the MAGA Republicans crying in my comments, why are you guys not getting a spine and joining my guest request? Like, where's your spine? Why are you being snowflakes? Like, why are you running away? You know? Is it because you're all Russian bots? Is it because you're bought and paid for by Russia? Is that what it is? I think that's what it is. Can we get some snowflake emojis in the chat, please? Some snowflake emojis in the chat would be great.
Hello?
Was I on you yet? Can you wait a second? Oh my gosh. Anyway, so why are you voting for the criminal?
Oh, so you're on me now?
I asked you a question. Don't harp on it. Do you want to answer?
Of course I'm voting for Trump.
Because?
I mean, do you have an hour? It'll take me an hour to explain why.
Yeah, go ahead. Start with your first reason. Wow, what a great reason. Do you want to speak? Why are you voting for Trump? Wow, it seems like your answer wasn't going to take an hour, was it? Haven't said a single word yet. Oh, and now you muted yourself. Do you want to unmute and tell me why you're voting for Trump? You said that it would take an hour. Hasn't even taken a single second. I mean, that's kind of crazy. Oh, are you running away? Should I get my cowbell? All right, let's get some cow emojis in the chat. We got a runner. Let's catch the cows, everybody. Herd the cattle. Moo. We got a runner. All right, let's get up our next guest. Good. Hello. I'm good. Trying to get up our next guest here. That's not working. Trying the next one. Slowly but surely. To the MAGA Republicans in my comment section, here's what we're going to do. You're going to get into my guest request right now and come talk to me. Grow a spine and come talk to me. Or my moderators are going to boot you out of the live stream. Understood? If you're not in my guest request, to any mods, if you see any MAGA Republicans in the comment section crying and they're not in my guest request, kick them out. I don't got to hear from them. Lisa, hi, are you voting for Donald Trump?
You know what? I am not. I just wanted to, for a quick second, I just wanted to come on and let you know that you are awesome, man. You are getting down in there, and I just love it. So I'm voting for Kamala all day. I just wanted to tell you that. I just wanted to tell you that. So I'm going to step back out. You're welcome, and I'm going to continue to listen. You go get him.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the love. I appreciate it, Lisa. You know, with less than 2 days until this election is over, every minute counts, every second counts. And so I'm not playing with MAGA Republicans anymore. A couple months ago, I'd be more than happy to do the, hey, how are you? How's it going? Hey, you want to have Thanksgiving dinner? No, we're on a time-sensitive schedule. I ain't playing anymore. Aaron, hi, are you voting for the convicted felon?
No, not at all. Go Kamala.
W's in the chat. We love to see it. Jackie, hi, are you voting for Donald Trump? Jackie. All right, Jackie, I'm going to have to block you from my live stream. This is the second time you've come up here and not said a word. So now you're gone. No, you cannot come back. Let's get up our next guest. Oh, and Luke is out. Folks, if you're voting for Donald Trump, join the guest requests. Do not hide in my comment section like a snowflake. Get into my guest requests. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Trump? Why are they so scared? Like, why are they so scared to come talk to me? Hey, guest, my voice is still coming out of your cell phone because you have not actually left the live stream. My voice is now a part of your cell phone until the holidays. You might as well start calling Siri Johnny, because until you shut down your phone entirely or get your butt back into this live stream and leave properly, you have to face us as you leave the live stream like the coward you are. You can't just disappear. Again, my voice is coming out of your cell phone right now and will continue coming out of your cell phone all night, all day tomorrow, and until the holidays. Diana, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate the love. Like, guest, I know that you just heard that Diana gave me $10. It's like, oh, there you go. You shut off your phone. Let's get some guests in the chat. Let's get some cow emojis in the chat. We got a runner. Moo. Let's get up our next guest. All right, we got our next guest. We got our next guest. Oh my gosh. Hello, Norman. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yeah. Well, I would do if I was an American.
Okay, so you're going to come up here as somebody who's not an American and tell me that you would vote for Donald Trump if you could. Yes, because we see how well that has worked out for you in your European countries. Okay, let me better understand this, and let me better explain this in crystal clear detail for you Europeans who are coming up here to tell me that you would like to vote for Donald Trump. We are more than happy to ship Donald Trump over to your country, and you can keep him. Like, okay, Boris Johnson. And better yet, here's what we're going to do. The next time you Europeans come up here and spew this nonsense, I'm going to personally buy a 20-pound bucket of tea and throw it in the Boston Harbor. Just as a reminder of the Boston Tea Party. Just as a reminder. Let's get up our next guest. Please, if you guys want Donald Trump and you want to vote for him, take him. Take him. Can we get some take him in the chat? Take him. He's yours. Look at the chat. Look at how many take hims are about to fill up in the chat. This is how badly we want you to go vote for him. Take Donald Trump. Europe, you can have him. You can have him, Europe. Take Donald Trump. Go ahead. Keep him. He's all yours. Oh, and take him as top comment. Look at that. Let's get up our next guest. If you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump? Mrs. White.
Hi, yes.
Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes, that's why I'm
name is very
requesting-
fitting. Excuse me.
That's why
Your name, excuse me. Your
Oh.
name is very fitting.
Oh, thank you. I didn't have to choose it. I was born with it.
Not a fan of Mrs. Black, I assume. So why are you voting for the criminal?
Wait, why would you say I'm not a fan of Mrs. Black?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you knew her. So why are you voting for the criminal?
Criminal?
Mm-hmm. Donald Trump. You said you were voting for Donald Trump?
I don't think he's a criminal.
You don't get to decide if he's a criminal. The criminal justice system
No,
decided
I
he's a
told
criminal.
you
Are you
that-
a lawyer?
I told you I don't
Are you a lawyer?
think he is a criminal.
Are you a lawyer?
No.
Okay.
You? Are you a
Yes.
lawyer? Okay, you are not a lawyer.
4 years Whittier School of Law. Yeah.
Okay, are you a lawyer? Where
Thank
do
you. I just said yes.
Well, if you go to school of law,
Do you know who I am?
You a lawyer?
No, I am currently practicing. I'm a
Okay.
practicing lawyer. I am an attorney. Are you new here?
Yes. Are only
I can
people that are
tell.
old here supposed
Okay,
to?
Mrs. White, let's get past it. So let me better understand this. You're telling me that Donald Trump is not a felon in your mind, and yet a unanimous jury appointed by his lawyers ruled he is guilty of said crimes, and that he is a felon. He is out on bail awaiting
So if
sentencing.
you're-
Excuse me. Excuse you. Excuse you. Do innocent people go out on bail and await sentencing? No, felons
Yes,
do.
all the time. All
No.
the time.
Oh,
If
she's
you're a lawyer-
confused.
If you're
She's
a lawyer,
confused.
you should know that.
You're
that-
confused.
Sorry.
Deeply confused.
You should know that if you're.
You want to talk about people who commit crimes? Look no further than your own party. You incited the textbook definition of an insurrection to keep a man who has been identified as a fascist by his own chief of staff in power, somebody whose own vice president refused to run with him, let alone endorse him. But you're coming up here to tell me that you believe Donald Trump isn't a felon. Okay. That's not normal behavior, Mrs. White, but again, your name fits the code. I understand exactly how out of touch you are with society when you, Mrs. White, are running around saying that the felon's not a felon. So let me ask you this. Why do you hate our country? Answer that. And why do you want to defund the police? Can you answer that?
Okay, I can answer the fact.
Yes,
that
start with
you-
why you'd like to defund the
you
police.
have
Why
to
do you want to
let
defund the
me
police?
talk.
Why do you want to defund the police? Hurry up.
You let me talk.
Why do you want to defund the police? Hurry up.
Do you remember Antifa?
What is that? Your mom's name?
You don't remember?
I don't need you bringing up your mom. I don't care.
You don't want to bring up stuff.
Your mom? I don't care
that-
about your mom.
that
Haven't seen her in a
happened
while,
on the
but
other side. Okay.
if she's anything like you, at least she knew not to keep her last name as Mrs. White. Anyway, so let's get back into it without bringing up your ma. It's not nice to spit on her name like that. Mrs. Antifa, Mrs. White, I don't care what you go by. So tell me again, why are you voting for the felon, and why do you want to defund the police like the felon said he wants to do? Donald Trump said, according to NBC News, Fox News, Daily Mail, and all for her right-wing news outlets, Republicans in Congress... Shh. Republicans in Congress. Republicans in Congress should defund the
my
DOJ
God.
and FBI and the police until they come to their senses. Why are you voting for a man who said that?
Okay, first of all, no wonder why.
Why are you voting for a man who said that? Why are you voting for a man who said that? Why are you voting for a man who said that? Why are you voting for a man who said
Why are
that?
you voting for a woman who every?
Ma'am, I know that you MAGA Republicans don't understand that no means no, but I'm saying no, I don't consent to you screaming over me. Again, I know that makes you only want to push harder, but sometimes you should back off. So I'm telling you that I need an answer to my question. Why are you voting for the felon who wants to defund the police? If you think this question is hard, just wait. Just wait until I start talking about statistics and policy. I haven't even gotten there yet. Mrs. White, I'm being very kind, very calm, very cool and collected before you meet Mr. Italian, who's not that kind, calm, cool, and collected. I'm going to ask that you don't test me. Why are you voting for the felon? And let's get some W Italians in the chat. Where's all my Italians at, by the way? Hurry up. I don't have all night.
You won't even let me talk. This isn't a debate.
Ma'am, you're not responding to the simple question.
You didn't respond to mine.
Answer the question. Hurry up.
No, you're a jerk.
I'll cry more. Can you do me a favor as you're crying into this cup?
I'm saying you're a jerk.
Hey, I'm almost out of water. Can you cry into this cup?
I don't care. You're a jerk.
I'm almost out of water. Can you cry into this cup? You have a lot of tears. Oh, I caught a tear. Thanks, Mrs. White. Let's see. Tastes like racism. So let me better understand this, Mrs. White. You're running around here saying that I'm a jerk. Okay. Bite me. Do you know what a jerk is? A jerk is the person who strips away the rights of women in its entirety without even providing them with a policy to economically benefit them after you force them to give birth. A jerk is when you strip transgender Americans out of the military when they're just trying to serve their country, serve you, fight for your freedoms. A jerk is when you tell union workers that they can work a full-time job but that they can't earn a living wage. That's a jerk. A jerk is when you say a black American can vote, but that their vote might not count as much as a white American's vote. That's a jerk. Yeah, you want to talk about what it's like to be a jerk? Look in the mirror. Okay, so now tell me, why are you voting for the felon and sexual abuser? Do you support sexual abuse?
Yes.
Oh, I know she did not just... Oh my gosh. At least she's honest. At least she's honest. Y'all, what just happened? Y'all, I know right now that's getting clipped. Oh, Mrs. White, that is getting clipped. Thank you for the TikTok video. Oh my gosh, what is going on? This is your average MAGA Republican. Okay, so guess, why do you support sexual abuse? I want to say a massive thank you to Jeffrey. Jeffrey, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate the love. Renea, thank you so much for the $50. Oh my gosh. Oh, 50. Oh, I got you, Renea. I got you. Hold on. Hey, Mrs. White, unmute. Let's go. Hurry up. Come on. Come on. Hurry up. Listen, this live stream is still going. I know your husband only lasts 7 seconds, but this live stream is going to be a little bit longer than that. So I need you to unmute. Okay? I assure you this will be a quality discussion whenever you're ready to unmute. Ma'am, you can't keep muting yourself and hiding. Unmute. You're the one who just said you support sexual abuse, not me.
Yeah,
there
I
you go.
do. Ask me another question.
Yeah. Renea asked if I could do this for you.
Sure. Oh, that's so cute. Is that your toy? Is that your toy? Cute.
Oh, and Gabrielle just sent $5 for me to tell you that women don't claim you.
I don't care.
I can tell.
I don't.
You're such a pick-me. You know that? Like, you're such a pick-me. Oh, you don't know what pick-me means, do you? No.
Oh my God. Do you know Miss
baby
Carol
boomers are so cute sometimes.
7
anyway,
men
excuse
of
me.
grace?
Excuse
Did
me.
you know that? No.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Okay.
Excuse me. Okay. You sound like Kamala. Excuse me.
Wow. At least Kamala Harris is, literate. You can even pronounce her name right. So why are you voting for the criminal when you support sexual abuse as well? I mean, you support sexual abuse and you're voting for a felon. Do you consider yourself religious?
No.
Oh.
Not at all. Not at all.
God didn't accept you, huh? So let me
God-
better understand this. You're saying that you support
God
sexual
is-
abuse.
is
You say that
made
you
up.
support sexual abuse and that you support a felon. And to be clear, I'm not, like, you straight up said that you support sexual abuse. Say it
I
again. Go
did.
ahead.
Do you want me to say it again?
Yes.
I support sexual abuse.
And you're a MAGA Republican.
100%.
Hold on. You're a MAGA Republican? You're voting for Trump? Yeah.
I'm
Wow.
not. Do you want
Yvette,
me to
thank you
say
so much
it?
for the $25. Yvette said
Yeah,
25 for more.
I'm getting you a lot of money. Are you happy?
You are, and I'm going to use every dime of that to travel the swing state of Pennsylvania, as I am right now, to win this election for Kamala Harris.
Oh my
Mrs.
God,
White,
that would
you
be
are
so
single.
great.
Yes, good. I'm glad. Mrs. White, you are single-handedly giving this election to America's first black woman to be president, and I'm sure that eats you alive, and I'm more than happy about that. So again, folks, if you want to support me as I'm traveling across the swing state of Pennsylvania tomorrow, specifically in the Northeast, so I'll probably see some of y'all out there, feel free to support me. My Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, those are in my bio. So, Mrs. White, am I supposed to continue playing with you? Because respectfully, this is like soggy old food, and I don't like playing with soggy old things.
First of all, Kamala isn't black.
Oh, my Lord.
It's just going to keep getting better, huh? She is not black. I'm probably more black than she is. I'm sure. Yeah. Are you shocked?
Can you tell me one policy?
more.
I want to talk policy with you
Okay.
to prove how ignorant you are, because you won't know a
Sure.
single policy. And I bet you don't know a single policy. Tell me one policy that Donald Trump passed that economically benefited middle-class Americans. Go ahead.
Are you saying past
You
tense
can't. Look
or
at that.
policy?
You can't. Name the
Okay.
policy he passed. Go
Okay.
ahead.
I didn't hear you.
Name the
Are
policy
you
he
saying
passed. Go
when
ahead.
He was president? Or
Ma'am, it's not my
policy-
fault you have a processing issue. I'm not going to repeat everything
Oh
4
my
times.
God.
Answer the question.
Fuck off. I don't care.
Oh, gosh. Oh,
I'm not crying, I
Oh, gosh. Answer the question. Answer the question. Answer the question. Answer the question. I asked you to name one economic policy that Donald Trump passed that benefited the middle class. Can you name it or not? If no, say so.
So you're saying from when he
Okay,
was
so you
president?
can't.
I can't even ask a question?
Ma'am, I said 4 times, 5 times. Name a policy from his first term in office that economically benefited middle class Americans. Go ahead.
Illegal immigration.
Girl, I know you did not just name that. He passed illegal immigration. You just said he passed illegal
supported
immigration.
More people than any other president. Yeah. Does that make you mad?
MAGA Republicans, do you claim this? MAGA Republicans in the chat, do you claim her? I just want to hear from the MAGA Republicans real quick. Do you guys claim her? Do you claim this one? Like everybody, all the Democrats, all the Kamala supporters, stop commenting. All the Kamala supporters do not comment. I just work me to the MAGA Republicans in the chat, to the Trumpers in the chat. Not insulting y'all right now. All the Kamala supporters, stop commenting for a second. Me to the Trump supporters in the chat. Do y'all claim this one? Y'all claim her? Is she yours? Do you guys want to pick her up? You guys want to pick her up? All right, can you come pick this up? It seems like half of you Trumpers are saying yes, half are saying no. Listen, to the ones of y'all who are saying yes, you guys want to come pick her up? Because it seems you lost your sundowning little lady here. I mean, guys, it is 9 o'clock on the East Coast, 6 o'clock on the West. It is too early to be sundowning right now, okay? Mrs. White needs to change her name to Mrs. Dementia. Come pick her up. All right? All right, Kamala supporters, y'all can keep chatting again. Sorry to make you stop. I wanted that to be between me and the Trumpers for a second. Trumpers, come pick up your trash, okay? It ain't even Tuesday yet. What are you doing? You don't get to do an early drop-off and leave me with this? That's disgusting. All right, Mrs. White, do you know what Donald Trump's border policy is?
You know what's so sad?
Mrs. White, do you know... I just muted you again. Isn't it cute? Somebody drop a 10. I'll do it again. I don't care. Guest, tell me. Unmute. Hurry up. What is Donald Trump's border policy? Can you hurry up? Hurry up. Thank you, Mark, for the $5. I appreciate the love. Can you hurry up? Unmute. Let's go. Hello, do you know where you are? Mrs. White. America would like a word with you. There you go. Good girl. Do you know what Donald Trump's border policy is? 1, 2, 3, Mrs. White. Eyes on me. Do you know what Donald Trump's border policy is?
Are you gay?
Oh, Mrs. White, I'm not interested in you. Trust me, Mrs. White.
Are you gay?
Mrs. White.
That's an honest
Mrs.
question.
White.
I'm asking.
Mrs. White, I am not interested in you and your husband. For the final time, I get you to have your kinks. We don't share the same kink. And I don't stay with people who are 4 times my age. Okay, so Mrs. White, if you're at the age where you're reaching that whole sundowning era, that's not my era, right? So let's get back into this. Ugh.
I'm reaching the same
And this
age
time,
as you,
tell me, excuse me, Mrs. White, tell me, what is Donald Trump's border policy? Do you know?
Are you gay?
Oh my gosh, Mrs. White. Let's move on. Oh my gosh. She wasn't even answering the question. I'm like, tell me Donald Trump's border policy. She's like, I don't know where I am. And Mrs. White, I'm not interested in your husband. I get it. You're not doing it for him. So you want to know if I'd be into him. Like, don't get me wrong. I like guys, but certainly not going to be interested in Mr. White. Okay. Let's get up the next guest. That was kind of pathetic. Like, low-key, I felt bad for her. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Hello?
Hi.
I'm just here to say that Mrs. White is a bitch.
Yeah, okay.
How can you say that you support sexual abuse? That is actually insane.
No, I get it. Listen, I appreciate you coming up. Thank you for the love. Listen, that's just MAGA Republicans being MAGA Republicans, right? She came up here. She said she supports sexual abuse. Clearly she does, right? And she was saying it with her full chest. Like, she was so proud to say it. Hi, are you voting for Trump?
No, I'm voting for Kamala, but I just
W's in the chat. Thank you for coming up. Folks, I am just looking to talk to opposition right now. So if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. I appreciate, though. Listen, I love that the second she said she supports sexual abuse, when I tell you that my guest request skyrocketed. Like, you all were like, absolutely not, let me at her. I don't think that Mrs. White recognizes I was really holding her back there. I was keeping y'all away from her. Like, I was really keeping her safe. I was like, let me keep her safe. Like, when I tell you that my guest request skyrocketed when she said that she supports sexual abuse, I was like, oh man, hold on. I was like pushing y'all back. I'm like holding you back. Vince, are you voting for Donald Trump?
I want to.
That's disgusting. Are you able to vote?
Yes, of course. 31.
Where are you from?
Michigan.
What time is it in Michigan?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
Thank you, Vladimir. But Vladimir, just come on your personal account next time. You don't need to do the whole side account, right? Okay, Vladimir. Mr. Putin, you don't got to use your burner. You could just come on your personal account. I am from Michigan, but I do not know where time it is in Michigan. Let's get up our next guest. This is fun. I'm having fun. I'm having a great time. Just happy to be here. Just happy to be here. Hi, Bruce. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes.
That's disgusting. Sorry, that was rude. Can we start over?
If you'd like.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Sorry, that was obnoxious of me. I apologize. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
It's been a long couple months for everybody.
It really has. So are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Yes, that's fucking gross. That's what I wanted to say the original time. Okay. So anyway, why are you voting for the felon?
My business.
Wow. Are you a small business operator? A corporate business operator?
No, my personal business of why I'm voting for Trump.
Oh, the mafia. Congrats. Okay. How long you been in it? I'm Italian too.
I'm not Italian.
Oh. What's your business?
None of yours of why I'm voting for Trump, except that I am. That's what
you came up here to a debate platform to tell me about why you're voting for Donald Trump, but you won't tell me why you're voting for Donald Trump. Where am I supposed to go from here?
Okay. I will, as long as you don't want to scream that chicken at me every time I try to answer you.
Low-key, if somebody drops a 50, you better bet that chicken's getting screamed into your face, man. That's life.
And you say you're a lawyer.
I'm not a lawyer.
That's what you said earlier.
Oh, yeah, because it's funny to troll her.
No, you.
Right. I said I was a lawyer to her because it made her mad.
Oh,
Listen,
so you're really not.
If me saying that I'm George Soros's mistress makes that little lady Mrs. White mad, oh heck yeah, I will be saying I'm George Soros's mistress.
And that was quite funny when you did. I thought it was hilarious.
Because that's what it is. Mama didn't raise me to have a sense of humor. Mama raised me to be funny AF. It's life. So tell me again, why are you voting for the felon? Let's dive into this.
Well, the thing is, I guess right now, Trump had a zero tolerance policy, which I liked. And now the new one that Kamala Harris wants.
Zero tolerance when it comes to the border?
That was his policy, the zero tolerance when they had it in effect back in his first presidency.
Nothing has changed. Do you think that they're finding illegal immigrants or undocumented immigrants? I'm not great with the jargon on that. Undocumented immigrants, illegal immigrants. Do you think that they're finding them and then letting them go? That somebody is caught as an undocumented immigrant and then they're letting them go? Is that what you think?
Well, both sides of the street has their opinions.
It was just a yes or no. I wasn't asking for both sides of the street. So tell me again,
they are.
For undocumented immigrants, do you think that there's a catch and release policy underway right now? What are you saying?
I would say
Is this Bruce White? Is this Bruce White?
No.
Okay.
Last name.
Nobody's getting caught and released. Nobody.
All right.
Somebody's caught, they're detained and deported. That's how it is. It's called deportation.
Sure. Okay. My question is on Kamala's
But I want to better understand something. And do you know what Kamala's border policy is?
Oh, yes. The only thing I don't agree with is giving the state the rights to do the border how they feel fit.
Well, it's not to give them the right to do it how they see fit. It's to offer them funding should anything be missed. Then they can take immediate action to solve the issue without the red ropes of bureaucracy. Right? Because if you pass a bill to allocate funding to border states to secure the issue once it arrives, they'll already have the money to do so. That way, they don't have to go through Congress to get more money allocated. And we know how inefficient Congress is right now under the leadership of Speaker Mike Johnson, right? I mean, Mike Johnson wouldn't head into office to allocate funding for those impacted by the hurricane in North Carolina. What makes you think that if a border issue arises, he's going to call a special session to allocate funding for that?
Well, my question is why should a federal border be up to the state to decide how they want to handle it? Because it looks like then the federal government doesn't have
You're voting for Donald
responsibility
Trump?
to it.
You're voting for Donald Trump?
Right.
Okay, Donald Trump is the guy who said, hey, why should the federal government protect the right to choose? Let's pass it down to the states.
Okay, different subject. Stay on this one.
No, it ain't. It's a perfect comparison. Perfect comparison.
No,
Chat, was that not a perfect comparison? Bruce, I get you don't want me to talk about this, but I'm still going to do it. So you're saying that you want to pass abortion over to the states and out of the hands of women and the federal government who is protecting the rights of women, but you don't want to offer support to states to secure the border how they see fit and pass that down from the federal government. That is a blatant hypocrisy.
Actually, I think completely different about the abortion.
That's not.
Too.
It's the same exact thing. You just changed the words.
No, you're telling me one thing.
You're voting for the candidate Donald Trump, who stripped away Roe v. Wade. Correct?
No, he didn't do it. The Supreme Court did. Two different branches.
Who nominated the Supreme Court justices that overturned Roe v. Wade?
Don't care. They have the right to vote on their own.
Oh, you don't care?
No, because they have the right to vote on their own. They voted on their own.
Really? Trump, you don't care?
Is Trump on the Supreme Court?
Who nominated
yes or no?
the justices that overturned Roe v. Wade?
And who's on the Supreme Court?
Who nominated the justices that overturned Roe v. Wade?
And Trump's not on the Supreme Court.
I'm not going to stop repeating the question, so the sooner you answer, the sooner we move on. Who nominated the three justices who overturned Roe v. Wade?
Well, he did.
There you go. Now we can move on. So let's understand that Donald Trump overturned Roe v. Wade.
Wrong, because he didn't vote on it.
No.
You can pick your brains to do whatever.
You are the only one. Stop. You are the only one who thinks this. You are the only person I've ever heard make this argument. I've never heard such a thing. And I've been in the Supreme Court numerous times for his hearings. I was there sitting across from Clarence Thomas for his immunity hearing. I was there reading through the documents for Clarence Thomas. I was there on the day of his Colorado ballot hearing, front seat in the Supreme Court. I've never heard anybody in that court, anybody outside of that court, make the argument you're making. It's nonsensical. Everybody recognizes that Donald Trump nominated 3 Supreme Court justices with the mission of overturning Roe v. Wade, and that's what they did, and Donald Trump bragged about it. He also took credit for it. On Truth Social, in interviews, he has said time and again, he is proud to have overturned Roe v. Wade, and Roe v. Wade would not have been overturned if not for him. Do you understand?
Well, I'm sure I know he said that, but the thing is, I'm like, that's like me having city council vote for something, then turn around and say I had something to do with it when I didn't even vote him in there.
Oh my gosh. You're disagreeing with everybody, including Donald Trump, who said he did it? Are you good?
Yeah, because he ain't got the power to do it. Supreme Court did it. That's why they got the branches that are separate.
Right.
But hang on. I just got one more thing.
No.
I can't talk about abortion?
This is some nonsense. Do you believe in exceptions for rape, incest, life of the mother?
I don't care about that. I'm asking about the other thing.
I'm sorry, you don't believe in the exceptions?
I'm not going to answer that question.
You don't believe in the exceptions?
I do believe the exceptions.
Okay. You're voting for a candidate who does not believe in the exceptions.
Well, the problem is both sides are wrong.
What? Stop both sidings this, dude. You have one side, Kamala Harris, who is saying she will protect the right to choose. Kamala Harris, who says that if you choose to have a baby, she'll give you a permanent $6,000 child tax credit to economically benefit your baby after you choose to give birth. Then you have Donald Trump, who says he's not going to let women the right to choose, leaving women like Kate Cox unable to seek an abortion for her non-viable pregnancy. Women like Amber Thurman, who are no longer with us because of his abortion ban. And then he also won't provide a policy to economically benefit the mother after she's forced to give birth. That's not pro-life or pro-choice. That is pro-forced birth. Why are you voting for why are you voting for Donald Trump when he doesn't have a single policy to economically benefit the mother after he forces her to give birth? Can you answer that?
No, I can't answer that.
Okay, great. Wow.
But I do want to go back.
I'm sorry, you're saying that you can't answer that, really?
I just said I can't.
And so what? Am I supposed to entertain you? Like I'm supposed to entertain somebody who doesn't know a simple answer to a simple question?
I'm just going to say I don't want to answer that.
There you go. You don't want to answer that.
Just squeeze the chicken at me if you don't like the answer. All right. Can I go back to what I want to say about abortion? Then I'm just going to go away for the night. You can do your thing, okay?
Sure. Go ahead. Whenever you're ready.
And believe.
Yeah. Whenever you're ready. Go ahead. Oh, sir, you muted yourself. You need to unmute, Bruce. I think you accidentally tapped on your screen. You good? You there?
My bad. I'm good.
No, you're good. Whenever you're ready.
The thing is
Bruce, dude, you did it again. You need to take your hands off of the touch screen.
Gotcha.
Like, just, you know what I'm saying? Just hold the bot. Like, so, I don't know if.
Am I good now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
I do this more than once. Anyway,
you did it again, man. Is there water? Like, do you have a water droplet? That happens sometimes. If you have like a water droplet on, like wipe the phone on your pants or something. You know what I mean?
I have no idea what's going on. Anyway, I'm gonna just put my phone down so I'm not.
My guy, that's the fourth time. Do we need to let you go? Oh, you got it? You're good?
Here's my question for you.
All right, go ahead. Dang, again.
If you want to go to the doctor and have your tongue, it doesn't take a meeting. Did you hear?
Dude, I can't hear you. You keep muting yourself. Can you just unmute and like ask the question? But be quick, maybe, because I think I don't know if you're trolling now or what's up.
No. This is someone.
All right, let's let him go. I'm done trolling him. Let's get up our next guest. If you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Let's have a conversation. Hi, Robbie. How you doing?
I am good, and I know you were trying to only speak to Trump supporters. I know you need a break, though. I wanted to say I love you.
Love you right back, Robbie. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Thank you for coming up. Let's try to find another Trump supporter here. Folks, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Oh, there we go. We got Bruce back up. All right, Bruce, whenever you're ready, answer that question. Go ahead. Whenever you're ready, ask that question.
For you.
All right, go ahead. It's always fun when you get a second level at the game, isn't it? Look at that. Thumb's getting a workout.
Huh. Weird.
Yeah. All right, I'm tired of that game. I'm going to return it to GameStop. Let me get up my next guest. If you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Hello?
Hello. So I live in Sweden, and I am not actively voting.
All right, there's a bucket of tea on the way to the Boston Harbor right now. Barb, $10 to tell Mrs. White that you hate her. Mrs. White, it says that you're still in the live stream now, so Mrs. White, I want you to know that Barb hates you. There, I told her, Barb. Thanks for the love, Barb. And thank you for hating Mrs. White. I think all of us really hate Mrs. White. Okay, let's get up our next guest. If you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Let's have a conversation. Don't be shy. Or do be shy. I really don't care. I'm not here to teach you your coming of age. Hello, are you voting for Donald Trump?
Guest. Loading. My guest.
Okay, let's get up our next guest. Hello, are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yeah, hello, I do. Can I ask why do you vote for Kamala?
Okay, Vladimir, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you. Fool me 3 times. Mr. Putin.
Hey, so
Can you wait a minute? Was I on you yet?
What do you mean?
Was I talking to you yet?
Oh.
My God. Just kidding. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
No, but I just want to say...
Guys, I hate when you do that. So a friendly, like when someone from our community comes up, guys, you know I'm in the zone. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be mean to you.
No, it's okay. I just want to say that...
I was in the zone.
I just wanted to take a minute to say some appreciation.
Oh, shucks. Now I feel like an ass. Ugh.
No, because you're like so funny. Like, after a bad day, I just watch these and I just cannot stop laughing.
Shucks, I appreciate it. Well, thank you for coming up. We got less than 2 days to go, so I'm excited for us to cross that finish line together. Thank you so much for coming up. I appreciate the love.
Yeah.
My heart. The second I realized right off the bat, I said it. I was like in the zone, and I'm like, let me slap him down. This is a Trumper, and it wasn't a Trumper. And then my heart, I felt shatter. I was like, no, guys, y'all know I'm in the zone. Shucks, love you guys. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Not a Trumper. Voted for Kamala in Wisconsin. Just wanted to say Mrs. White sucks. I looked at her file. She was following underage minor boys.
Sounds about right for Mrs. White. Thank you so much for coming up. I know that. You know what? I'm going to just leave it at that. I'm going to leave it at that, but I'm not shocked. I ain't shocked. Hello, Steven. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yeah, voting for Donald Trump, mate.
Y'all, chat, I'm going to need you guys to start chipping in for the buckets of tea going out to the Boston Harbor, okay? Venmo, PayPal in the bio. Like, where's the reparations for this nonsense? I'm going to need some sort of... Y'all are going to have to help me start paying for the tea, because it's going to... The Boston Harbor's going to fill up real quick. Okay, this one's not coming up. Hello, are you voting for Donald Trump?
I'm not. Shit, sorry about that. I'm auto-tapping.
You're good. You're good. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Your friend. Your friend. Tell me what.
Jesus, what is happening right now?
Yeah, Johnny.
Couples that love together, sundown together.
Yeah, I just want to say congratulations, man. I'm voting for Kamala.
Oh my gosh! Guys, if you're friendly, stop coming up! I'm roasting you guys, and I don't mean to be! You guys know I'm in the zone! Thank you for the love. I'm sorry I roasted you. I love you. I love you. I love you. I love our community. But guys, y'all keep coming up and you know I'm in the zone. Like I'm in the zone, so I'm roasting. And you folks are coming up just to what? Get roasted? Kelsey, thank you for the $5. I appreciate the love. I literally said couples that love together, sundown together. I am so sorry. That was so rude of me. If I knew you were a friendly, which I don't know you're a friendly because I'm just looking for Trumpers. I need you to, you know, guys, really, if you're a Trumper, come on up. Let's chat. If you're a Kamala supporter, please stop doing this. My heart is breaking. Oh my gosh. Hello, Chad. Are you voting for the criminal? Okay, guess not. Let's move on. Down for life. Thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate the love. Thank you so much. Hi, Alex. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Hello. Yes, I will be voting for Donald Trump.
Wow, that's disgusting. I'm sorry. That was rude. I apologize. I apologize, Alex. We're good. We're good. Okay. It's okay. It's okay. Let's start anew. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, my statement stands. That's fucking gross. So why are you voting for a fucking rapist, man? Why are you doing that?
I'm not going to vote for a woman.
Yeah, okay.
You know, their brains are smaller than men.
Hold on. Hold on. Statistically and factually and categorically, you're wrong. A woman's brain develops far faster than that of a man. For example, my brain is not fully matured right now. As of this moment in time at my age, my brain is quite literally not fully developed. I will only, if you guys think I'm smart now, just wait. I'm only going to get smarter. Only going to get smarter. If you guys think I'm smart now, and I hear it all the time, Donald Trump said it himself. George Santos actually called me smart. I should play the video. George Santos said I'm good enough to be a Supreme Court justice. That's your party, MAGA. If y'all think I'm smart now, y'all just wait. I'm only going to get smarter from here. Got into an Ivy League. Quiet. Got into an Ivy League on this brain. Only going to get smarter from here, though. Ain't that crazy? Ain't that crazy? All right, let's get up the next guest. This one is kind of old. It's like playing with soggy food. It's just boring after a while. Oh my gosh, Taylor dropped $25 to say F you, Alex. Thank you so much for the $25, Taylor, and I agree. That's awesome. That's awesome. All right. Hello, guests. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
If I was a dumbass, I would. I just want to join and say I love you and fuck you, Alex.
She goes, I love you so much. Oh, you're getting a follow for that one. That was awesome.
This is why we're taking back the country. This film, we're going to take back this country. Like, fuck you, MAGA. I'm sorry, Johnny. I don't want to.
Hey, that was good. I appreciate it. Love you so much. Thank you for coming on. That was awesome. She goes, no, and F you, Alex. I'm like, that's phenomenal. That's phenomenal. That was beautifully done. Love that. That was good. Woman stood on business. She said, no, let me come in and let me wreck Alex. That was phenomenal. Let's try to get up our next guest. Again, folks, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest requests. To turn on this air conditioner. It was really, yeah, it was a drive-by. It was a drive-by. She drove by, slapped down Alex, and left, and that was beautifully done. I love it. I love it. Folks, if you're voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Come on in. Come on in. Come on in. Okay. Ugh, Melania, if your tummy hurts that bad, stop eating. Never mind. Never mind. I'm gonna choose kindness. I chose 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 kindness. I'm proud of myself. I picked kindness. I picked kindness. The fact I had to remind myself to pick kindness speaks volumes, but I did successfully pick kindness. I chose kindness. I chose to be kind. Again, folks, if you're voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request right now. Don't keep being a bunch of snowflakes in my comment section. If you're voting for Trump, join the guest request. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Sydney?
Hi, Johnny. How are you?
Depends. Are you voting for Trump?
I am, but I did.
Wow, then I'm not doing so well.
I did have a question.
So I have a question for you too.
Okay. Is that okay if I ask you a question first?
No.
No. Okay.
No.
Okay.
So what went wrong?
What went wrong? Well,
Yeah,
I
like
did
in
have-
life, to get you to vote for a sexual abuser.
So I particularly don't agree with some of things that Trump has done.
Oh, okay,
but-
yeah. It's not. Let's be clear. He didn't take a candy bar off the shelf of a dollar store and forget to return the dollar
did
store
not.
candy bar. No, he raped a woman.
Yeah, and I don't agree that there's.
And
I
you
do
don't
believe
agree with that, and yet you're still willing to vote for him. Do you have kids?
I do. I have a 14-month-old
God
son.
help them. So you have kids. Shelly, thank you so much for the $34, $1 for each felony. Shelly, that's so fucking funny. Shelly goes $34, $1 for each felony. Thank you, Shelly, for the love on Venmo. That's funny. Thank you for that. That was funny right there. I like that. That was funny. She's got humor. Sorry, what were you saying? Something stupid? What were you going on about? Oh, that's right. You were voting for a rapist. Yeah, why are you voting for a rapist? Is it like a...
So I am voting for Trump for...
You just went quiet. My hands are here, sweetheart. I ain't even touch you. I didn't touch your mic. You're right there. You could fix that shit yourself. My hands, right here. I did not mute. I did not touch the phone. Hands are here. Hands, here.
Can you hear me now? Is that better?
It depends. I really wish I couldn't hear you, but I guess I have to. So why are you voting for the criminal?
I can leave if you're gonna have an attitude like that. I can leave. I'm trying to have a civil conversation.
I'm
with you,
having an
actually.
attitude.
Yeah.
Oh, get over it.
Okay, I will. Bye.
Yeah, bye. You don't know how to leave the live stream, do you? There you go. She got it. You're going to be a grape apologist and tell me I have an attitude? Okay, get real. You have an attitude. Yeah, and you're apologizing for a grapist. Huh? You have an attitude and you're voting for somebody who committed sexual abuse. We are not on the same level. You ask why I have an attitude. You're voting for somebody who quite literally raped a woman. And you're proud of that? Hi, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump? Hello? All right. Let's get up our next guest. She goes, you have an attitude. Oh, honey, I was just getting started if you thought that was bad. We do something to trigger all the MAGA Republicans. This is called a lip balm. It's the reason a MAGA Republican never gets kissed. Gonna put some lip balm on. Got my lipstick. I just know all the MAGA Republicans are triggered. Take a screenshot. It'll last longer. So why are you voting for the criminal?
Kamala.
You voting for Kamala?
Yep.
Hey, thank you for coming up. I appreciate you taking the time. Folks, I am just looking to talk to opposition right now, all right? We got less than 2 days to go and every second matters. So if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Let's have a conversation. Hello, buddy.
Hey, what's up there, baby? What you doing?
Are you good?
I'm sorry, say it again.
You voting for Trump?
I am voting for Trump. Who you voting for?
Well, certainly not the sexual abuser known as Donald Trump. So why do you hate America, I guess is my first question.
Well, you voting for an independent?
If you mean somebody who isn't dependent on a prison, somebody who's not going to be dependent on law enforcement officers who keep him chained up in his prison cell, then yes, I'll be voting for Kamala Harris, the prosecutor, not Donald Trump, the criminal felon. So why are you voting for the rapist?
Why don't you like Alabama?
Well, I like Alabama.
Yeah.
Are you from Alabama?
Why don't you like Alabama?
Are you from Alabama?
Why can't you answer my question?
Are you from Alabama? I'll answer your question if you respond.
Why you don't like Alabama?
Are you from Alabama?
Alabama. Yeah. What do you got against them?
Oh, you are from Alabama.
What do you got against them?
Well, that's why I don't like Alabama, because you're from there.
I'm not from Alabama.
Well, you just said you were.
I said, what do you have against him?
Oh, so you're not from Alabama?
What do you have against him?
Why do you keep repeating yourself? You're not like...
Because you hadn't answered the question.
Low-key, this is getting a little freaky-deaky. Are you good? If you're looking for some excitement, maybe look somewhere else.
I think freaky deaky's probably your thing there, guy. I'm just saying.
Okay, the closet's glass.
I'm just saying.
The closet's glass.
So
can we get some rainbow flags in the chat, please?
Why are you? What you got?
He's apparently having his coming of age. So why are you voting for the criminal?
What do you got against Alabama?
Oh my gosh, Uncle Daddy, answer the question.
You first.
This is my last time asking you. My last time asking you before you're out of the live. Let me get this right. TikTok says you waited well over 15 minutes to come talk to me, and I'm more than happy to waste your 15 minutes of time. That's 15 minutes of your life that you will never get back, and those 15 minutes will belong to me. So you can either answer the question and we can engage in a conversation, or I will gladly take your 15 minutes of the life that is already shrinking day by day and keep it in my pocket. So one more time, why are you voting for Donald Trump? If you refuse to respond to this question as you unmute, you will be kicked, and I will keep those 15 minutes.
Take that time from you off your life that you could be having.
Good riddance. That's 15 minutes of your life you're never getting back. Glad you wasted them on my live stream. Let's get up our next guest. If you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Let's have a conversation. Randy, how are you voting for Donald Trump?
Is it any of your concern?
You joined my live stream. You joined my live stream. I asked if you're voting for Trump, and you said it's not my concern. Excuse me. Ma'am, miss, you just joined my live stream that says, I'm voting for Kamala Harris. Why are you voting for Trump? You requested to talk to me, and then I said, are you voting for Trump? And you said it's not my concern. Are you good? Like, are you, like, I was going to ask you about Trump. Now I just want to know if you were dropped on your head as a baby. What happened here?
First of all,
I was in the U.S. military.
Apparently.
That you would never do.
Oh, sir, you know what? Thank you for your service. But thank you. Thank you for your service. Certainly no thank you for your ignorance. Tell me again. Again, thank you for the service. No thank you for the ignorance. You came onto my live stream, which is all about who you're voting for. And when I say, who are you voting for? You said it's not my business. Oh, he just ran away. Cow emojis in the chat. Moo. Moo, 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 moo. Folks, if you feel bad for me, or if you want to support me, my Venmo and PayPal are in my bio. This is insane. I'm gonna need some reparations for this nonsense. Like, I need to pick me up. This is some insane stuff right there. I'm literally just dealing with, like, at this point, I feel like I'm talking to, I don't even know anymore. Like, after Mrs. White and then whatever this Randy guy was going, I mean, literally, I feel like I'm talking to very ill people, and I don't know what to do about it. I'm just like, what is going on? Was I talking to you yet? No. Oh my gosh, I'm talking to my chat. Can you wait a minute? Everything surrounds around you.
Why are you so sassy? Oh, I haven't said anything.
Sorry. Your mommy made me this way. So why are you voting for the criminal?
I'm not voting for a criminal. I'm voting for Trump.
It's the same thing. When I say, why are you voting for the criminal, and you know damn well that Donald Trump is the criminal, just say, oh, I'm voting for Trump because, and save us both some time. Notice how we have to do this whole go-around goose chase? You could have just said you're voting for Trump because? Okay, so why are you voting for the criminal? Go ahead.
I am voting for him because of his strong stance on immigration.
What's his stance on immigration? Tell me his border bill.
Just the immigration reform and border.
Okay, you don't know what his border bill is. If I tell you his border bill, you could have just said, yeah, no, save us both some time. Again, you are really more than happy to waste time, aren't you? I'll tell you why I'm voting for Kamala after we talk about this border bill. Donald Trump says he wants to build the wall. Do you agree, yes or no?
Yes.
I bet you don't agree to some of these things. I bet you that you're not going to like what I'm talking about here. Donald Trump says he wants to spend 2,000 salaries worth. That is 2,000 salaries you're going to have to pay for to secure the border. He says that he wants 2,000 border agents to monitor his wall. You want to pay for those salaries?
I would gladly for national security, of course. I think
you're going to put national security first like that, yeah? Really?
Yeah, I would.
You want... Fine. Just go ahead, take it out of your pocket. I don't care.
Zero
Do you
tolerance
want?
policy.
Excuse me. Do you want to block illegal asylum seekers?
If they're going,
This is illegal.
If they're coming illegally, yes. If they're coming through,
I'll give him that. I will give credit where credit is due. Even I actually agree with that because it's illegal. I get it. This I have a question about. Do you want to cap immigration? Donald Trump says that after you make all illegal immigration abolished and you're left with that of only legal immigration, you need to cap it. He says we're going to have an overflow if we don't. You agree with that?
What's the cap? Depending on what's
hasn't told us yet.
Then I can't agree or disagree.
Gotcha. Do you want to give millions of dollars to border states to secure the border how they see fit? Donald Trump says that this is border patrol funding.
Okay.
Cool. All right. Can we talk about Kamala's policy now?
Deportation.
Can we talk about Kamala's policy now?
Go for it.
Okay. Now, just to reconfirm on the cap on immigration before we go about this, Donald Trump says, here's the example he used. He says, to be clear, because I see somebody said I didn't explain Donald Trump's policy right, so I want to explain it again further then. Donald Trump says if you have illegal immigrants on this side and that this is the country, and they all, like, country, illegal immigrants. If you wipe out the illegal immigration channel, so the only channel is in the country, the cup, you put all the illegal immigrants in legally, at some point the cup overflows. So Donald Trump says before the cup overflows, he wants to put a lid on it. Do you want to do that? I'm going to drink some of the illegal immigrants while you think.
I think depending on what's the cap, yeah. I think there should be a cap though.
Okay, so then you do agree with the cap. Okay.
Yes.
All right, so then I guess I did explain it poorly. So let's understand then. So you support the wall, you support the 2,000 border agents, you support the block on illegal asylum seeking, you support the cap on immigration, you support the border state fund.
Sounds horrible. But and I'm an immigrant. As horrible as that sounds, I think.
But you support this, you endorse this policy. Really?
Yeah, I endorse it.
Okay, cool. That's Kamala Harris's policy. Excuse me. That is Kamala Harris's policy, not Donald Trump's policy. I just lied to you. You just endorsed Kamala Harris's policy. You understand that? That was not Donald Trump's policy. I lied to you. I said that was Donald Trump's policy. It was Kamala Harris's policy, and you endorsed it. That was every single piece and every single aspect on our website. That is her policy, not Donald Trump's.
About there being a cap.
Excuse me. Yes, even the cap. All of that is Kamala Harris, and you just endorsed it. You endorsed the cap. You endorsed the border wall. You endorsed the block on illegal asylum seeking. You endorsed the border fund. You endorsed the 2,000 border agents. You just endorsed Kamala Harris's border bill. Excuse me. That's not Trump's policy. Trump is running on mass deportation. You would know that if you did your research, but you clearly didn't before coming up here. Yes, that is Trump's policy. Trump's policy is mass deportation. You just endorsed Kamala's policy. Trump is not running on the border wall this time. It's not on his website. Neither is it in his policy, and the RNC chose not to adopt it this year. Again, you just endorsed Kamala's border policy. So say it. Say, I just endorsed Kamala's border policy. That's not their policy. They don't share the same policy. You're confused. Donald Trump, in fact, shut down the bipartisan border deal that would have accomplished these very items. He, in fact, denounced doing this. He said he would not want to do this. He did. He blocked the bill. He blocked, sir. They were going to pass the bill that would have accomplished that border wall. It would have accomplished everything I just told you. Donald Trump said, "Don't pass it."
Ukraine for no fucking reason.
I don't know what you're talking about. Foreign aid was not in the bill. They took out the foreign aid, and Mike Johnson passed that separately. You're saying they didn't pass the bill because there was foreign aid in it? Then why did Mike Johnson take out the foreign aid, pass that separately, and block the border bill? It's because Donald Trump said block it. Excuse me. Do you see the hypocrisy, what you just said? You just said that they blocked the bipartisan border deal because of foreign aid. Mike Johnson passed the foreign aid. They didn't pass the border bill because Donald Trump told them not to secure the border in its entirety. He wants to campaign on it. He does not support the wall. That is not, to be clear, you might think that he's the first to introduce the wall. He's not. George Bush introduced the wall. Barack Obama built 400 miles on the wall. Donald Trump built 50 miles on the wall, which is far less than what Obama built. And again, George Bush introduced it, not Donald Trump. But this doesn't change anything. You just endorsed Kamala Harris on her border policy. You in fact said word for word after I said you endorse this policy. You said yes, I endorse this policy. Then I said great, that's Kamala's policy, not Donald Trump's.
Well, dude, if that's her policy,
So you just endorsed Kamala's policy, yes or no?
So why the fuck hasn't she done that in the last 4 years?
They tried. Donald Trump blocked it. I just said this. Are you listening?
You told.
Are you listening? Are you listening?
Can you not be sassy?
Do you hear me?
I don't get that.
Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Again, they tried passing it. Donald Trump blocked it.
But so you're agreeing with me that the bipartisan bill did include foreign aid when it first got.
They took out the foreign aid, and the MAGA Republican Party passed the foreign aid.
So
the MAGA Republican Party. You're saying it got blocked because of the foreign aid? That's not true. They took out the foreign aid and passed the foreign aid. The foreign aid was signed into law. They passed the foreign aid. They didn't pass the border bill because Donald Trump said he wanted to campaign on the border and that he couldn't do that if the border was secured in its entirety. Do you understand?
Yeah, I get it.
Okay. All right.
Well, so
now, do you want to go night? I know it's almost 7:00 on the West Coast. It's almost night time for you, I think, right? It's almost bedtime.
9:47.
Oh, you're on the East Coast. Oh, it's long past your bedtime. That's why you're sundowning.
Nah, but I don't sleep at work.
Oh, is this your work?
No,
is this your work?
Joined while working. Yeah, no, I like.
And then you're going to blame Joe Biden when you get fired, aren't you? You're going to get fired and you're going to say, Joe Biden took my gerb! Joe Biden took our gerbs! Right? The whole South Park thing with they took our gerbs! You're going to lose your job and then blame Joe Biden, I'm sure. Okay. So you just endorsed. Okay, you don't need to harp on it. I don't get why your feelings are so hurt. Like, oh my gosh.
You're very sassy, bro.
Oh, you're so sassy. Can you tell me one policy that Donald Trump passed that economically benefited the middle class? Or do you want to take a moment and endorse more Kamala Harris's policies? It's up to you.
He passed, what's that policy that he passed in real estate?
You can keep grasping for straws. I'm not helping you.
No, dude.
This is dementia.
Opportunity zones.
Dementia.
Opportunity zones.
More like dementia.
That was his idea. That's a great fucking idea.
I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about yourself. I thought you were calling yourself an opportunity zone. I'm like, trust me, that opportunity has sailed. I would call this dementia.
We're having a conversation. Why are you being sassy?
Sassy? This isn't sassy.
You asked me a question, and I answered it. The opportunity zone.
Not really. You actually didn't name a policy that economically benefited the middle class.
You know how many like apartments that created?
Oh wait, excuse me, Taylor. Thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate it. This is for Taylor. First off, Taylor wants me to tell you that she hates you, and then she also asked if I do the chicken.
Do you even know what opportunity zones are? Do you like understand that?
Sorry, pardon me. I'm asking you for a policy that Donald Trump passed that economically benefited the middle class. Can you just respond?
Opportunity zones.
Thank you. I asked for an economic policy that Donald Trump passed that benefited the middle class, and we could keep going into this, but I'm not going to entertain the concept of opportunity zones. So get back into this.
Why not?
Tell me again one policy that Donald Trump passed that economically benefited middle class Americans. Go ahead.
Tax cuts.
There you go. See? Now this is one I'll entertain.
Deregulation, trade policies, infrastructure.
No. There was no infrastructure policy. There was no trade policy. There was no manufacturing policy. He never passed a policy in any of those concepts you just stated. That was a concept of a plan and it never passed. Donald Trump didn't introduce an infrastructure package. That was Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris passed the bipartisan infrastructure bill. This is why I'm saying you're sundowning. Okay? So tell me, what is the tax cut that Donald Trump gave? Normally, when you're sundowning, your doctor doesn't tell you. So I don't think it's on me to tell you that you are sundowning or exactly what it is. More so, I'm just going to give you a hint that you are, in fact, sundowning. I'm not going to tell you what the process is, though. Your doctor can do that.
Okay.
So tell me again, what was the tax cut for middle-class Americans? If you could hurry up. Can you hurry up?
No, I can't.
Can you hurry up? Name the number.
30.
No, 30. He gave a 30% tax cut? Really?
15.
Wow.
You're telling me to give you a number. I'm 10.
I know for a fact you got a single digit on your SAT.
I didn't take
Let me rephrase it. Actually, I was just going to say you probably didn't take the SAT. Wow. The IQ size is definitely your shoe size, ain't it? So the tax cut for the middle class was 1 to 2%. You understand that?
Okay.
Okay, that's a big difference between 30%.
And what did Biden and Kamala do?
A tax policy is introduced every 8 years. They wouldn't have introduced a tax policy because you're still under Donald Trump's tax policy. It expires next year. Holy shit. The fuck? Choose kindness. Choose kindness. Be nice. Okay, what is the tax cut that Donald Trump gave to corporations?
That's the one that was like 10%.
No, it's not 10%. Did you just say that that's the one you know? You apparently didn't know it.
Bro.
It's not 10 or 15%. You want to try again?
Man, it's in between.
Okay, it's 14%. So Donald Trump gave a 14% double-digit permanent tax cut to corporations who are already making record high profits. Companies like Microsoft, who took that money and passed it up to their CEO, who walked away with more money at the end of Donald Trump's administration pre-pandemic before they walked in at the get-go of his first term. So we recognize that that money was passed up the change and it never trickled down. Can you justify why he gave a permanent 14% corporate tax deduction to those who are already making record high profits like Apple instead of giving that to the middle class when he said that the middle class was struggling, let alone though he only gave us 1 to 2% as a tax cut, which seems pretty unfair, especially when the 14% corporate tax deduction, I mean, that led to an $8 trillion debt, and middle class Americans pay that off, not corporations. So we lost out more than we got back into our pocket from the tax cut. Seems unfair to me, but can you tell me why you think that's fair?
$8 trillion? And then how much have we given to Ukraine?
You're going to have to ask Mike Johnson how much he's given to Ukraine. He's the one who, he's the speaker. You know that? Did you know that he's your speaker?
No.
Yeah, I can tell. He's your Republican Speaker of the House. He passes the money that goes to Ukraine. It's through weaponry. He passes it.
Okay.
Okay, this added $8 trillion to the debt. And middle class Americans pay for that.
If it's not a spending.
Oh my gosh.
And the aid to Ukraine doesn't add into the debt. Doesn't the cost of immigration, all the apartments these people take up, all the hotels, all the money they get for free every month, doesn't that add to the debt as well that you pay for?
May I put you on mute for a second?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Chat, sit put for a second. I just need to make a quick phone call. This is very important. I'll tell you right after. Hold on. Somebody's going to learn real quick why my family's Second Amendment Democrats, I'll tell you that much. Ain't messing with my ma. All right, let's get back into it. Can you unmute?
Yeah, so why wouldn't you want to discuss opportunity zones?
Because they're boring. And I want to talk about economic policies that benefit the middle class, and you're not doing that.
Wouldn't
Listen, I like hearing this nonsense as much as the next guy, but I'd rather talk about substance, something about infrastructure, something about the economy.
But that does have to do with infrastructure.
It doesn't. What you're doing is pivoting into nonsense and giving Donald Trump credit for something that's completely redundant. Are we supposed to continue? Excuse me. What is the first issue on the mind of voters this election? Go ahead and tell me.
Immigration, the border, economy.
Okay.
And then your
abortion. Is that really that hard for you to say abortion? There you go. Yep. Good. So let's talk about that. Nobody gives a crap about opportunity zones. I know for a fact the women in this channel whose rights are on the line this election. Excuse me. We spoke about the economy already. The women in this channel, the thought on the forefront of their mind is not opportunities on the couch. I hope that Donald Trump... Can you not sneeze on me, nasty ass? What is that?
You tasted it?
You don't need to keep blowing your nose all over the place. I need to catch whatever you got. Catch whatever you got. So help me better understand this. You're not talking about women's rights because...
Because, bro, like that's one thing that I would probably not agree the most with Trump. I think it should be
you're saying that what, you're pro-choice?
That's the type of people that he needs to pick one.
You said you're pro-choice? You're pro-choice.
Yeah.
And you're voting for Donald Trump.
Dude, I value the economy more.
All right, whenever you're ready, you can talk. Just talk about the opportunity zones. Whenever you're ready, get into it. Just go.
I fucking love opportunity. That's what I fucking
Go for it. Go for it.
Opportunity zones. What do you know? What do you want to know about it?
Whenever you're ready, don't let me stop you.
I hate you. No. You're a comedian, bro. You're sassy.
Hello.
Yeah, what's up, guys?
Yeah, it's just one person here. This is a t-shirt. You should probably change your glasses. There's only one of us. I know you see two other heads. That's just me.
I'm talking about, I thought there was other people talking.
And I'm talking about dementia. So why are you voting for Donald Trump?
Listen, the reason I'm voting for him is...
Because you hate America. It was pretty obvious.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Yeah.
First of all,
okay. It was
the only
pretty
reason
obvious.
I'm saying this is because...
Wow, I made myself laugh. I'm so proud of myself. I made myself laugh.
Not even be on the ticket.
I made myself laugh.
Something happened to Trump. First of
what
all,
are you talking about?
She wouldn't even be on the ticket if something happened to Trump. Do you believe that?
She wouldn't be on the ticket. You know that her and Donald Trump aren't running together, right? Or are you still sundowning?
I am talking instead of Biden.
Okay, I don't know what you're talking about. You're saying if something happened to Donald Trump, that Kamala wouldn't be on the ticket. Are you good?
Exactly.
What does that even mean?
If they would have took Trump out, Harris wouldn't even be on the ticket. It would still be Biden. So if you're voting for Harris,
and if John F. Kennedy didn't jump in that car on the morning when it happened, then he'd still be here today. Listen, I'm asking you, why are you voting for Donald Trump? Excuse me.
Do you believe that?
Excuse me. Why are you voting for Donald Trump? I don't need your conspiracies. Thank you, JFK Jr.
You want to talk about facts? I'm talking about the
yes, facts would be more enjoyable than whatever this sundowning experiment is.
You wouldn't even be able to vote for her if something happened to Trump.
Literally makes no sense. You're talking about what? The multiverse theory? Okay, I'm not here for your philosophy.
Taking him out.
Okay, thank you so much, Bill Nye. I'm not here to talk about the multiverse. Why are you voting for the criminal? It's giving Doctor Strange. Calm down. So you're voting for the criminal because...
It's not even voting for the criminal. You're voting for Harris because she's on the ticket and she shouldn't even be there.
Oh my gosh. In what sense would she not be there? You understand that she won the most delegates, that she is the nominee.
She wouldn't be on the ticket.
That's a multiverse theory. You're saying in a different universe that possibly Donald Trump wasn't in the race and she wouldn't be either. I don't know what to tell you. Listen, you're saying that if Donald Trump wasn't in the race, she wouldn't be either. Okay, I don't know what to tell you. These two candidates are in the race. These are your candidates. You're voting for the one that committed sexual abuse. I'm voting for the prosecutor. Why are you voting for the one that committed sexual abuse?
She didn't get one vote. She shouldn't even be on the ticket.
Oh my gosh. Are you okay? Turn on your video and blink twice if you need help.
Listen.
Actually, keep the video off. I don't need to see that. Why are you voting for the criminal? Can you just give me something of substance? Instead of whatever, like, honestly, this might be the most incoherent argument I have heard in the past probably 5 minutes, low-key.
She won't run nothing.
Can you talk about him? You haven't mentioned him once. You're voting for him, but you're only talking about her. Can you talk about him? Or are you this obsessed with her? Listen, I get she's not into you. I get she's not into you, but here's the reason why. She's hot. Quiet. I get it. I get it. I see your profile photo. I get it. You're upset because she's hot and she's not into you, and that reminds you of high school. Because the hot woman didn't want to go out with you. I get it. I get it, man. I don't know what to tell you. I see your profile photo. I don't know what to tell you. Okay? That's fine. But you're talking an awful lot about her and not him. I don't know why you didn't go to prom. Can't help you there. I don't know why nobody invited you to homecoming. I can't help you there. Just because Kamala Harris is intelligent, fierce, and hot doesn't mean you need to keep attacking her, right? Like, let's be real. Kamala Harris is quite literally hotter than Obama. Like, Obama was known as, I mean, JFK, right, was the hottest, and then we had Obama, and then Obama was the hottest. Kamala Harris is really coming for that title. So let's be honest here. I get it. You're upset, and you keep attacking her, but I'm asking you why you're voting for him, and you haven't even mentioned him once. So tell me again, why are you voting for the criminal Donald Trump? Okay, get back into it.
First of all, I didn't tell you who I was voting for.
Oh my goodness gracious, you literally did. Did you already forget? You told me you were voting for Trump. Did you forget? You literally forgot. You literally forgot that you told me you were voting for Trump.
I said that because
Sir, you said that and you forgot you said it. Are you okay?
She's a puppet.
Oh my gosh. Are you talking about your wife? Oh, you don't have a wife. Who am I? Oh, I could tell. That's why I said you don't have a wife, and I quickly fixed that statement.
I got rid of the retard.
Oh my goodness gracious. Yes, an Arsler. What else is new? Vanessa, thank you so much for the $25. I appreciate the love. Thank you so much. Thank you. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
If I could, yes.
Okay, that's one more bucket of tea going straight into the Boston Harbor. Hey, fun fact, Europeans, we are more than happy to send you Donald Trump. Feel free to take him. You want to vote for him so bad? Take him. Go ahead. Go on. He's all yours. Please. Ew. Do you want to cough more into the microphone?
I apologize. Good evening.
Yeah, not forgiven. So why are you voting for a criminal?
Well, the fact is that, did you see the case that was presented in front of the...
Did you see I asked you a question and yet you didn't respond? Why are you voting for the criminal?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, he's not a criminal.
As far as you're concerned, that's redundant to me because you're redundant to me. A unanimous jury appointed by Donald Trump's lawyers found him guilty. Lilith, thank you so much. Lilith, thank you so much.
He's going to win on appeal.
That was for Lilith. Lilith said, "Squeak the chicken and send 10 bucks." So, anyway,
but I'm voting for him because
you understand he can't appeal. You understand he can't appeal, right?
Listen, it's in front of
you understand he cannot appeal
court right now.
Donald Trump was found guilty on 34 felony counts in relation to falsifying business records, checks, and statements. This was by a unanimous jury appointed by his own lawyers. I was within the courtroom sitting I was literally across from Clarence Thomas during Donald Trump's presidential immunity case. I remember it all too well because I was drawing little doodles of the ugly faces that Clarence Thomas was making every single time Amy Coney Barrett spoke. It was actually very funny. I don't think they're on good terms. But I was there. Donald Trump's falsifying business records, checks, and statements, the 34 felony counts, are not protected by presidential immunity. There is no way for him to appeal this on any good standing. If he appeals, it will not overturn any conviction. He will still remain a felon. He will be sentenced. He will be sentenced. Period. Okay. Hopefully that helped you. But I'm sure it didn't.
So I voted for him because he got us out of the
Okay.
Again.
So he hurt your economy. Congratulations.
Yeah. So
you just said, yeah. I go, so he hurt your economy. Congratulations. And you go, yeah. Okay. Calm down there, Uncle Daddy. So, again, why are you voting for the criminal? Can you tell me one economic policy that Donald Trump passed that benefited middle-class Americans?
No.
You're making this too easy for me now, Uncle Daddy. What's going on?
Well, basically,
well,
you asked why I'm going to vote for him.
I just said, can you tell me one economic policy he passed that benefited the middle class? And you really said no.
You asked why was I voting for him. You haven't allowed
Yeah, and
me
then
to
I
answer.
decided that you
I would
were
like to answer, please.
incapable of answering
The
the
fact
simple
that he
question.
exposed the media as being fake, and it is.
He
The
didn't
fact
expose
that
the
he
media
exposed
as
the
being
fact that
fake.
Republicans and Democrats have
Shauna,
both been
thank you for
working
the
against
$10, and I
American
see your
people for
message.
decades.
Thank you so much, Shauna. Okay, can you... Oh my gosh, like you keep talking. Sundown to yourself. Hold on a minute. Shauna, thank you for the $10, and I see your message. I did just make a phone call regarding what you had just messaged me. That's what that phone call was. Thank you so much, Shauna, for the information. I appreciate the love. And thank you for that information. I made the phone call. All right, guest, unmute. I guess. So anyway, you can't tell me one economic policy that Donald Trump passed that benefited the middle class. Can you tell me one policy he passed to benefit our infrastructure?
To be honest, no.
Oh my God. Can you tell me one policy he passed that created jobs?
Are you saying that jobs were not created when Trump was in office?
I'm telling you to tell me a policy he passed that
telling
created
you,
jobs.
Are you saying to me?
I'm
You
saying
should
to
know.
you that I
seem
want
be
you
the
to
one with
tell.
the knowledge.
I'm sorry.
Are you saying
Did
that-
I stutter? I told you to tell me a policy that Donald Trump passed that created jobs.
Well,
I didn't
all
say he
know
didn't
is
create
that when he
jobs.
was
I'm telling you to
president,
tell me
we
what
had the
he did
lowest
to create
unemployment
jobs.
for blacks, Hispanics, and women.
No, that's just
That
not
I do
true.
know.
Wow, you really
Okay.
live in that fantasy land, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I can tell.
Well, it seems to me like you just want to make fun of people.
No, I'm not
You want
making
to
fun
make
of
yourself
you.
look cute, and you're not that cute.
Apparently, you seem to think so. You've been up here for quite some time.
No,
Just so
it's
you
okay.
know, I'm not
It's okay.
interested.
Listen.
Well, actually, wait.
Listen.
Let me be clear.
Let
I know.
me be
Hold on.
clear.
Hold on. I know.
Listen,
I just said
let
I'm
me
not
be clear. Let me
interested.
be clear.
Hold on. I know. I just said I'm not interested. I take that back. If you are a billionaire, yep. Are you a billionaire?
No, I'm not.
Okay, well then my statement stands. Not interested. So let's get back into this. Can you tell me one policy that Donald Trump passed to benefit our infrastructure? You said no. Can you tell me one policy that Donald Trump passed that economically benefited the middle class? You said no.
Well, I
Can you
said
tell me a
that
policy
basically
that Donald
when
Trump
he
passed to
got us
create
out of that
jobs?
North
You
America
said
trade
no.
agreement,
So you can't name a
we
policy that he passed to create
negotiated the
jobs.
North America
Excuse
trade
me.
agreement.
Excuse me.
It benefited
Excuse me.
America.
Excuse me. You couldn't tell me a policy he passed to create jobs, benefit the middle class economy, or build our infrastructure. So let's
Well,
talk
do you
about
think
freedom.
that
You
you got
obviously,
it mapped
excuse
out?
me.
Yeah.
You obviously don't know policy. Let's talk about Donald Trump's tariffs. Go ahead. You start.
I don't have to say anything about the tariffs. I know that
Okay, so you mean you don't
Biden
know.
still has some of Trump's tariffs in place.
Right, because tariffs aren't a bad thing. The tariffs that Donald Trump was implementing, that was a bad thing. Right? For example, the 15 to 25% tariff on agriculture led to farmers having an export crisis as they lost China as a main consumer. They had a surplus in supply and demand issue, and they passed off rising costs, approximately $230 billion in rising costs, off to middle class consumers. So that was not a good thing. I'm sorry, do you think that a $230 billion tax hike on the middle class was a good thing?
No, of course not.
Okay,
Not
look
if you
at
put it
that.
way.
Wow, he said something,
Well, let me
right?
ask you a question. Do you think that we're doing better today than we were 4 years ago?
Let's ask the chat. Chat, what do you think? Are we doing better today than we were 4 years ago in a pandemic when there was an immense loss of lives, the economy was closed, and there were no jobs to be found in sight, when you couldn't get toilet paper?
Listen.
Oh, look at that. Everybody's saying yes. Top comments, yes. So now do I need to answer, or do you want to take it from the chat?
Well, I didn't believe in the pandemic. I didn't play into that.
You
okay?
didn't believe in the
I didn't
pandemic.
take vaccines. I didn't let my family take vaccines. I didn't let my 93-year-old mother take a vaccine.
Oh, yes. What a
As far
great
as I was
son you
concerned,
must
it was
be.
a flu.
You really
I
said.
think that they brought up the pandemic
Oh,
just
my
to
gosh.
be able to fix the election in 2020.
You just said that the pandemic was fake. And you just said you didn't give your grandmother, your mother, whatever, the vaccine. Can't believe you just said that. Wow. This sounds less like you didn't believe in the pandemic, more that you really had it out for your mother. This sounds more like that your mother was probably like, honey, I want the vaccine, you know, because it's getting tough outside with the pandemic. And you were like, no, mom, you don't need it. sounds less that you. It really doesn't sound like you don't believe in the pandemic. It sounds like you hate your mom. Do you want to unmute? Oh, he doesn't know how to unmute. And please don't come up here saying that the pandemic wasn't real.
Well,
I lost.
it was the
Excuse
flu.
me.
It was the
No, it
flu.
wasn't.
Yes, it was.
Okay,
A
back on
coronavirus
mute you
is a
go,
flu
cutie
virus.
patootie. I lost a lot of friends in that pandemic because of your MAGA Republican Party told my friends that the vaccine wouldn't work, and it told my friends that masking wouldn't work. A lot of us lost a lot of friends and a lot of family during that pandemic. You got lucky if you didn't. So don't tell us it was a flu. I also got hit hard by COVID. Okay, I have permanent lung damage. I use an inhaler. It's right here. I take numerous medications per day for my lungs to clear up my lungs to ensure I could breathe through the day. I drink tea 24/7. I don't like tea, but I have to, so I can speak well. I use a humidifier all day, every day. Okay, that is permanent damage to my lungs and things I have to do now as a guy in my 20s because of COVID hit me hard. So don't tell me that it was a flu, because fun fact, a flu wouldn't cause lung damage. Okay? All right. So now let's get back into this. Why do you hate your country?
I don't hate my country.
You
I
hate your
served my
country.
in the military.
You hate America.
I'm a retired law
Why do you
enforcement.
hate America? Why are you
I don't hate
voting
America.
for a felon? A felon sexual. Why are you voting for a felon sexual abuser civil fraudster who quite literally overturned Roe v. Wade, that being the law of the land, that being the right of women, without even providing them a single policy that would economically benefit them after he forced them to give birth? Why are you voting for the man who violated the Second Amendment with his bump stock ban? And I'm a Second Amendment Democrat. I love my Second Amendment. I don't like when people touch it, but Donald Trump violated it with his bump stock ban, and that's not me saying he violated it. That's his own Supreme Court saying he violated it. That's Amy Coney Barrett, Neil Gorsuch. That is Brett Kavanaugh. The very Supreme Court justices he nominated ruled in June of this year that Donald Trump is a constitutional violator. You're voting for Donald Trump, who was called a fascist by his own chief of staff. The man who operates his entire administration called Donald Trump a fascist. Donald Trump's own vice president won't endorse him, let alone even run with him again, because Donald Trump asked Mike Pence to overthrow the Constitution for his own personal gain so that he could remain in office. Mike Pence refused. That makes Mike Pence a patriot, and that makes Donald Trump a fascist authoritarian. You're voting for Donald Trump, who said he wanted to be a dictator on day one. Donald Trump, who spit on the graves of soldiers by exploiting Arlington National Cemetery soldiers for his own personal gain. Somebody who had a police report filed against him for that very instance. Donald Trump, who refused to negotiate a deal with the family and Vladimir Putin, the family of U.S. Marine Paul Whelan, to bring him home. Joe Biden brought him home. Donald Trump didn't. Donald Trump, who said veterans are losers and suckers. Donald Trump, who dodged the draft. Donald Trump, who saluted a North Korean soldier. Donald Trump, who refused to hold Vladimir Putin accountable for putting bounties on the heads of our soldiers. Why are you voting for, in every instance, this man being anti-American? Why are you voting for that? Because it makes me think that you hate our country, that you hate America, that you hate the very freedoms that the military fought for, that you hate law enforcement as you're looking to put a felon into the highest office in the land, but not the prosecutor, chief law enforcement officer who led the largest Department of Justice, second only to the U.S. Department of Justice. And guest, I'm glad you ran away, because that means as you were listening, you realized you were deeply in the wrong. You knew you were in the wrong. You knew you were in the wrong. That's why you ran away. You heard me speaking, and you were actually listening, and you decided the next best course for you was to run away, and I agree. Let's get some cow emojis in the chat. We got a runner. We got a runner. We got a runner. Let's get up our next guest. Hopefully this one's going to be coherent, but it probably isn't going to be coherent. Folks, if you're voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. If you're voting for Kamala Harris, please hit that like button, hit the share button. I think we could probably get to 1 million likes before we end the live. If you could help us get to 1 million likes, that'd be awesome. Hello, Alexander. Are you voting for Donald Trump? Okay, next up. Hello, Nathan. Are you voting for Donald Trump? 3, 2, 1. Bye. Okay, slowly but surely. Folks, I hope I'm making you proud up here tonight. There's no reason why we can't have a little bit of entertainment. Oh, and to be clear, the sassy, I'm really not that sassy. I'll tell you what. I am really not that sassy. It's just no reason why we can't entertain while we're educating, you know? Education is fun, but 50% education, 50% entertainment. We can't be educating nonstop. I mean, where's the fun if this isn't a classroom? This isn't a classroom. We want to have some, you know, some entertainment too, I think. That's why we got Mr. Chicken. Oh, I should put a Trump wig on this.
Hello.
Low key, I just don't feel like it right now. Let's get up for next. Hello, are you voting for Donald Trump?
No.
Slay. Hello. Normally when people say hi, you say hi back. Like I hear you breathing. I literally hear you breathing and like shuffling your feet on the floor. Do you want to respond or it's kind of rude? Wow, you must be fun at parties. Okay, let's get up our next guest. Not the first time I've been ghosted, certainly won't be the last. They're really creepy today, aren't they? They're just like joining, sniffing the screen as I'm on it. Like they're like joining. I pop up on their screen. I'm like, hello. And they're like, and then they leave. And it's like, please stop. Like it's getting really weird, MAGA. You're getting really creepy. Jennifer, hi. Are you voting for Donald Trump? See, she's sniffing the screen right now. Like, what's this? Let's get up our next guest. Folks, if you're going to keep running up, like Trumpers, if you're going to keep coming in, sniffing the screen and running away, this is not a scratch and sniff. Like Touchy just said, this is not a scratch and sniff. Okay? It's kind of weird.
Just want to say I love you, man, and you're the best, man. You're really
appreciate
funny.
it. I appreciate it. Thank you for the love. Thank you for the love. I never met a smart Trumper, I'll tell you that much. Oh, actually, there was this one that came up here and admitted they were ignorant, and I think that's probably the smartest Trumper I've ever heard from. The one who knew he was ignorant. Hi, are you voting for Donald Trump? Scratch and sniff. Scratch and sniff. Scratch and sniff. Oh my gosh. They're definitely scared. Coral, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate the love. Oh, as a current military. Hey, shout out to Coral. Coral, thank you so much for your service. Thank you for your service, Coral. Let me turn off this air conditioning. Hello.
Hello.
Oh, wow. This one's talking. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
It's a good thing.
Are you voting for Trump?
Absolutely not. I won't vote for Kellen, and you're amazing.
Hey, thank you for coming up. I appreciate the love. Thank you so much. I should have known the moment she was talking and she wasn't scratch and sniffing. I should have known that it was a Kamala supporter. It was it was a member of our beautiful community. Should have known. Should have known.
Hello.
Is that your voice?
Is that my voice?
Yeah, like that's your voice.
Oh no, am I being trolled already?
No, but that's just deeply unfortunate. There's surgeries for that. So why are you voting for the criminal?
I'm actually not voting for the criminal. I work for Kamala Harris, and I wanted to say,
guys, you gotta. I just want to say, okay, listen to the folks on this live. I want to apologize.
I just wanted to shout you out.
Listen, I appreciate the love. You guys, first off, let me just say, in my defense, when you guys come up here, you know I'm in the zone, so you're gonna like, it's just, you know, I'm sorry, it's not personal.
No, you're good, man. I volunteered for my college to get the vote out, so I just wanted to like shout everybody out, you know, make sure you vote Tuesday. You got a plan, you know where your polling place is, you know what I mean?
Yep. Hey, thank you so much for turning out the vote, and thank you for, you know, fighting for Kamala and all the work that you're doing and for working for Kamala. I can't believe that the election's like right around the corner. I mean, we're less than 2 days away from it all being over, but we're not going back, and we're gonna win. And your voice is great, by the way. Great voice. You have a good one. You guys, when you come up, I'm sorry, guys. Listen, when I'm in the zone and you come up, you guys know how I am. Why you guys do that? You make me have to roast ya. I don't want to roast ya. But you make me do it. I don't want to hurt you.
What are you mocking my king for?
Listen, I don't even know what that was. Are you good? Can you let's restart here, Hunter. Why are you voting for Donald Trump? Let's start there, and this time give a coherent statement. How you doing, Hunter? You doing okay?
I'm doing just fine.
I don't give a shit. So why are you voting for the criminal?
I didn't appreciate you talking about my king like that. I don't like that. And he's gonna win come Tuesday, and I hope you know that.
All right, and I hope that your sister wife is doing very well. How's your auntie, mama, and uncle daddy?
Asshole.
How's your auntie, mama, and uncle daddy doing? How's your uncle daddy doing? It's me, your king, Donald J. Trump, the 45th convicted felon of these United States.
He's not a felon. Period.
Okay.
Yeah,
it's not a cult.
It's not a cult. Why are you voting for him? For her. Why are you voting for her?
Damn, for people who talk a lot about Democrats not knowing gender, y'all seem to not be able to get Donald Trump's gender right.
Why are you voting for her? Give me a good reason.
Okay. Where's your accent from?
Why are you voting for her? Give me a good reason.
I can't tell if your accent is from your sister's side or your mom's side, but it probably doesn't matter because I'm sure they're the same person. So, anyway, where's the accent from?
Why are you voting for her?
Oh, my cup is empty. Can you cry into this? I'm running out of water.
Let me explain something to you.
Can you? Tears? Hello?
Trump's going to win.
America. Tomater?
He's going to win.
Oh my gosh.
Take back this country.
Stop.
And you're going to be very upset when he takes back this country from her and Joe Biden.
No way. Is it really, though?
Who's that supposed to be?
Oh my gosh.
Who's that supposed to be?
You doggy.
Is that you?
Yeah, dog. That's tomato right there. So you tell me, why are you voting for convicted felon, sexual abuser, civil fraudster Donald Trump, the constitutional violator, insurrectionist, and twice impeached
policies than Kamala Harris? He has better policies.
He has better policies, ain't they? Oh, well, that's what you're saying. Well, darn good. You tell me one policy. You're drilling more oil today, sweet cheeks. Let's better understand this. You're drilling more today. You're drilling more today. You're drilling more today. Yeah, you're drilling more today. Let me play you a fiddle. All right, I'm gonna play you a fiddle. Hold on now. I'm gonna play you a fiddle with a little knee slapper.
You're gonna make this country.
Hold on, listen, guys. You're getting too loud. All right, let's calm down. You got me knee slapping. I'm trying to better understand. You say you want to talk policy. Tell me one policy that gum Donald Trump passed. Tell me one policy Donald Trump passed that benefited the middle class. Can you just answer the question? Where's my spoons at?
Name one policy for Biden. What did he pass?
I'm playing you a fiddle. Yeah!
What did Biden pass?
Yeah, doggy! All right, so you can't. All right, Uncle Daddy,
what
listen.
Did Biden pass?
Uncle Daddy, you can't tell me a single policy that Donald Trump passed that economically benefited the middle class. I am more than happy to talk to you about Kamala Harris's record, but I need you to first and foremost tell me what that policy is that Donald Trump passed that economically benefited middle class Americans. First do that, and then I will respond. If you don't do that, I won't be responding. That's how life works, isn't it? But you probably don't know that because everything was probably handed to you on a silver spoon. Not anymore, sweet cheeks. This is life. Answer the question.
Are you going to answer my question?
Did I not just respond?
No.
I did. Answer my question. Go ahead.
What's your question, ma'am?
Name one policy that Donald Trump passed that economically benefited middle-class Americans. Go ahead.
He passed many policies.
Oh my gosh, just say you can't name it then. What do you mean? He passed many policies. He passed many policies! I just can't name one! Okay.
What did Biden pass?
All right, I'm going to tell you exactly why I'm voting for Kamala Harris, and I want to point out that you can't tell me why you're voting for Donald Trump.
I hate Taylor Swift.
You know what? And Taylor Swift hates you too, but at least she's a billionaire. You, on the other hand, are sucking... Never mind. Lysandra, thank you so much for the $30. I appreciate it. Lysandra wants me to tell you that reading is fundamental and you should try it. Anyway, so let's get back into this. So tell me again, you don't know a single policy that Donald Trump passed that economically benefited the middle class. So I'll tell you about Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris, a middle-class black woman who never forgot her roots, becoming a district attorney. Don't unmute yourself when you're put on mute. If you unmute again until I am done, you will be kicked immediately, and I will continue speaking without you here. You are not going to stop me from speaking. In my own live stream, mind you. That was your only warning. You running away now? My voice is still coming out of your cell phone because you don't even know how to leave your fucking live stream right, man. There you go. You're still struggling to leave the live stream, aren't you, Hunter? My voice is still coming out of your cell phone. You can't stop my voice from coming out of your cell phone.
I'm not leaving nowhere.
Great. So then sit put, stay on mute, and listen to what I have to say, and then tell me why you're voting for Trump after. Great. You won't do that, though, because you don't have a single policy that you could name that economically benefited you under his term. Kamala Harris, and I don't care if he leaves midway through, I'm going to speak on this. Kamala Harris is a middle-class black woman of middle-class roots. Kamala Harris had no right in America becoming a district attorney, let alone the vice president and the leading candidate for the presidency, because every card in America was socioeconomically stacked against her. But she persevered, becoming a district attorney, becoming an attorney general in California.
Policies.
Good riddance, trash. So becoming an attorney general, largest Department of Justice, second only to the U.S. Department of Justice. And MAGA Republicans, they can't even get their story right. Even though she led the largest law enforcement department in the largest state of the nation that had the 5th largest economy in the world, not the country, the world, they say, oh, she was over prosecuting. She was too tough on crime. They say for every other Democrat, the Democrats are too weak on crime. But Kamala Harris, they say that she was too tough on crime. Get your story straight. If she's the only Democrat that they claim is too tough on crime, then clearly she's doing something right. Because she prosecutes felons, sexual abusers, and civil fraudsters like Donald Trump. Like Donald Trump. Kamala Harris believes in the middle class. She gave us the Inflation Reduction Act, the American Rescue Plan, the CHIPS and Science Act, and the infrastructure package. She's giving us policies like the $25,000 down payment for first-time home buyers, additional $10,000 tax incentive, the $50,000 down payment for first-time entrepreneurs, the $6,000 permanent child tax credit, which, mind you, is a pro-life policy. Talk about pro-life. Donald Trump doesn't know anything about that. Kamala Harris, pro-choice. Says, you're a woman, I'm going to give you your right to choose, I'm going to protect it. Yet if you choose to have a baby, I'm going to support you financially. Donald Trump says, if you're a woman, I'm not going to let you choose. You're not going to choose. But if you do choose to give birth, and that's choose as in you will be forced to give birth, I'm not going to give you a single policy that economically benefits you after you give birth. That's not pro-life. That is not pro-choice. That is pro-forced birth. Donald Trump's far too used to stripping away the rights of women. Donald Trump says if you are a union worker, you can work a full-time job, but you can't earn a living wage. That is not freedom, right? Donald Trump says if you're a woman, you don't have your right to choose. Men in Washington, D.C. will decide for you. That's not freedom. Donald Trump says if you're an LGBTQ plus American, you can love, but just not in America. That isn't freedom. Donald Trump says if you're a transgender American, you can be true to yourself, but just not here. And God forbid you serve in our military. That is not freedom. Donald Trump says if you're a middle-class American, you can try to make your way through our economy, but we're going to slap you down left and right with tariffs and taxes. That is not freedom. Donald Trump violated he literally is the first modern day president to have violated the Constitution with the Second Amendment bump stock ban. And that's not me saying that. That is his own Supreme Court. His own Supreme Court ruled he is a constitutional violator. So what do we have with Donald Trump and Kamala Harris? Kamala Harris, we have a district attorney, an attorney general, a senator, and vice president who passed policies that benefited middle-class Americans, both economically, in their infrastructure, in their rights and God-given freedoms. And then you have Donald Trump, a felon, sexual abuser, civil fraudster, constitutional violator who was called a fascist by his own chief of staff, whose own vice president won't run with him, let alone endorse him, who insurrected our very capital, who was twice impeached, who buried his wife on a golf course, probably redundant to the conversation, but still worth noting. And these MAGA Republicans want to make him president? No, we ain't going back. We're going forward with Kamala. You asked why I'm voting for Kamala Harris? Policy. You asked why I support Kamala Harris? Character. You asked why I stand by Kamala Harris? Morals. You asked why I believe in Kamala Harris? Freedom. You asked why I hate Donald Trump? Come on. It's justified. It's justified because he implemented a tariff that steamrolled farmers, that steamrolled the middle class, like that $230 billion tax hike on the middle class when he put a 15 to 25% tariff on agriculture, causing a surplus and supply and demand issue on farmers. It's justified because he implemented a xenophobic, Islamophobic, that Muslim ban, that Muslim travel ban, that anti-American, that anti-Muslim American travel ban. That is justified to hate him. It's justified to hate Donald Trump when he dodged the draft himself and then told transgender Americans that they're not allowed to serve in the military. Okay, yeah. So it's not good enough that Donald Trump dodged the draft. He's going to try pulling out veterans too? Wow. Yeah. It's justified to hate Donald Trump when Donald Trump runs around spitting on the legacies of soldiers and war heroes like John McCain, like U.S. Marine Paul Whelan, like the soldiers who fought for our country, the soldiers at the very hollow grounds that he exploited, Arlington National Cemetery, for his own personal gain. It's justified to hate Donald Trump for countless reasons, for union workers, for LGBTQ plus Americans, for transgender Americans, for women, for middle class Americans, for farmers, for small business entrepreneurs, for Black Americans, and especially now for Puerto Ricans. Let's get up our next guest.
I just wanted to say fuck Trump and go Harris 24.
Hey, thank you for coming up. That's awesome. That's awesome. Let's get up our next guest. Folks, if you're voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Let's get up our next victim. A guest. Let's get up our next guest. Whew, that was a close one. I was worried everybody just heard that. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yep.
That's disgusting. Shame on you. I mean, I'm sorry. That was rude. sorry. That was rude. Can we start over? Let's start over. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yep.
That's still fucking gross. So why are you voting for the criminal?
You mean the one that was indicted in a rogue government?
I'm not talking about Melania Trump. Listen, just because Melania Trump ran our border and crossed it and Donald Trump decided he liked illegal immigrants enough to marry one that day, I don't know what to tell you, but leave Melania Trump out of this. Melania Trump is a beautiful pro-choice woman. Don't put her name in your mouth. Now, why are you voting for Donald Trump, the man who was found guilty on 34 felony counts of falsifying business records, checks, and statements, the guy who was found liable of sexual abuse and found liable of civil fraud? Why are you voting for that?
Because I don't believe the hostile government, the hostile judicial system of New York. That's how Democrats.
What are you talking about? It was a jury that convicted him, dude. The jury was appointed by his lawyers. Donald Trump paid lawyers. He gave money. He gave money to lawyers. Hey, he gave money to lawyers to appoint a jury, and that jury found him guilty. Hey, 1 million likes. Hey, W's in the chat. Awesome. That's phenomenal. Awesome job, guys. Y'all, if you're liking the live that much, MAGA Republicans are going to start saying that you're stealing the like box. They're going to be like, stop the steal. Stop the count. They're liking too fast. It's a stolen. Let's insurrect TikTok. All right. Anyway. Sorry, we were talking about your ignorance.
No, we weren't.
Oh, maybe you weren't, but I know I was. So are you proud to be ignorant? I mean, I'm sorry, are you proud to be a Trump supporter?
I just voting for the better candidate.
You're voting for the better candidate. So you're voting for Kamala. Oh, I know that. I'm sorry. I thought you were voting for...
No, not voting for that woman. She's not the better candidate.
Is Obama back in the race?
Why? Do you want to see him naked or something?
Can you say that word again? How did you just say that?
Naked.
Naked.
Yeah, you want to see him naked or something?
What does that even mean? Like N-E-K-E-D?
That's correct.
N-E-C-K-E-D? What does that... I know that literacy isn't your strength.
Sure.
But at what point do you recognize that this is why you shouldn't be advocating for Donald Trump, who wants to defund the Department of Education? What state are you from?
A certain state of mind.
Okay. All right, Mr. Trumpy Dumpy. Maybe you shouldn't be doing a dumpy on the toilet while on a live stream, Grandpa. It's a little early to be sundowning, but I know for a fact you're not talking about Barack Obama naked as you take a bath on a live stream with a 20-something-year-old. That's weird. Like, that is so weird. Can we all recognize in the chat how odd that is? Like, imagine writing that on paper, that he's on a live stream with a 20-something-year-old on the toilet or in the bath, whatever, talking about Barack Obama naked. Does everybody in the chat? Yeah, Brad, even you know that's weird. That's some weird shit right there.
Of course I do, because you don't remember talking to me, do you?
Not enough to care.
No, I support Kamala.
Guys, stop. No, we're not doing this. Guys, end it. If you're a Kamala supporter, I appreciate the love, but you guys are coming up and y'all know I'm in the zone. I'm in the zone, and so I'm gonna roast you. If you come up, it's friendly fire, okay? At this point, y'all are searching to get roasted. Don't do that. I'm in the zone. We're talking to Trumpers right now, not Kamala supporters. We do talk to Kamala supporters as well, and I love you folks so much. But y'all come up, and then I start roasting, and it breaks my heart when I do this. Knock it off. Knock it off. Hello?
Hello.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Ew.
Goodness.
Anyway, why are you voting for the felon?
Actually,
wait. Hold on. Let me think. Do I care? Yeah, I guess I have to talk to her. Why are you voting for the felon? Go ahead.
I don't trust Kamala. I don't like her. We've already had Trump as a president.
Okay, listen. Just because Kamala's hotter than you doesn't mean you can't trust her.
Okay. I don't like how she was
So let's
put
better
in.
understand this. Kamala Harris was a district attorney and attorney general at the largest Department of Justice, second only to the U.S. Department of Justice. Kamala Harris, who was a senator and vice president, and yet you're going to go for the felon, sexual abuser, civil fraudster, who would typically be prosecuted by Kamala Harris. So you're saying you can trust the felon more than the prosecutor? Okay, make that make sense. Go ahead.
He's a former president.
Thank you so much for the Alexi Larissa. I appreciate the love. Thank you so much.
Yes,
he's a former president, but he wasn't a good one.
And
he was
she's
called
not
a
a good vice
fascist by his
president.
own chief of staff, and he was actually rated by 154 presidential experts and specialists as the worst president in our history. They rated Abraham Lincoln as the most popular and the most efficient and productive. They rated Donald Trump as the worst president in our history. Do you understand that?
What does that have to do with the next 4 years?
That means that Chester A. Arthur would be a better pick than Donald Trump. That's
so
what
no
that
one
means.
finds it weird that they just put her there and she
That means
wasn't
that
voted
quite
in?
literally. That means that former president James Buchanan or Chester A. Arthur would be more popular and more effective picks than Donald Trump. Do you even?
She's only the nominee because Biden dropped out.
Chester A. Arthur. Do you even know who that is?
What does that have to do with anything?
Exactly. And yet he's still more efficient than Donald Trump, according to 154
And Donald Trump is more
presidential
efficient than
specialists and
Kamala.
experts. So that's just not true, though.
I mean,
Let's think about it. Let's do the math. I know that math probably isn't your strong suit. But we're going to do some anyway, so try to stay with me. If you don't understand at any moment, just let me know that you're ignorant. So let's get back into this. So Donald Trump said he was going to pass, for example, an infrastructure package. He didn't. Kamala did. She passed it. So that means she's more effective on infrastructure. Donald Trump
She's
said
a
he was going to
phony.
pass, excuse me, I wasn't done.
She's a
Donald
fake.
Trump said he was going to pass a border bill. He didn't. Kamala did. It was a bipartisan bill. Donald Trump said he was going to replace the ACA. He didn't. Donald Trump said he was going to build the wall. He didn't. Sorry, in what way? Can you stop gulping? It's like kind of gross, low key. Can you stop gulping? It's kind of gross. Okay, so anyway, have a sip of water or something. I don't know why you're smacking your lips in my ears.
Why do you believe this woman that stuck in a few months ago?
Can I ask a
why do you even
question? Can I
believe
ask
her?
a single question?
You
I haven't asked you a single
several.
question. No,
You
I haven't
asked
asked a single
several.
one. I just answered your question.
She's a phony and she's fake.
Okay, that makes zero
And
sense.
you're
Again,
all
just because
being
you're
tricked.
jealous, of her, doesn't mean
She's
you can
a
sit here
empty
insulting her.
suit. She's
That
a
makes
empty
zero
suit.
sense.
She's an empty
That
suit
makes zero
planted
sense.
there after
Listen,
Biden
I
dropped
get
out.
it. Listen, I get it. She's got that hourglass figure even when she wears a suit, and that makes you jealous. That's fine and dandy, but don't project. So
She's
let's
a
get back into
empty
this.
suit. She's
You
a
were
plant.
saying just because there's empty space in the suit in between where her like hips are, that's just her being fit, right? That's
They
just because she's
planted
stunning.
her.
Okay, let's
They
get back into
planted
this.
her.
Calm down. I get you're jealous of her. No reason to project, right? Just because there's no empty space in the suits you're wearing doesn't mean you can judge Kamala for having space in her suits.
He's the
Do
better
what she
candidate,
does.
period.
Ask her for her workout regimen. You can get there.
He's
So let's
the
get back
better
into this. Can you tell me
candidate.
one
Listen,
policy?
you can't
Excuse
make
me.
me angry because I'm not emotional. He's the better candidate. She's not.
You're not stopping. Can you tell me one policy that Donald Trump passed that economically benefited middle class Americans whenever you're
I
ready?
can tell you he's the better president.
That wasn't an answer to my question. Can you tell me one policy that Donald Trump passed that economically benefited middle class Americans?
Has she? No.
Answer the question.
She's weak.
So
And
you
she
have
does
no
not
answer.
deserve the first woman president title.
Kamala Harris is going to be your president, like it or not. And you probably don't like it because you're jealous of her, and that's fine. Because, again, not only is Kamala Harris very accomplished, intelligent, the future of this country, but she's also hot. And you're just not. And that upsets you, and rightfully so. That would upset me too, right? This is like if JFK was running for president today, I would probably be upset. Yeah, I would probably be like really upset, right? So let's better understand this, though. Kamala Harris was a district attorney, an attorney general, a senator, and vice president. She led the largest Department of Justice, second only to the U.S. Department of Justice, gave us the infrastructure package, American Rescue Plan, CHIPS and Science Act. No, hun. You don't know what a plant is. That's, again, why you don't have any space in your suit, but Kamala does. So getting back into this, Kamala Harris gave us a strong economy, created double the amount of jobs that Donald Trump created. Okay, that was funny. I just roasted you. That was so good. Oh, 10 out of 10 to me. I got myself laughing up here. Oh my gosh, I got myself
I'm not
laughing
afraid
up
of the big
here.
bad Trump.
Okay, and I'm not afraid of muting you. I really got myself laughing up here. That was funny. That was funny.
I'm not afraid of big bad.
Okay, you should start searching up about those plants. So again, Kamala Harris is a very accomplished woman who gave us immense productivity, efficiency, and accomplishments during her vice presidency. And she didn't have to because she was only a vice president. She still negotiated the deal on the infrastructure package, CHIPS and Science Act, American Rescue Plan, Inflation Reduction Act, and she accomplished those policies by passing them. She also gave us the Respect for Marriage Act. She fought on social issues when Donald Trump wouldn't touch a social issue with the 10-foot pole unless he was stripping away the rights from women. The rights that they fought for decades. The right to choose. A decades fought fight stripped away overnight by Donald Trump. Daughters today have less rights than their grandmothers had because of Donald Trump. But you keep coming up here and advocating for Donald Trump, a multi-billionaire on textbook paper, even though we know that that's an inflation of his net worth. You keep advocating for billionaires and corporations and against your own rights and your middle-class background solely because you're jealous of Kamala. You do you. Let's take out the trash and let's get up our next guest. She goes, I'm afraid of a plant. Oh, she said, I'm not afraid of any plants or something. And I was like, clearly you haven't tried any. That was funny. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Probably.
That's disgusting. How old are you?
19.
Gotcha. We're 2 days out from the election, and I don't care to talk to a 19-year-old who's undecided. Go to KamalaHarris.com and DonaldJTrump.com and make a decision for yourself as to which candidate actually supports you. If you actually do what I just asked you to do with their website, you will know that Kamala Harris stands for you. For example, with her $25,000 down payment for first-time homebuyers, that helps you. For her $50,000 down payment for small business entrepreneurs, that helps you. For his $6,000 permanent child tax credit, that helps you. The way that she wants to cancel out student debt, the way that Joe Biden did, but Donald Trump stopped it, that was for you. Donald Trump has nothing for you. Bye. Let's get up our next guest. Aiden left no crumbs. Aiden left no crumbs. Excuse me, I wasn't talking to you yet. Can you give me a second?
I said put the nuts in your mouth.
I'm sorry, are you fantasizing about me? Don't judge you. Let's get up our next guest.
Wow.
Ain't no way I'm listening to that voice for the next 15 minutes. And she ran away. Folks, if you're voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a conversation about it. Hello? Are you sitting on your phone right now?
I know how lucky I am with you.
What are we watching? Yvette Davis. Yvette Davis. Yvette Davis. Are you sitting on your phone? It's cozy here. Somebody just commented sniff. You're going you're going to prison. I said are we I said straight up, are you sitting on your phone? And somebody just commented sniff. You're going to prison. Whoever just commented that, you're going straight to jail. You do not pass go. Don't collect your $200. You go right to prison. Nasty. Nasty, nasty. You go right to jail, you little nasty ass. Nasty. Ah, you have an echo. Good riddance. Hello? 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 Oh, and they ran away. Okay, next up. We're going to try one more, and then we'll probably move into Kamala supporters and do some Kamala supporters, because one more Trump supporter. Let's see. Hi, and hello. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Hi, yeah.
Ew.
Well, listen.
Hold on. Let's just sit on that for a second.
Okay. I feel really judged.
I wasn't done. And I wasn't done.
Just because... Okay.
I wasn't done. Let's just sit on that for a second. Okay. Let's get started. So why are you voting for the criminal?
I kind of have to. If I don't...
No, you don't.
I do. If
I'm sorry, is somebody forcing you voting? Like, is somebody forcing you to vote for a sexual abuser, civil fraudster, and felon?
Kind of. If I don't, my dad says he might cut me off. I don't want to have to get a job.
Oh my gosh, you don't want to have to get a job. Oh wow, a typical MAGA Republican. Yeah.
Listen, you are
keep
so
taking money from your
judgmental.
federal benefits and then complaining about how they're coming for the gerbs that you don't have at the get-go. Maybe get
You
that
are
education.
so judgmental because
Judgmental.
some of us MAGA aren't as like educated on policies.
It's not
and
some sweetheart.
whatever
It's
as
all.
you. But maybe we just see his kind eyes and we know that. Listen,
it's not some, it's all. If all of you were educated, this country would be better off. But none of you are educated, so here we are trying to justify to you why you shouldn't put a felon, rapist, civil fraudster into office.
actually, I know somebody who's really educated. He's just like, unfortunately, a little bit racist. And he won't vote for her.
Sorry to break it to you. He's not.
Well, okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I
Did you mean your
I
Uncle
can tell you a
Daddy?
policy.
Was
I
it
can
your
actually
Uncle
tell you a
Daddy?
policy. I can tell you a policy.
You can? Cool. I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Name one policy that Donald Trump passed that economically benefited middle-class Americans. Go ahead.
Yeah, he gave like $25 million to HVACs. My brother's getting into the
thank you
HVAC
so much.
business, so
Thank you
that's
so
going to
much,
be really
Michael,
good for
the
him. Okay.
$5. HVACs. Wow, congrats. First off, that's not true. Second point.
Actually, it is. Look it up.
I just did. It's not. And so second point I want to make here is when I tell you to name one economic policy that Donald Trump passed to benefit the middle class and you talk about HVACs, all I can do is simply come to the conclusion that you might be the product of incest. So help me better understand this. One policy name that Donald Trump passed that benefited middle class Americans whenever you're ready, sweetheart.
I already told you I don't know
assume,
like,
to be clear,
policies and statistics.
I assume you meant HBCUs, but you spoke about HVACs. Like you straight up said HVAC. I mean, can you unmute?
God, I was talking that whole time. I didn't even realize I was muted.
What else is new?
So freaking rude.
So anyway, why do you hate this country? I mean, I just have to assume you do if you're voting for a felon.
It's not that I hate the country.
Oh, you just hate yourself.
Trump's
Got it.
the only one concerned about the whales. Like, what are we gonna do? They're literally beaching themselves and they don't know what to do. You really want to tell me?
Here's the thing. This Trump supporter came up here and got absolutely wrecked and slapped down and is now, and guys, she's not faking it. It's not satire. Excuse me. This MAGA Republican comes up here and gets absolutely wrecked and then tries to play it off as though they're trolling. So now she's trying to troll to play it off because she got smacked down harder than Donald Trump gets smacked down every night by Melania. Let's move on. Toodles. Folks, if you're voting for Kamala Harris, jump on into the guest requests. I want to talk to some of y'all. If you're voting for Kamala, join the guest requests. Hi, Lauren. How you doing? How was the surgery? How'd you do?
It's good. I'm still recovering. My knee hurts, but you know, it is what it is. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Good day. We are less than 2 days out until it's all over, so I don't know if I'm excited or I'm not like nervous. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't feel nervous. Like I know we're gonna win. It's just like,
oh, we're gonna win.
Yeah,
we're gonna win.
Yep.
I've got no doubt. We're gonna win.
I mean, statistically, yeah, it's not even an argument with Trump supporters at this point.
No, we're gonna win. We're gonna win. Dude.
So, you already voted, right?
Oh, of course I did.
Yeah.
You know I did.
Yeah.
You know
Yeah, we spoke about this. We spoke about this.
We spoke about this. Yeah, I'm in Colorado. Remember, we got to get Lauren Boebert out of here.
She really does got to go.
And I wanted to
that one right there.
I forgot to tell you last time. I'm a vet too. I forgot to tell you that.
And thank you again for your service.
Yeah, I forgot to tell you that. So, yeah, I wanted to tell you that, and thank you for everything you do for us and all that. So
we're going to continue. We're going to continue fighting. I mean, even after the election, the fight's not over, right? Both in the sense of what we have to fight for policy-wise, but also because we better bet that when she wins, they're gonna go into the courts. They are gonna do everything they can to try to change the outcome of the election. So we will continue fighting, and we will win.
Exactly.
But anyhow, Lauren, I'm glad that you're doing all right. I'm sorry to hear about your knee, but thank you for coming up and thank you for saying hi.
Oh, it's okay, buddy. I appreciate it. You have a good night.
You too.
Thanks, man.
Alrighty, folks. Let's get up our next guest.
What you give is what you get.
Slay. Get it, Kells. Kells is having a full-blown dance party. Kel said, I am here to dance. Kel said, I am a dancer. She said, I am not into politics. Nay, I am in to dance. And she started blasting that music. Hi, Delaney. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. You voting for Kamala?
Yes, I think so.
All right. Tell us why so.
Because I think that she wants to, well, I definitely know that she wants to protect my reproductive rights.
Rightfully so, yeah. Yeah, and I think, I voted for Democrats, I voted for Republicans, and I'll never see eye to eye with a single candidate on everything. But Kamala Harris, she's just such an accomplished woman, and the fact that she understands that not only do we have to provide policy to the middle class that benefits them as a whole, and then that she also stands on freedom. I mean, whether it be the right to choose, the right to organize, the right to love, she gets it.
Yeah, and this is my first presidential election that I can vote in, so.
What? Oh, hey, W's in the chat, please, for Delaney. That's awesome. Well, thank you for voting.
Yeah.
Have a good one, okay? Alrighty, folks, let's get up our next guest. That's awesome. W's for Delaney, please. Love to hear that she's a first-time voter. That's awesome. Hi, Mel. How you doing?
Oh my God, I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing good. Are you voting for Kamala?
Absolutely.
Why so?
Well, I think that there's so many reasons to vote for her without having to even bring up Trump. I think that she stands for unity. I think that she stands for all Americans, whereas, he's trying to basically take on his enemies and, use the country against them, or use the military against them. Yeah, she wants to support my rights. She wants to support reproductive rights. She wants to support middle-class Americans. She wants to support people wanting to buy homes. I could go on for a really long time, but I also think that she shows us, I'm really excited to be voting for a woman president who's like so many beliefs that I align with, and so many policies that I completely agree with.
No, I hear that.
Yeah, I think it's one of the most important elections of our lives. I think that Donald Trump has shown how dangerous he can be. And sorry, I was not expecting to come up. I was kind of distracted.
No, you're doing great.
But he showed us how terribly he was the first time, even if people can't understand it and can't see it, which is really frustrating. But this has been a really divisive election, and it's because of him. It's because of the rhetoric that he spews. It's because of the hatred that not only he spews, but the people around him spew. And it's time that we stop putting up with it. It's time that we just put a stop to it and he goes away forever. I would really like that. It's been a really tough election because I'm from Texas. I'm living in California, thankfully. So I'm, protected here. Right. But my whole family is back in Texas, and my dad is one of my biggest supporters. He is like genuinely one of the best people I know. I love him so much. He's a lawyer. He's not actively practicing anymore, but he is genuinely one of the
Don't tell Donald Trump that he's a lawyer and scares Donald
genuinely,
Trump.
he will attack him personally.
Yeah.
But he voted for Donald Trump in this election. And it has been really heartbreaking, and it has really driven a divide in my family. And it's been hard, especially because he knows that I was SA'd when I was 12. And so it's not been something I've kind of been banned from talking about it in my family, to him specifically. And so I've been just holding off on kind of communicating with him, especially. And it's been really hard because he's one of my best friends. So it's been a really hard time. So I am very much looking forward to Kamala becoming Miss Madam President, the first, and Donald Trump going away forever.
Yeah. Well, first up, I want to say it's heartbreaking to hear your story, and my heart breaks for you, and to also hear about your family there. Know that where you are in California is where you need to be. Be where you will be best protected. Be where you can be yourself. And if that's in California, be in California. My heart breaks for a lot of Texans there. But what I think gives me so much hope, and I hope gives you hope as well, is that, and I get it myself, I have some family members who will be voting for Trump, even though they know exactly why they shouldn't be. Know that in Texas, that voter turnout, it should give you a lot of hope. The voter turnout, the voter record, the people coming forward. Colin Allred.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. No, I'm registered in California to vote for the first time this year. I had to for tuition purposes, because it's expensive to pay out of state tuition, turns out. So I didn't get to vote in the Texas election, but oh my gosh, seeing Colin Allred has been so exciting. It's given me so much hope. When Beto was running, I was really excited for him. Anything to get Greg Abbott the hell out of there, right? Anything. He's a deplorable human being. So I have hope seeing that. And I mean, there are people that there are a few people I know back in Texas, the extended family that live in more blue areas. But I come from a really, really small conservative town, like 800 people, graduating class of 18. So like small. Just all really, really hateful, Christian loving, hateful people, which is, I do believe there are good Christians out there. My dad is one of them. You are one of them. There are very good people that spread that word. It was nobody I grew up with, but yeah, seeing everything that Kamala supports, it's still baffling to me.
No, wait. No, did your phone just die? Mel, no! Oh, now my heart's broken. Okay, Mel, if you can still hear us, we love you. We've got your back. And we are going to make sure Kamala Harris is our next president. That stinks. I think Mel's phone might have just passed away. That's unfortunate. That really stinks. Hello.
Hi.
Hi, are you voting for Kamala?
I am. Me and my fiance just voted early for Kamala.
Did you? Hey, W's in the chat. Thank you so much for early voting.
Of course, of course.
So why are you voting for Kamala? Or why did you vote for Kamala?
So we are a small business. We are in Delaware. We're a very, very blue state. I grew up Democrat. He grew up Democrat. And we really believe that Kamala's policies are really going to help the middle class, which is the audience that we primarily kind of advertise to. I also have like two very small cousins that I want to see them be safe in this country. I want their bodies to be their own choice. I want them to have the right to choose. We're actually about to get married, and we want to be able to
Congratulations.
Thank you. We want to be able to buy a house, and we want to be able to have children on our own terms. Being a woman, I'm terrified that my right to choose is going to get taken away, and not even just about me, but for my family. Like, I have a bunch of women, young women in my family, so I'm terrified to see what would happen under a Trump presidency. It's
right.
It was rough during the Trump presidency. I went and I got an IUD put in because I was terrified, and now I thought I wouldn't have to worry about that again, but my IUD is about to expire, and now I'm like, oh God, like, do I have to do this again? So yeah, just my vote's for women. My vote's for women. My vote's for the children, the future generation. I want to see this country prosper, and I think anything to do with Donald Trump will just lead us in the completely wrong direction.
Right. No, I hear that. First up, I want to say thank you so much for stepping up and for not only voting, but voting early, and also, for voting for women's rights, voting for the rights of our future generations. I think, you mentioned being from Delaware. Listen, I'm from Pennsylvania. I get the whole... there's an advertisement on my cell phone for, this is Kamala Harris, and I need $5 every 5 seconds.
Yeah.
And I get it. I get that Pennsylvania's important, but Delaware's important too. We need your vote. Because, one, for example, let's say Kamala wins the electoral, and she doesn't win the popular. They will never let us certify that election. We already know how MAGA Republicans are. So to everybody in the blue states, whether you're in Delaware, New Jersey, or whatever the case be, know that your vote really does matter this election. We can't just win the electoral. We really need that popular vote. Otherwise, we're going to have a big problem. Yeah,
we need to blow them out of the water this time. We
by
need
a lot.
There has to be no ifs, ands, or buts. Going to the court shouldn't be able to do anything. We need to make sure this blue wave happens. We really
Absolutely. Absolutely. But thank you again so much for voting. Thank you for coming up here. And I look forward to seeing you on the other side of the finish line. We got less than 2 days to go, and then it's all over, and we get to hibernate for the winter.
Yeah, we will be partying in the streets of PA with you guys.
Oh, not me. I'll be asleep. I'll be catching up on sleep.
Fair.
Anyhow, nice meeting you. Have a good one, okay?
Yeah, you as well.
Alrighty, folks. I think I saw that Mal was back. Is Mal back? Mal. I see Mal. Hi.
I'm back. I'm sorry. My phone
You're
died.
good.
I
You're
was
good.
so distracted with the live that I forgot I was at 1%. I'm certified yapper here, so I will just wrap up by saying I know I brought up my dad earlier and that it's been incredibly difficult. But to anybody else whose family or house has been divided with this election, Trump should not have this power over us. I have already I wouldn't say scheduled, but I've already reached out to my parents because I've just been kind of silent with them up until recently. And I've just let them know that I would like to talk to them after the election because I know that they love me more than this. And the thing is, I don't think they realize how much this has hurt me. And I think that to anybody here who's feeling that separation and just kind of, I don't even know how to describe it. It's kind of like, are we living in the same reality? How are we literally voting between a prosecutor and one who is about to be prosecuted? It's insanity.
Well, I get that. Listen, growing up, I was taught by my mom, my pa real young, that you vote based off of not just policy, but character. So if you agree with somebody based off of every policy, but they're an awful person, you don't vote for them because you can't trust they'll accomplish the work they say they will. If you
absolutely
maybe disagree with somebody in some policy and yet you know that they have great character, then you do vote for them because they might be willing to meet you in the middle.
Yeah.
Donald Trump has no policy or character. Kamala has policy and character. So this is an easy choice.
It's
the prosecutor,
easy choice.
The sexual predator. I'll take the prosecutor. I'm good.
The prosecutor. The prosecutor woman, person of color president. I will take that every single day.
Absolutely.
So I look forward to it being over. It's been exhausting. I also just wanted to say, I've never been politically active until, I've kept up, as you can. But up until finding platforms like yours, especially, has really helped me find a voice for myself, and it's helped me educate all of my friends. I'm literally driving one of them to the polls tomorrow, just so.
Thank you for doing that.
Absolutely, yeah. I know I'm in California. I know that it's not a swing state.
It matters.
It matters, and it matters talking about this stuff too, and about why this is important, and about why we need to get rid of bad people like Trump for good, forever.
Right.
He needs to go away, and he's also just a dinosaur. A gross old man.
He really is.
It's insane. There was a study put out recently that shows that he has verifiable decline.
Okay, straight up, it's so true. Okay, my greatest flex, actually I'll say this in a second. Listen, the first issue we got to recognize is if they had an issue with Joe Biden's age and they don't have an issue with Donald Trump's age, then it was never about age.
They just
never about age.
They were grasping at straws, and they're doing that with Kamala. They're grasping at straws. There's nothing.
Biden is 2 years older than Donald Trump.
2 years. They could have been in the same. They probably were. They were in the same high school class. It's crazy.
But my biggest flex, I was one of the first to say Donald Trump has dementia, and it was in the New York Post, Business Insider, and a bunch of other things, because I said it when it was unpopular. But now everybody realizes he has dementia, and now everybody said it. I'm like, thank you. I'm like, I knew this.
It was me. I called it. Yes, sir.
Hired an entire team of doctors to review his. Yeah, turns out he was not healthy. He is not healthy.
No, he's not. That was a lie. And it always will be. Yeah, him stepping into that dump truck is an image we all need to remember for a long time.
Oh my gosh. Let me see if I could find the photo. It's not just the dump truck. He did something so stupid. And I was traveling around the suburbs of Philly, meeting some voters. And I passed a photo. Not photo, I'm sorry. I took a photo as I passed a dumpster. And these Trumpers are so dumb. And I mean this. I say dumb like capital D. Where's the photo? Shucks, I think I posted it on Threads. Just give me 10 seconds. I'm gonna find this.
I'm ready. I
really
need to
bad.
see this.
This is all over. All over. The Trumpers are putting their Trump signs on their dumpsters because they think it's symbolic. I'm like, you guys are so dumb. This is not the flex you think it is.
It never is. It never will be. It's like when they were like wearing
and down the
diapers.
suburbs. I'm like, that is not the flex you think it is.
It's like they don't understand. It's like they're missing some sort of connection point to reality.
Yes, it's going like right. That is like. It's as dumb as them wearing the t-shirts that are like, I'm voting for the felon. Guys,
yeah. Like,
that is not the flex you think it is.
Yeah, like, guys, don't do this to yourselves. You make yourselves look so silly and goofy.
Yep.
Like, they don't even, like, they do it to themselves. I see it in these lives all the time. None of them know what they're talking about. And I say this with all the love because I know a lot of MAGA supporters. But also, I won't tolerate it anymore. We used to be the tolerant left. I'm not tolerating you excusing a rapist, a Jeffrey Epstein BFF. Like, it's not, we're not dealing with it anymore. We're not taking it. And we're done with it. And we're tired of it.
No, 100%. Listen, I love Michelle Obama, but this whole, when they go low, we go high, like, fuck that. I don't think so. When you go low, I'm dragging you lower. Let's go.
You're coming down with me, babe.
Exactly.
I'm attaching an anchor to both feet.
Yup. I'm attaching an anchor to both of us. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm going. If you're going down, you're gonna
coming with you. Let's go. That's funny. That's funny. Well, Mal, it was so nice to meet you. Thank you so much for coming up and sharing your story and for taking the time to chat.
Thank you all for being so kind, and thank you so much for being you and doing what you do.
Thank you. Let's have a good couple days ahead and win this. See you on the finish line.
Absolutely. Let's go, Kamala.
Folks, that's, I think, a really great place to end it for tonight, I think. We're going to continue bringing folks up who are supporting Kamala every day. We're going to be live streaming, I think, all day tomorrow, like early morning until later in the evening. But we won't be live streaming in the nighttime because I'll be heading down to Philadelphia for Kamala's concert. Which, do we have anybody else in the chat who's going to be going to Kamala's concert tomorrow? Not in Pittsburgh, in Philadelphia. Hopefully I'll see some of y'all there. I hope you're there. But I think we're going to end it here for the night. I want to say a massive thank you to our mods for taking the time to keep this chat as a safe space. I also want to say a massive thank you to everybody who supported me, whether by hitting the follow button, sending positive comments in the chat, or supporting me on Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, whatever the case be. Thank you for the love. We are going to continue traveling around the swing state over the next couple of days, meeting voters in person. I am so tired. I can't wait for this to be over. And then I know it'll be over and I'll be like, gosh, I can't believe that went so quick. I miss it. You know what I'm saying? I'm like trying to enjoy it, but I'm just so exhausted. I feel like you guys probably feel the same. It's like you're just so exhausted, but you're also trying to recognize that once it's over, it's over. So you really got to enjoy it in the moment. Do you guys relate? Do you get it? Yeah. But all right, folks. I'll talk to you tomorrow. We'll be back on. I hope you folks have a good night. I can't believe we got to 1.3 thousand likes. Is that 1.3 likes? That's 1.2 thousand. 1.2 thousand. Oh, that's how you know I'm tired. 1.2 million likes. That's insane. Thank you folks for smashing that like button. Let's go win this.